The beautiful mountains are so high that they reach almost the clouds. On one of the peaks of Mount Tai, the mysterious man rises with weight, relying on his stick. The guy broadcasts the medallion on the grave plate and, after a difficult path, exhaling falls to the ground. He talks about a man named Lian Song. He managed to fulfill only half of his promise given to him. The guy was visible for a long time, because deep cheekbones are visible on his cheeks. The guy continues to lie on the ground in his eyes. A beautiful butterfly flashes. He recalls the years when he was an emperor. Emperor Hunsu asks his grandson what he thinks about power. The boy considers power. These are flowers. The old man does not understand why his grandson thinks so. The boy took up his chin and thought about the answer. The boy thinks that if not flowers are power, because it does not matter commoners or noble people, they all gather throughout the capital and talk about them. Grandpa raises him in his hands and praises him for his insight. He tells Yunvan to remember, despite the fact that the flowers are bright and colorful, they can be tied as if they were not there. His grandfather died, he did not have a suitable heir, therefore handed over the throne to the guy. Uncle Yunvan tells him that the old man entrusted the fate of the empire for such insignificance. The man believes that such a garbage has no place on the throne. Yunwen does not understand and is afraid of his uncle. The man says everything has his own order and tells him to leave his throne. As a result, he made a bloody coup and many people died. Lian Sleep is enough Yunvan by the shoulder and says to go with him. Uncle shouts to his people to grab Yunvan and kill him. The Imperial Guard is trying to protect the young emperor. Master Lian Dream sent a guy from the palace secretly. He tells him about the top of the mysterious little peak of Mount Tai. Asks him to find a small stone monument and hang on him the emperor's token. 2 people who served grandfather Yunvan will help him. The guy is upset and tells Liana a dream that he was tired of continuing to live such a miserable life. The old man is angry and a cry tells him to recover. To survive this is the only way to fulfill the decree of Emperor Hunsu and honor his memory. Lian Sleep with tears in his eyes asks to promise that Yunwen will survive. The guy is still upset, but answers Liana that he understood. Yunwen rode off on a horse, and the old man in the back wished him good luck. He lies on earth and realized that the power was fleeting. If he's born again, he wants instead of a flower that can be tied at any time, be born a free butterfly. He thinks about Lin Sona and considers it all that he can do. An unknown old man stands above the candles and hits in a gold bell. He recalls the basis of the call of souls and binding of spirits stored in the secret storage of the cult of fire worshippers. He sits surrounded by candles and meditates. If the majestic heavenly emperor was not friendly from the very beginning, then the old man would not exist in this world. He asks Huibut about the readiness of the vessel. Huibut removed his epithelium and shaved the skeleton. He inserted the elephant bone under the nose cartilage and transplanted the remote epithelium back. The old man poured a dozen species of elixirs and toxic juices into him, melted his bones, and again rubbed his contour. Since he is already old, he has to constantly restore himself. But the old man, despite his age, does not have a single mistake in surgical work. Huibut tears the canvas, which was covered by Yun Wen, and tells the Fan No that the preparation of the vessel has been completed. They worked well. The heavenly emperor would also be delighted. Kavan No asks the heavenly demon whether he is ready to welcome his new life. The demon replies how he dares to wake him from sleep and bother him. The old man says that he wants to give him a new life, pointing to the vessel. The demon laughs from his words about a new life. He replies to the old man that he does not agree. Kavan Nok does not understand why, because he believed that the heavenly demon wants this. The heavenly demon does not want a person, because he lives an unsurpassed life. In hell, he was much more interesting, and in the human world he felt boredom and loneliness. He tells Huan Nobu that if they once again call him, he will kill them all. The old man in a panic asks him to wait. The Van Nohosh should come up with a secret plan if the heavenly demon returns now. All this will be in vain. He needs something to interest unsurpassed representatives of the demonic cult. Suddenly he cries that the heavenly demon is an idiot. The demon got angry and thinks Huan Nobu wanted his death. The old man points out to him, if he is really a heavenly demon, then he is an idiot, and is not so aware of in the world around him. Kavan Noka understands that he cannot be cowardly, because his life is in the balance. An extraordinary ascetic named Zhang Sanfan even exalted him as a more perfect than Dharma. The demon does not understand who is talking about who we are talking about. He never heard the name of this child. The people of their time say no matter how strong the heavenly demon, he will not stand in front of the sage Sanfan. The heavenly demon says who could say such nonsense. Huan Noku asks the demon that he knows about development, possibly a heavenly demon, and was the best at one time. But Muram's people improved martial arts every day. The current generation developed martial arts so much that it could not be compared with the past generation. The old man tells the demon he was bored because of the lack of worthy opponents, and now, when he appeared, let him become the strongest again, to become unsurpassed, and then and now, the demon became interested in his proposal. The demon asks how many years to the child whose body will serve as a vessel. The old man replies that the guy is 20 years old. The demon understands that this body can live at least another 100 years, and he will be able to prove his skill and the name of the heavenly demon. He tells Juan Nobu that when he happens to treat them, the old man timidly told him. Kavan Noku asks the demon to lie down, and he will begin the ritual. He asks Huibut to bring the pill of the soul of the demon, and he will take the rest. The old man puts a round tablet in his mouth, and many times pierces the body with needles to revive it. The master jumps up and grabs his head. The old people do not understand what is happening. He hears his voices, and his head hurts as if he would tear up now. He asks Juan Noka about his voice. The old man uses technology, but he does not tolerate good luck, and he can't help the master. Huibut asks Juan Nok what is happening here. Suddenly the master screams and says to shut up Hui, but he was scared. He thinks the master told him this. Juan No explains that the master says this is not to him, because right now the master is talking with the heavenly demon. It seems that the great fundamental principle has failed. The master asks the old man to do something with this. The Kavan. Nok tells the heavenly demon could not take full control over the master. The clash of consciousnesses is that which should not have happened, because if such a state may continue to collapse. Huino offers Huano to send a heavenly demon back, but Kavan knows only how to call him, but does not know how to send him back. They continue to argue. Suddenly the master screams, and a mystical aura comes from him. Huan no panic, he realized that the essence of the demon and the consciousness of the master were faced, because his behavior cannot be explained differently. But suddenly he had an idea. He says but he has another tablet of the demon's soul. In other words, they can again use the great foundations, and with the help of this, they will suppress the demonic nature of the heavenly demon. But does not understand what he is going to suppress with the help of the pill of the demon's soul. Huan no thinks but turned into a stone block. Otherwise, why does he not understand his plan? They will put into the body of a master of another person, the legendary Orthodox Murim. He but understood his idea. Having introduced another one can neutralize demonic energy. They have a little time and they start. but says to try, and they will leave the rest heaven. The emperor who would not appear should be directly from heaven. The elderly fell from fatigue. Juan no says star for this. The old people notice the awakening of the master and ask him in order. The master is hungry and asks whether they have food. The master is accepted to eat everything that he sees. Juan no and Huibut think their ritual was successful, even though they are a little shocked by the past. The heavenly demon says why he was placed in such a tight place. The master, along with the demon, are in the same body. The master replies to him that the demon is much cooler than he heard. The guy can't stand it and tells these two that they are not alone here and tells them to shut up. The demon does not understand why the guy does not feel pain when they say his head should be split into pieces. The guy noticed that after the ritual of Huino and the Huannok, the voices in his head, although they remained, became less annoying. The heavenly demon arises and does not understand how the guy dares to talk in such a tone with the most powerful creature. Kvan no and Huibut in a misunderstanding that the guy is talking to himself. The second man entered into the body of Yunwan was Juainan, a priest revered as the sixth patriarch of the monastery Shaolin. The guy realized that a rather powerful person entered his body, because thanks to him, the heavenly demon could no longer bother him. He says thanks to the old boar, referring to Huane. Huino and the Huanoka ask what the guy uses for the vulgar language. Yunwan says to give him another bowl of food. Of course, they fulfill his request and go for the additive in the hurry. Kavan Nach noticed that the guy is changing in his body at once, 3 personalities at once. His temper will be subject to sudden changes. The old man does not understand what to do with it, but Yunwan interrupts his thoughts and asks to bring him water. The guy asks Huainan to give him a name, because he seems to be the most knowledgeable of them. The old man invites him to take the name Inconstancy. Yunwan does not like it. He understands that people will not understand this name in Jianghu. The guy wants to know the opinion from the demon, and Huainan is upset. The demon says the old man cannot know something about coolness, and he should immediately ask him. He offers Yunwan to take the nickname Iron Krovni Asura. The guy replies that he needs a name, and not some foreign title. He does not understand how such an ignoramus became the strongest in the world. The demon is angry with his arrogance, and wants to immediately take possession of his body. But he doesn't succeed. The demon does not understand why Yunwan is alright. The demon realized that because of Huainan, he could not take control of his body. From the point of view of the number, the demon is weaker than them, so he cannot take possession of the body. He cannot take control of the body, so he has no other choice but to cooperate with them in the first place. The guy understands that using his surname Ju will be strange. The heavenly demon wants to absorb the body of Ju Yunwan completely. Yunwan asks the demon that he mutters under his breath. The demon says he thought about his fighting name and offers him a heavenly destroyer. The guy liked the name proposed by the demon. Kvanno asks the young master where he goes. The guy replies that he wants to wander around Murim. The old people do not understand why he is already leaving. The guy says there is nothing like that in this. Hwanno says Yunwan did not have time to restore all his strength and martial arts. The guy points to his forehead and speaks all the martial arts of the heavenly demon. And Juinon is stored in his head. He does not understand why they themselves spent this rite. They did not know about it. Haibut tells them it is inconvenient to send a young master in this form. Yunwan looks at the tree. He conceived something. The old people are interested in what he was planning. They are worried. The guy tells the heavenly demon to use his martial arts. He accumulates a huge amount of purple energy in his hand. The guy showed them his strength and hit the road. The old people from the cliff look at him in the wake. He walks through the forest and sings something to himself. Kvanno is afraid that everything will be fine, but Haibut reminds him that the young master had come out of their control. Hwannok is not about that. He means something else. He looks at the huge trench made by Yunwan and says whether it will be correctly released in Murima, referring to the guy. Haibut worries about the master. Kvanno says that the master will cope with difficulties. Kvanno considers Yunwan looks like an emperor. A huge man stands with his knees in the snow. His back is all in the wounds and his blood is dripping. This is the Senelian king of demons. He tells his opponents that they will not be able to break their spirit. The man relies on his big sword. He was surrounded by many enemies. A well-dressed man says Hunpo that his luck ends in the possession of the spirit of martial arts. He wandered just like that around the world. But the Association of the Northern Blades will not stand aside. The Senelian king of demons answers him if they are those who initially acted with their strength. The Association of the Northern Blade can be the dominant force in Jiangzhou, but Hunpyo is also a student of the Great School. The man is seriously configured. He tells the head of the Association of the Northern Blade that he will soon come on his head. A member of the association does not think so, because they spread the network of heaven and land to catch all the 7 kings of the demonic path. Hunpo, according to him, is not how much, but the members of the association tell him to stop to show off. The expression on his face was replaced. He was alert. A member of the association knows about his plan. Hunspo wants to win time, but he praises his courage for saving his brothers. The man points his finger up sarcastically, smiling, and asks about whether the Senelian demon has heard the sound. He thinks his brothers went to the underground world. Hunspio is furious. He realized that the association intends to destroy all the followers of the demonic path. The man rushes at the member of the association with a huge sword. But a member of the association easily retorts the attack of a blue demon, repulsing his sword with his foot. And in response, it beats him in the forehead with the handle of his sword, from which the man is crumpled in pain and falls to his knees. A member of the association tells him that getting rid of the followers of the demonic path is the right decision. Humpo says it doesn't matter what they do. But if the matter comes to this man, the man does not have time to finish. He interrupted a member of the association thinks that under the this man, he has in view of the Grand Master of the Demonic Way, Hyok at Chon, whom Hupneo respects so. The man asks the blue demon if he wants to know one secret. It turns out that the King of the Swords of the North Sea and the murderer of the Azure Sea turned away, and the Grand Master of the Demonic Path could not do anything, because he does not take any measures, even when Hunpyo and his brothers die. But Hunpo understands that Hyok has Chon is not such a person. There will be times when he and their brothers along the demonic path will shed bloody tears, any valuable. A member of the association replies to him that he is chatting too much. This does not correspond to the appearance of the Blue King of Demons. He orders his subordinates to take him. A man promotes his sword and easily fights off the attack, scattering them around. One of the 3 men standing behind Hunpeo does not understand how the man has energy still to use the strengthening of the aura of Qi. Hunpeo looks frightened. The Senelian demon noticed that the one who reflected his blow blocked his reinforced Qi of the blade of his Qi sword. These 3 men are 3 great swordsmen Tianshan. The one that stands in the middle of them, says Hunpo. He remained the last of the 7 kings of the demonic path of the King of the Demon. Today's hunt will end after they liquidate him. Hunpo expected something similar from the scum of orthodox warriors. The old man overworked because of him and says Hunpo just to die. 3 craftsmen use the enjoyable network of swords. The Senelian demon realized that he had come to an end, and thought soon to find himself in the next world with his brothers. From the last forces, Hunpo uses the art of a thunderstorm, but Yunwen interferes with him and knocks the weapon out of his hands. He also does not allow the masters to hold his attack and rushes past them with lightning speed. All their weapons lies on earth. Yunwen says what miserable bastards they are. Hunpo and the rest stand with open mouths and do not understand what kind of person it is. The guy claims that he watched the battle only because it was interesting, but they at least behave too arrogantly, although they own martial arts. The warriors on both sides realize that in the blink of an eye, Yunwen stole their weapons. They do not understand who it is, and the guy is calm. One of the swordsmen of Tianshan asks him who he is in order to arrange such draws. Yunwen will not remember that he played the draws. The guy tells the master if their weapons stole their weapons, this is the biggest insult for them. The master is furious. The man replies to Yunwen that he is just a jerk, whose milk on his lips did not dry out. His combat comrade asks him to calm down. The second sword of Tianshana Hadacheng asks Yunwen to call him. The guy timidly said that he is a spellman of a heavenly demon, a heavenly destroyer. The heavenly demon begins Yunwen. Yunwen learned the scripture that the Gemini Noah told him and calmed the demon. A man from Tianshan's swords tells his comrades what idiots they are and why they appear before him. He tells the guy how he dares to belittle them, seeing how he talks about the heavenly demon and the like. It is easy to understand that the heavenly destroyer also practices the demonic path. A man wants to kill Hunpo with Yunwen, and he rushed at the guys with his sword with lightning speed. The heavenly demon asks Yunwen not to say that he is just going to sit back. The guy is not going to die in vain death after he survived the hellish time. He easily repels the master of the master using martial arts. The remaining two masters of the Tianshani sword are trying to intervene in the duel, but Yunwen scatters them on the sides. The heavenly demon laughs and tells Yunwen that he could not use even half of his strength. The guy is angry, and tells the demon to shut up. The old man is angry, watches the battle from the side and says what dumb bastards they are. The man grabs the sword flying into him, and he strikes Yunwen, a strong scale of the sword. The man tells the guy that he should not be distracted. The old man thinks he caught him. But Yunwen substitutes another man. The guy asks the attacker why he ruined his hairstyle. The guy tells him, is it possible to cut his allies? The man is angry with him, but the guy beats him in the face with his boot. The rest of the swords of Tianshan also become furious, seeing how their comrade was on his knees with a broken nose. They attack him, but he easily evades their attacks and attacks in response. Yunwen beats a man who broke his nose with his foot in his neck, from which he writhes in pain. The warrior does not understand what his subordinates are doing, and why they do not crush numbers. But the guy quickly finds himself next to him and says, it seems the old man likes to fight with numerical superiority. The old man jumps back in fear. He does not understand how Yunwen did not noticeably crept up to his nose. He is surprised by his rack. The guy stands on one leg, and the second is bent and stretched up, and his head is overturned back. The heavenly demon is surprised that Yunwen is going to use this. The guy hits a lot of foot on the ground with mystical power. The demon says this martial art is his symbol. The guy is cloned. This technique is called heavenly demonic racing. The Senelic demon thinks him. The warrior of swords Tianshan believes that this is the technique of illusion. Yunwen answers, he is not sure, and let the old man look better. The man is furious and shouts that the three great swordsmen of the Tianshan did not peck on a simple cloning technique. He rushes at one of the illusions. The old man thinks this real. But another clone breaks through his stomach. The old man stands in horror without his left hand and looks at his dead comrades. And all the survivors run away from Yunwen. The heavenly demon thinks the guy is going to chase them, but he thinks for today enough and can be stopped. The Senelian demon is shocked by the fact that Yunwen is going to finish only because he was bored. Hunpo looks at the heaps of the corpses of the people whom Yunwen killed. In this world, Orthodox have much more weight than demonic followers. The man thinks in this inverted world an incredible person appeared. The heavenly demon tells Yunwen he has qualities to follow him. The wounded Hunpo crawled to Yunwen. The Senelian demon asks Yunwen to take him with him, calling the guy a great warrior. The guy runs away from him. He calls Hunpej a hairy old man and will never take him with him. The man continues to scream in his trail. The city of Kaifeng, Murim was turned upside down by 2,000 swordsmen of the Association of the Northern Blade, and 500 martial arts of the Union of 9 Orthodox forces were sent to hunt for 7 kings of the demonic path, and destroyed 6 of the 7 kings. People discussed this. But the second news shocked Murim even more. The spellman of the heavenly demon, the heavenly destroyer, is one who destroyed 528 people from the Association of the Northern Blade, and 127 people from the Alliance of 9 Orthodox. This is the emergence of a demonic god. 3 guys are discussing him. One heard that everyone who saw him died. The second speaks his face like the devil, and the boy will cross, because Hak Duk Hyun, the second sword of Tianshan, who managed to survive that he was a young and beautiful master. But in any case, the Northern Blade Association has already directed the investigative group. It seems in Murim, a bloody massacre. The Heavenly Demon says, since they are all discussing them, it was an excellent appearance of a heavenly destroyer. Yunwan tells him to shut up. The guy has a feeling that he was drawn into a meaningless struggle. The Heavenly Demon says that in this, because the guy even changed clothes, Huinin thinks he did not mean this. The guy says to these two that they are too noisy and tells them to shut up. Yunwan thinks that Hakaduk Hyun knows him in the face he should be disguised. Huinin offers a guy instead of disguising you can simply change your opinion about yourself. The guy did not even think about it. In the Pavilion Neutral Hotel, the girl welcomes the new visitor. The guy asks to bring him a bottle of alcohol and several simple snacks. Yunwan asks the girl why she continues to stare at his face. The waitress was embarrassed and covered her face with her hand. The guy thinks what is the matter and does she really know who he is? The girl replies that in 10 years of work as a waitress, she first sees such a beautiful client. The guy breathed out. The waitress asks him for a second to wait, and she will bring him everything right now. The guy began a meal. He noticed that the alcohol, which was given to him, was different from the one he drank in the palace. Huainan does not know what alcohol tastes, but he believes that this is what the joy of commoners brings. He is interested in Yunwan, how he feels, and whether the taste of drinking from Murim differs. The guy thought about his words. He had so many opportunities to try him, but he did not like him. The only one who loved to drink was his uncle. It is bitter. Alcohol was always bitter for him. Huainan thinks, judging by what he heard, there should be a mental illness made alcohol bitter. The guy does not understand what he has under the illness of the soul. The old man says, even this time, the young man inevitably committed murder. No one else can pay for his sins. Huainan asks not to make his stupid mistakes, entering the battle that could be avoided, and committing meaningless murders. In this way, someday, the guy will be able to feel the sweetness of alcohol, according to the sage. Yunwan thought about his words. The Heavenly Demon says these words are like the words of any of the same old man, and asks Huainan to whether he knows the taste of alcohol at all. The demon believes that if you don't kill you, then they will kill you. This applies to the whole world, and not just Murim. Huainan answers the Heavenly Demon. This is the first time that Yunwan commits such an excessive murder after coming to Murim, and the Heavenly Demon should show a little generosity to the guy and learn to understand him. The demon says there is no shitty generosity. Yunwan did not think that the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon would be so strong. It was the first time he felt so free. However, if he will use force only in his interests, then he will not be different from his uncle. The guy tells Juainan that when his drinks will become sweet and he will give him a drink. The old man answers him, he cannot be alcohol since he was a monk. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon interrupts them and tells Yunwan to be on the watchman, because someone is approaching him. The guy thinks, judging by his clothes, the one who came up to him is a member of the coalition of the Southern Blade. He introduced himself to Yunwan. His name is Tan Jian from the province of Sichuan. Tan Zhong offers to join their company. Yunven understood. Judging by their appearance, they should be approximately his age, and it looks like Tan Zhong, master of martial arts. He thinks since he is bored, you can join them and get some kind of information. Tan Zhong tells his friends, because the young master happily accepted their proposal, they should greet each other. The first to introduce Namgun Herkun, who received the title of the Divine Dragon of the White Sword. Yunwan tells him pleasantly to meet them. The demon says a good endurance. The muscular guy is called Zhonhu, an iron bloody fist. The girl's name is Een. The girl, he thinks he is quite handsome. Namgun Hemi is silent. She does not understand that in him so good that everyone is so happy. Yunwan repeats once again, he is pleased to meet them. Murong Jongjiol from the Murong clan says enough introductory words on their part and asks Yunwan. The guy noticed that they all look like the descendants of prestigious combat clans. He does not know how to behave, since they all treat him very hospitably. Yunwan changes places in his surname and appears as Wen Yun, a scientist who wanders here and there, and for him to be with such wonderful people. The Heavenly Demon tells him why, after the Heavenly Destroyer, he took such a shitty name. The demon believes that no one knows about the personality of the guy. Zhonggiol is also pleasant to meet him. The Heavenly Destroyer thought that these guys are ordinary inhabitants of Murim of his age, but having heard their ideas, he realized that these 4 gentlemen and 4 ladies turned out to be a high position. Unlike the Association of the Northern Blade and the Coalition of the Southern Blade, they belong to a much more powerful power to the Orthodox faction, known for its righteous acts of the League of 5 Clans. And there were clans in the pillars of this league. Namgun, Tan from Sichuani, Pan from Habai, Yan from Jingzhou and Murong. Yunwen realized that these people were children of the elites who were responsible for the future 5 clans. The guy is interested in them that they brought them to the house of Kaifan because this place is quite far from Chengdu and Jianggan. The demon is surprised because Yunwen says that he almost does not know Murim. But when he was an emperor, he almost knew the whole Murima map. Junqiu answers Yunveni that even if they explain to him, he will not understand. The man says something happened in Murim. Hemi says this place is Kaifeng. There may be the headquarters of the beggar sect, but it is also the base of the Association of the Northern Blade. The guy was worried that he was in the very heart of the Association of the Northern Blade. Yunwen wants to know more information about how their meeting is connected with the Association of the Northern Blade. One Hemi roar with a roar on the table, saying how curious it is. The girl tells him that the grandiose banquet of representatives of the Orthodox faction will take place here. But the guy meant where he could know. Zhongjil asks her sister not to be rude to the guest. The girl agrees and continues to eat. Yunwen suggests, due to the grandiose banquet of the Orthodox faction, all Orthodox martial artists gather in the Kaifan house. Hemi, chewing, confirms his hunch. Yunwen did not know that the world of Murim was so divided into various factions. He inspires them that the amateur against Murim. Zhongjiol noticed this and suggests that the guy would be interested in learning about the world of Murim. The man tells Murim a hard place, especially now, when the root of the conflict becomes deeper and deeper. Yunwen is interested in what kind of conflict root. Zhongjiol says no matter what, the guy is an amateur in Murim's matters. He should know about the conflict of the orthodox and demonic path. The guy quickly replied that he knows about it. The man continues. Even in the history of Murim, these two forces were not as clearly divided as today. They are in a situation where everyone in Murim must choose between 2 options, no matter what. Yunwen does not understand how it is, because there should be people who do not want to belong to not one of the ways. Zhongjiol replies that of course there are such, but people who sit in the middle are considered as enemies, and most likely will be killed. Yunwen thinks this unreasonable. Kill people who do not want to belong to any of the parties. The guy apologizes that Zhongjiol interrupts, but he wants to know who makes charges in their direction. Zhongjiol says they are an orthodox faction, and he also belongs to her, so Yunwen can think that he is only flattering him. But he does not think that the orthodox faction overwhelming the demonic path is the only way to preserve Murim's moral. The heavenly demon, Jungiol, thinks rather unsighted, as for a small child from the orthodox faction. Hemi reminds his older brother that he should not behave like that in the presence of so many people. Yunwen agrees with his opinion, but now his opinion has no influence and in general it is unrealistic. But still, behind this person, he should carefully observe him. The guy understood the complexity of the situation in Murim and learned a lot of new things. Zhongjiol says his circumstances. Zhongjiol sees his interest in Murim and asks him not hesitated to ask questions. The guy says it may sound arrogantly, but he is interested in who is now the strongest in Jianghu. Zhongjiol was surprised and thought after his question. Yunwen realized that he was asking a rather sensitive question. The man says everything is in order, but he himself is not sure who is the strongest. Despite some of the discrepancies in opinions, leading people among 4 generations should be a grand master of the demonic path. The heavenly demon does not know who they are. He never heard and did not see them. Yunwen replied that he understood. However, Jianghu is very great, and there are definitely masters of martial arts more than mentioned by Zhonggil. They can appear anywhere and anywhere. The guy asks about the master of Juanan, the 6th ancestor Shaolin. Zhongjil does not know. It is difficult for him to say because he lived more than 700 years ago. The heavenly demon breaks the laughter. He tells the old man Juin that he will not achieve much within the framework of time. And after he asks for a heavenly demon, Zhongjil is not clear why the guy asks about him. He thinks this story is implausible, so it is not clear how much they can trust her. The demon is angry. He says that even the old people outside the heaven know about this fact. Suddenly, a crowd of men enters the room and one of them overtures the woman to the floor. The man tells her how she dares to think that she can escape from them. The girl asks to spare her life. Yunwan understood according to the fact that it was the members of the Northern Blade Association. A person standing in front is the vice captain of the law enforcement of the Association Northern Blade. The sword of the White Tiger Ga Duksam. Young people from the 5 great clans are not pleased with what is happening. Gaduksam tells the girl how he dares to throw his father, saying that he wants to survive herself. The girl asks someone to save her. Hemi takes out his sword and intervenes in the situation. She asks, since Kaifeng became so lawless, and how can masters of martial arts from orthodox sects oppress such a helpless girl? The people supports her words, and people say this is not permissible even if they are from the Association of the Northern Blade. Ga Duksam replies to her how he dares to poke his nose in the affairs of their association. after which she cannot be safe. The girl says he can scare anyone else with this, but not her Huskun Hemi. It will not work with her. Everything is in the room in shock, because this daughter of the divine sword of the azure sky. A man tells her not to interfere in the affairs of other sects, such as avowal rule to Jianhu. Hemi says she is not so stupid as not to know this, but do not turn a blind eye to the fact that it goes against public order, and this is what she should do as a martial art master. And judging by what she sees, they are engaged in something similar to the abduction. The man thinks she does it because she does not understand. This girl of Shuejufen, the daughter of a snowy tiger, possessing 1,000 skills. Shuejinya, leader of the sect of the demonic border of Kaifeng. They do not have a choice because they issued an order to arrest all members of the sects of the demonic border. And if she intends to interfere with them, then they will have to use force. Zhongjiol says since when the law enforcement detachment of the Association Northern Blade behaves so brazenly, Yunwen believes he should not join them. The guys in a detachment of law enforcement stand, surrounding the woman. The man says they are in the performance of official duties. He noticed that judging by his clothes, this guy is also from the great clan Namgun, Ga Duksum asks, or they are trying to threaten him. Zhongjiol says if this is really so what they are going to do. In this case, Ga Duksum will report this to his superiors. The captain of the law enforcement detachment, nicknamed Smiling, eliminating the sword of Wu Henshin, says there is no need for this. The word retreat does not exist in the dictionary of their detachment, and you should not report something so insignificant. All in the detachment bow to the captain. The heavenly demon says what kind of bastard it is, like food sticks. The captain asks the young master Namgun whether he seems to him that he is crossing the line. The guy is angry and does not understand what he means. If the leader of the alliance of the 5 clans learns about this, then Yang Geol will be held accountable. Zhang Geol can fall into a difficult situation if the story that the future leader of the Namgun clan was faced with the Association of the Northern Blade because of a simple girl from the demonic path will come out. But Zhang Geol does not back down. The security captain asks if the guy will suffer responsibility if the relationship between the 5 Clans League and the Northern Blade Association ruin. Zhonhu replies to him both he dares to behave and threaten the next chapter of the Namgun clan. Wu Henshin says he is respected by the heir to the clan Namgun based on his young age, and Zhonhu does not dare to tell him something similar. The captain gives the order not to let anyone out into the street and surround this place. He asks Zhang Geol what he will do now. The heavenly demon does not like this captain. He says the scum of their orthodox sects have always been wolves in the sheep's skin, and tells the heavenly destroyer why he should not be cut down. The guy says his personality will be immediately disclosed if he applies martial arts. The demon says simply to score them to death so that there are no witnesses left. In this case, Huainan suggests applying his martial arts. The guy is surprised. The security captain once again asks the young master what he's going to do. The guy is angry, clenching his fists. He says to leave this girl to them. Zhang Jiol tells him since they cannot then watch his investigation and accompany the girl, and it doesn't matter who her father is, because this does not apply to her, and if they refuse, then they will not leave this. The expression on the captain's face was replaced. The guy does not understand what was the matter. Jie Duksum knows that this facial expressions mean that the captain wants to kill. Wu Henshan tells them that they carry clans of the coats of arms of clans on their backs, but they don't know how the world works, and says let them try to take it from them. The guys are tuned and prepared to fight. The captain of the detachment takes out his wavy sword from behind. It is unbearable to look at the arrogant face of the master from a rich house, and he intends to just take and kill this girl in place. Zhang Jiol says how to do this, being a member of the orthodox sect. He says to kill her would be too much. The captain wants to expose the girl. Hemi says what bastard he is. Yunwan does not tolerate this, and using Huinanen's power attacks Wu Henshin. Yunwan is far back the captain of the security detachment. Hemi and Zhang Geol are surprised because they thought the guy an ordinary scientist. Everyone is in shock under a guy soaring in the air. Zhang Geol knows that this is a martial art of Shaolin, a step of climbing heaven. Captain Wu Henshin, coughing, tells the guy how he dared to hit him. He is at a loss as Yunwan soars. He did not know that such scurvy exists. Wu Henshan does not think that the guy is a member of the League of 5 Clans. The man does not understand where he came from. Yunwen tells him to let the girl the other. The captain of the law enforcement detachment will die today from his hand. Juanan dissuades Yunwan, and the sky, on the contrary, encourages the sky. The captain does not know who this guy is, but he is even more incomprehensible why he does it. Wu Henshin once again repeats that he is a representative of the Northern Blade Association, and wants to take a sword from the floor. The guy, hitting the captain, repeats him to let her go and stop repeating who he is. However, he cannot do this, even if Yunwen is a martial artist. The words retreat are not in the dictionary of their law enforcement. After these words, he receives a strong blow in his stomach with his hand from the guy. Yunwen attacks his pressure point using a large number of blows. The guy tells him that the next time he will really hit. The captain is furious and orders his detachment to kill this bastard. The guy does not forcefully beat the flower pot with his foot and throws him in one of the warriors. The vice captain stands with an open mouth from what is happening, but Yunwan quickly sweeps him out of his path. In the building, a complete chaos. Yunwan alone understands the soldiers. Imprints one of them into the ground by the reception of the Buddha. The guy does not understand why these people continue to fight without relying on anything but quantity. A man with a mustache also attacks him, but the guy easily throws him with 2 fingers. And he also defends his back from the soldier's attack. Zhang Jiol is shocked by what he saw. After all, Yunwen applies a fist of bamboo leaves, a heavenly palm, and the palm of Bodhisattva. If his memory does not change him, then these are all the higher techniques of Shaolin. Wu Henshan once again rushes at the guy with his wavy sword. However, his facial expression changes again at fear. Yunwen has accumulated a large amount of yellow energy in his palm. He uses Vajra's energy palm. Zhang Jiol is still surprised because Yunwen applied the technique of the higher indestructible palm. The guy suspects that Yunwen, master of martial arts, who studied all 72 higher techniques of Shaolin. Hemi asks the captive girl, in order whether she is in order. The girl answers positively. The captain of the security detachment is lying on the floor after a strong blow. Yunwen uses a sound gear. He tells Wu Henshan to listen carefully, because he will say once. The guy asks to tell all the members of the law enforcement officer to retreat immediately. And if the captain refuses, he will experience hellish pain not similar to the one he experienced before. The man in response nodded to Yunwan's head. Young people from the League of 5 Clans, along with Yunwan, are in an awkward silence. The guys are shocked by his abilities. The guy realized that he was too far. Yunwan thinks to leave everything as it is, and tells the rest to start the tidy in the store. And after cleaning, all these young people gathered at the same table, although it was embarrassed. The guy beats Wu Henshin on the back and offers to sit together to eliminate the tension. Zhonhu has no words, because there should be a limit to how much you can look down on others. He tells Yunwan how he can laugh after he put everyone fools. Ayan agrees Namgun, because the young man pretended to be an amateur, but the amount of internal energy, which he had incredible. But still, in her head, she considers him cool. Yunwan bows and apologizes. Due to the inevitable circumstances, he had no other choice but to lie about his personality. He hopes that the guys would not be offended by him. But despite this, that he is an amateur in the world of Murim is true, because he first came to Murim. The guy hopes for their forgiveness. Zhang Jiol laughs loudly and calls him young Master Zwen. Yunwen is interested in whether the heir to the clan Namogun has some kind of question. The young man does not want to become attached to the past and ruin new acquaintances. However, it will be better if the guy tells about his inevitable circumstances so that they feel less deceived and asks what his true personality is. The guy does not want to speak about it just so recklessly, but he understands that fate brought them down, and therefore will not hide from them that he inherited the mantras of the Honorable Huinian, the 6th patriarch of the Shaolin Temple. All in the company is shocked by what they heard. The heavenly demon tells the guy that he knows how to invent best, but it cannot be said that he is completely wrong. But Yin cannot understand this. She does not believe that this is possible, because Huainan was a man of the period of the Tang dynasty. The girl does not understand how to inherit his mantra. Hemi asks him if he wants to say that he became immortal. John also thinks this complete nonsense. The heavenly demon asks Yunwan what he is going to do now, and thinks the guy's lodges will not work. Yunwan understands that his explanation was not clear enough, and he did not meet with Joinan personally. The guy claims that he was born on Mount Tai, and once walking, found traces of his scripture in the cave. After that, he went to the cave every day. It was not easy for him to understand the texts, but after many years, despite some shortcomings, he was able to realize his heritage. Since Hemi personally saw how he does it, she cannot but believe him. Zhang Jiol believes that Yunwen really became the owner of a successful find. In any case, Yunwen will be grateful if the guys forgive him. The young man replies that they should be careful in how they relate to him from now on, and he considers this blessing of orthodox sects. The guy is interested in what, under caution, I mean Zhang Jiol tells the guy. In Murim, one of the most important things in Murim is elderly, and since the guy has a divine creature of Shaolin as his teacher, they should respect him. All at the table agree with him. They want to raise glasses for acquaintance. Wu Henshan does not like what he drinks with them. But suddenly, some inner voice tells him not to be upset and calm down. Yunwen again uses a distance connection. He tells the captain to get out if he is going to spoil everyone's mood, and he has noted that he will be with him if he carelessly expresses his opinion. The captain knows that the guy uses the technique of cultivating yin-yang, which shares thoughts and actions. It is difficult for him to believe that Yunwen uses such a difficult technique so forcedly. The guy asks Wu, but the captain is already snuggled from him. Yunwan asks if there will be other incidents after that. The captain assures him that nothing more will happen again. Yunwen invites him to leave because he needs to treat wounds. Wu Henshin thanks him for care. Zhang Gil invited Yunwan to stay with them for the night, because they were already in the neighboring tract. The guy relaxes in a hot source. He tries to live calmly. But the surrounding world is not in his favor. The heavenly demon says this life of the strong. This time he owe a lot to Juanan. The monk replies that there is nothing like that for this. Yunwen lived a bustle and heavy day, but suddenly he hears that someone calls him a heavenly destroyer and tells him to recover. The guy turns around and sees the Siniliche demon Humpo. The young man is very surprised by his appearance. Yunwen did not think that the guy whom he had recently met on the snowwork would follow him all the way. Humpo asks for him as a student, calling him a great warrior. The guy says his ears will burst and tells him to shut up. The Sinelian demon says once he almost died, and because he would be saved by his life, he will devote it to Yunwan. Yunwen considers him hopeless, and the heavenly demon offers to take Hunpo into subordinates. However, if he goes with him, he will attract too much attention. The guy came up with a place where to send him and said that he would take him to his subordinates. On Mount Tai, the Gemini Noah gather firewood. Hui is interested in what kind of sound that he has already heard for a long time. He sees Humpo with a huge ball behind his back. The man arrived at the elderly, and glad that he finally found this place. Yunwen agreed to take him as a student. But with the skills that Hunpo has, he will only be a guy. So he sends him to study in Mount Tai. The man seems to be an insignificant Azure King of Demons, following the order of his lordship. He arrived in order to greet his masters on Mount Tai. Hoibut asks who is his master, because this is a place that no one can know about, especially such a stupid smashed. Huanno sighs and thinks what Yunwan is doing. And at that time he is meditating and practicing in the control of energy. Along with Juinan, the old man tells the young man to focus on the stream, because he is like a wave, so she needs to follow and not go against her. The guy tells him to stop. The mister has become better control of the inner QE. The demon does not understand why to conduct such basic training. Huainan answers him that the basics are very important. The demon also asks the heavenly destroyer than he plans to do further. Yunwen is not defined. He does not yet know what he wants to do. The heavenly demon says the young man's body is weak to hone his skill and offers him to draw up his plan since the guy has not decided yet. The young man replies that this can only be in the dreams of the demon, because even if he does not have big plans, he will do what the heart will tell, and he does not want to abandon something again. Huainan asks the guy not to spend his life on vain obsession and vanity, and this would correspond to the providence of the universe that gave him this power. And the heavenly demon tells him not to refuse anything and to achieve everything he wants. Yunwen thinks he lives with a hooligan and a callous old man. The guy tells them to stop, and in any case, he will decide how to live. He says that only part of the recollections of martial arts was transmitted in the form in which they are, and as if someone specifically ruined the rest. He is interested in what needs to be done so that they become intact again. The heavenly demon thinks this will happen naturally when the guy's Qi becomes more mature. For example, he can completely unite them with Juanan and renew all possible tricks. If Yunwan is killed by the great technique of simulating death before their unification, then they will be able to temporarily act without it, and they will be able to free themselves into a state of perfect unity. Then the demon wants to master his body. The guy asks. The demon adds that they will be able to go anywhere or to the underground world, or to another body. After the departure of his grandfather, the young man went through a lot. But most of all, he was worried about how he was very bored with him. The old man tells the boy that he will have to go the other way, so he should not return to the world the pain that he suffered. Grandfather asks not to become a guy whose demon drives only revenge, but to become a strong person. The boy asks not to leave his grandfather. The heavenly demon and Huainan notice that the guy had a bad dream, because of which he was very worried. Yunwen thanks the demon because, thanks to his scream, he woke up. The demon tells why not say thanks to the guy later. He notices that someone is approaching and warning Yunwan. The heavenly demon, Huainan, and the young man are waiting and looking at the door. Some girl opened the curtain. The guy does not understand who at such a later time could visit him. The guy thinks this killer sent by the Association of the Northern Blade. Hunpo should have already gone to Mount Tai. The heavenly demon thinks, judging by his steps, this is a girl. Yunwan does not understand what he is talking about. He jumped out of bed. The guy in shock, he asks Namgun-in why she came to him. The girl tells him that since she saw him, it seemed to her was destined to be together. She takes his hand. Ian feels that she will lose him if she does not gain courage. The demon thinks this cool, and the monk tells the guy he cannot do it. Aang crawls closer and closer to him and floods him with compliments. Yunwen understands if the girl continues both of them, so he asks her to return to him. The girl asks him how he can be so cold to her. She thinks the guy hates her. But Yunwen denies. The young man says not in terms of her level, and she is much higher than him. The guy apologizes and will accept her gestures with a noble heart. Ayan agrees with him. She thinks Yunwen arrived in Murim with great ambitions. The girl understands everything and will return to herself. The guy thanks her for understanding. However, she does not intend to refuse him, but this time she will retreat. Yain slammed the doors. The young man is still shocked by the situation. The heavenly demon tells him what a simpleton he was, because he missed such an opportunity. And the monk, as always, answers the opposite. He believes Yunwen did everything correctly. He gets out of bed. The demon asks Li Yunwen to go to her room, and the young man tells him not to carry nonsense. He has a lot of worries, and he decides to go outside to breathe fresh air. The demon notices that the guy gets a good technique of flight of the heavenly demon, and he is interested in where he goes, living as he got. This is cool, but he still needs to sleep. The guy, seeing his grandfather in a dream, remembered the person with whom he should meet. He arrived in Kaifeng not only to have fun. Yunwen arrived at the Guangdi temple, where there is a huge statue of a man. The demon thinks that the young man came here to express respect or something like that. However, he arrived here, since the Gemini Noah told him that the headquarters of the gang of beggars was located here. In the gangs of the poor, the number of nodes on the belt indicates a person. On the belts of those two that the daggers put to his throat 2 knots, and it seems they are informants. The information that he heard from the Huskan of Hukrayun is very useful. The robber asks the guy what is his business here, and why he came here. Yunwen seems to be Wan Yun. He came to see the former leader of the gang of the poor, Mr. Pang Chung Ho. They jumped away from him after they heard his name. One of the bandits thought that Wen Yun was possibly a great warrior, Jade Divine Dragon. The guy will not remember that he had such a nickname, but he really is Wen Yun. Bandits ask, did he not yesterday arrange a skirmish with the Association of the Northern Blade in the Neutrality Pavilion? The young man confirms their guess. Yunwen expected this. The twins told him that the gang of beggars has eyes and ears everywhere and they know everything. The guys say with kindness to follow them. The young man looks around at the reception, the headquarters of the gang. The man in the outskirts apologizes to him for the rudeness of the reception at the entrance. He replies that these are trifles. He sees 3 knots from a man. He means he occupies a rather high position in the sect. He is interested in what business and Yunwen to their leader, the sect. Yunwen hands him the emperor's medallion. If the leader is showing this, he will immediately understand why the guy arrived here. The man asks to wait. He will immediately inform the great leader of the sect about the arrival of the guy. The young man is interested in why the bandit does not ask him for anything. He is interested in what reason he does it. The gang of beggars and the Association of the Northern Blade enemies in Kaifeng, and the fact that Yunwen humiliated them is good news for the gang of poor. Although he does not know what kind of connection with their leader, he is also interested in what Yunwen will do. Therefore, the guy should not feel in debt in front of him. The man leaves and asks the young man to feel at home. The guy thinks that in any case, although this is not striking, but the structure of their central office is excellent. Unlike their appearance, a gang of poor power to be considered. He will have to pay expensive if he looks at them as simple beggars. Suddenly, some old man appears sharply in front of the guy. He asks Yunwen whether he brought this token. Yunwen notices a huge number of nodes on the old man's belt. The old man asks the guy if he was the young master who brought this medallion. The guy confirms this. Pun Chunho knees and welcomes the young man, calling him the emperor. He asks to forgive himself an insignificant subject for betrayal. Yunwen is in shock and does not understand what is happening. From now on, he intends to risk his life in order to support his majesty. The guy expected this, because he was heard about him. Before his departure, the twins told him to go to Kaifeng to meet with the leader of the gang, and they say that he would need to use the emperor's token again. The young man realized that he was not suitable for his grandfather. Pun Chongho asks if everything is good with Huino and Huannobu. Yunwen has no doubt that this is so. At least since he saw them for the last time, a lot of time passed. The old man asks the emperor to speak with him aside. But the guy is so convenient, especially since he is no longer an emperor, so Pun does not have to be so courteous. Pun Chonho informs the guy that he and the twins know the only forces that His Majesty Emperor Taizu placed in Jianghu. The old man tells him when he did not make an order, they will support him at any time and do everything possible for this. Yunwen answers the old man that he no longer intends to engage in politics. His uncle is now the hero of this era, and the young man has no desire to get involved in family showdowns again. Pun Chongho understands him and is interested in what the guy plans to do in this case. Although the guy is no longer an emperor, he cannot live a wretched life. That's why he is thinking of rule Jianghu as its emperor. The guy says if the gang of beggars and the twins of No unite their forces, then most sects in Jianghu will not be able to exert worthy resistance. There is nothing possible to force large forces to surrender. Yunwan asks Pune whether he can arrange a bloody bathhouse for him. The old man asks him to be sure of him, the guy confirms. But their gang of beggars is not even connected with the alliance of 9 sects, 9 orthodox alliances, and asks the guy who knows why. The young man replied that he did not know, and the old man says this so that their gang remains independent. Despite the fact that their gang is all over Jianghu, great power and determination are required if the gang members want to rush into the fiery hole and fulfill its order. However, they do everything in the name of the heavenly order. If Yunwan orders this, then even if it is wrong, they do it without unnecessary questions. As expected from his grandfather, he had truly devoted subordinates. He could just dismiss a gross request of a little boy. But he remained faithful to himself, despite the fact that he was a powerful leader. The more he recognizes him, the more he understands how incredible his grandfather was. The guy apologizes before Pun to say that it was just a joke. The old man was embarrassed and thought to show disrespect, not knowing that it was a joke. Yunwan says everything is in order, and the old man's words, on the contrary, gave him a lot of confidence. He asks if the old man will listen to his request again, later, when he comes his help. The old man confidently agrees with the young man. Pun is interested in the guy what happened, because according to rumors he uses Shaolin martial arts, and his name is already quite known throughout Kaifeng. Yunwan says this for too long to explain and let him listen to it from the twins Noah, and the guy is interested in whether the old man will be attended by the grandiose banquet Righteous Way. The student of Pune will take part, and if Yunwan will also go, then the old man will make him accompany. In this case, the guy reports that they will be seen later and is going to leave, and the old man asks him to wait a minute. Pun pressed on a stone and asks the former emperor to proceed after him, because he wants to show something to the young man. The guy passes after him. He is shocked by what he saw. There are a lot of weapons into the room. The demon also notices it. The old man tells the guy that this is the weapon of the Han era, and in its form the heart trembles. Yunwan agrees with him because it is a really amazing arsenal and asks how much more they should go. Pun says they came. The guy, wide opening his mouth in amazement. The old man retained what Emperor Taizu acquired, and he thinks the time came to these beautiful swords to find his legal owner. The demon and the monk are also surprised. It seems to the heavenly demon these swords are familiar. The guy does not understand why they raised such a noise. He notices that there is something strange in these swords. Pun asks the young man to choose everything he will like. The guy thought about what kind of sword he should choose. The demon and Hunin is arguing among themselves. The demon wants the guy to choose a black sword, and the monk asks to take white. But Yunwan asks Pune from whether he can take both. The old man laughs and says why not, because the swords still belong to Yunwan and he can take them. The demon thinks his greed knows no boundaries, and the monk considers even one of these swords too much. The guy does not understand why Huainin and the heavenly demon are fussing so much and asks the leader of the beggars if he knows anything about the origin of these swords. As far as the old man knows, a dark sword is a heavenly demonic sword, and white is Ganjiang's sword. Now the young man understood why the demon raised this noise because it was his sword. He asked what about the white sword Ganjiang? The old man says this sword was created by the great master and is also known as the Emperor's sword. The guy looks at his swords and he is interested in the Emperor's sword. He arrived at the hotel where the rest were located. Zhong Gale asked Yunwan where he was. The guy was a little stuffy, so he decided to take a walk. Hemi noticed his swords. She did not see them last night. He replies that he found them by accident and there is nothing special in them. The girl does not think so, because they look like precious ones. Zhang says the rest of the big tournament came, and it is time for them to go. Zhang Jiel offers the young Master Wen to go with them. Ji Gun from Shaolin said that he would also visit a grandiose tournament. The guy considers Yunwan amazing, because one day he received the title of Divine Dragon with a jade face. His fame has already spread throughout Kaifeng. Probably many will watch young men during the tournament. The guy is flattered that people have such a good opinion, and Ian admires a guy. The girl says there is nothing insignificant in him. Yunwan does not feel like something wrong. He thanks the lady for the compliment. In any case, he cannot believe that he can see such a great pavilion from such a distance. The Association of the Northern Blade is the leading organization both by name and essentially the largest fourth of the Orthodox sects, which includes the Coalition of the Southern Blades, the League of 5 Clans, and the Alliance of 9 Orthodox. 3 swords of Tian Shan are directly subordinate to the head of the association. Raise the Hall of Guards, the Hall of a Demonic Sword, a Bloody Sword, and a Hall of a Heavenly Sword. A little below these 4 is an advisor, general officer, and inspector. The Iron Brigade is located directly under the leadership of the general. In total, the number of soldiers exceeds 5,000 people, with the exception of the gang of beggars. This is the most powerful and numerous strength. The current organization of the Northern Blade is very aggressive, but Zhang Jiol is now most worried about the Hall of Demonic and Bloody Swords. Yunwan noticed these names, and it does not seem to him that it looks like the fact that Orthodox sects should use. The young man confirms his guess. Initially, they were the most famous assassins of the Dark Way, and were later recruited by the Association. However, their hard nature has not changed after they joined the Association of the Northern Blade. Their League of the Five Clans and the Coalition of the Southern Blade expressed their discontent on this subject, but the Association of the Northern Blades simply dismissed them. As a result, the League of the Five Clans and the Association of the Northern Blade have never been in good relations. Yunwen also noted that the former members of the Dark Way, who joined the Association, will be fought with a Dark Way. It looks contradictory. In any case, the pavilion is very large. It should be worth a lot of money. Tanjong says there are rumors that it cost 100,000 gold taels. The guy is stunned by the amount heard. He does not understand where they got money from. Zhang Jiol talks about their main income. The basis of the source is a business for the delivery of goods. They also own taverns and wine shops with pawn shops of the like. The young man looked around so that no one would hear them, and told Yunwan in his ear should be a dark way for them to be a balm in the eye, since most of these enterprises controlled the Dark Path sect. Yunwan realized that getting rid of the Dark Path and the monopolization of these income would definitely bring them a huge amount of money. Someone jumping on a horse shouts to leave people from the road. Some had blood from the ears because the scream was filled with the energy of Qi. Hemi is interested in what kind of person it is. Yunwen does not leave the road, and stands right in front of an impending horse. The horse does not understand why he stands a pillar. The girl and Zhang Gaol shout to him that it is dangerous. The heavenly demon also does not understand his actions. The guy is going to fight with a horse. Yunwen annoys this recklessness. The guys scream again about the danger. However, the rider easily jumps over him. In flight, she exchanges his eyes with him. She landed and rode away. The guy in shock. The horse jumped so high, and it seemed to him as if she was flying. Hemi says not in vain whether he pretended to be cool, and Ian is interested in Lee. The demon also laughs from him and does not understand why he tried to behave cool. Yunwen notices it was an incredible person. Such an ability to own a horse is rarely found even in the army. He did not think that he would see such an art of owning a horse in Jianghu where people were less trained in this. Moreover, the rider was a girl. The guy thinks this huge Q stands for the tournament. Zhang Jiol also thinks so. Hemi is tired. She says why they should wait after they were invited. Her brother asks to be more polite. The guy says Zhang Jiol. There is no need for this, he noticed someone in the crowd. The heir to the clan Namgun does not understand what he is talking about. Yunwen turns out to notice Captain Wu and waves his hand. The captain does not believe and does not understand why the guy here, the young man, using the sound transmission, tells him to hurry and come to them. He welcomes him, saying that he had to do this before. Wu realized that Yunwen came to a grandiose tournament with members of the League of Five Clans. The young man asks the captain to help, because their time is too valuable to stand in line. He squeezes his shoulder and asks whether the captain will help the guys. Wu Henchan kindly agrees, saying that they are not strangers. The guy apologizes to the warrior for constant requests. Wu mumbled that it was trifles, and Hemi was glad that she would not have to stand in line. The company entered the pavilion on the embankment. The captain asks them not to be shy and stay here. Two men notice Yunwan and discuss him from the side. One of the men considers the mandate detachment, and Wu Henchan not in their mind, because they were humiliated by a simple jerk. Another mysterious old man is interested in, and whether this jerk is really a jerking divine dragon. It turned out to be the leader of the association. The soldiers who gossiped the old man telling the guy not to occupy the courage, because he came here after what he did. The mandate detachment beat half of its members, and they had to pay compensation to the hotel. They even missed the daughter of the leader of the King of the Demon King, Sol Ken Ik. The Heavenly Destroyer has already caused them a lot of damage, and the inhabitants of Jianghu began to look at the Association of the Northern Blade down. They cannot forgive him. The leader of the association asks Yunwan quietly. He will pay for disgrace the Northern Blade Association. The guys from the League of Five, together with Yunwan, sat in their places. The guy noticed that there are a lot of people in the arena. He is interested in whether they are all representatives of the Orthodox Path. The advisor with Cho Ne, nicknamed the Three-Eyed Heavenly Head, reached the center of the arena and declares that today they intend to discuss two things for this. The first is to destroy the forces that threaten Murim's well-being. The second, to attract talents to fulfill this most important role. So far, the demonic path is not strong, and again sowed chaos in Murim. On behalf of the Northern Blade Association, he invites him to take care of them first. Everyone in the arena rejoice and support it. Yunwen is listening to his proposal. The guy does not understand whether they really gathered so many people from orthodox sects in order to talk about something like that. The young man asks Jonggeol who is this guy. They answer him that this is an advisor with Cho. He asks the heir to the clan Namgun is not their goal too obvious. Jonggeol agrees with him. But not anyway. No one could object without a thorough consideration. The guy is sure the Northern Blade has already enlisted the support of some sects. Their proposal is now nothing more than a formal approval. If there is some kind of variable, is how the rest of the main forces in the orthodox path will react. The advisor shouts loudly, saying to all Murim to consider this proposal. People rejoice and agree with the subordination of the demonic path. The demon says how well the script is written. The guy agrees with him, says that it is just funny. The monk arrived at the association pavilion. Yunwen noticed that the atmosphere has completely changed. The Obipotnaya Zigun, the caretaker of the commandments of Shaolin, arrived. But for now, Jonggeol talked about this. Ian stares at Yunwen. The heavenly demon tells Juninan, it seems Jingun is his grandchildren. The monk also observes it. Jigun seems to everyone in the hall. The guy thinks that he is a representative from Shaolin, does not distinguish him from the will of the Alliance of Nine Orthodox. The monk thanks the representative of the Northern Blades for such a wonderful proposal. However, the old man does not agree with him. Everything is shocked by the words of Shaolin's caretaker. He does not deny that the proposal of the Association of the Northern Blades demonstrates the devotion of Murim's well-being. But everything obeys the laws of nature. Jigen says do not provoke members of the demonic path while they are busy with their affairs. Murim is alone when the demonic and orthodox paths are equal. Even in the most gloomy times of Murim, when the ruler was a heavenly demon, even if the generosity of these people was minimal, due to this, the orthodox path was survived. The same applies to the members of the demonic path. Moreover, once they claim that they are representatives of the orthodox path, then they cannot do such stupidity. Therefore, members of Shaolin and 9 orthodox sects oppose the proposal of the Association of Northern Blacks. Jonggeol is surprised that the Alliance of 9 orthodox sects publicly and officially expressed his disagreement. Huainan is glad that Shaolin's power is still alive. And the heavenly demon is glad, because the old man knows how strong the demon was. The guy asks the heavenly demon that he was not so with him. He ruled Murim and was lonely. The heavenly demon replies that the world simply could not leave him alone. He thought about his many followers at that time. He says to Yunwen in the future to introduce him to them, with members of the heavenly demonic cult. But the young man answers, they are all dead for a long time. Jonggeol thought that only the League of 5 clans would speak out against the proposal of the Association of Northern Blades. In this case, only the coalition of the Southern Blades remained. Yunwen recalled that the guy told him the relationship between the Youth Coalition and the Northern Blades are not very good. In this case, if they also do not agree to their proposal, will be hard. Jonggeol thinks the leaders of orthodox sects will gather to achieve consensus. Since many sects have already been won, ultimately everything will go as the Northern Blade Association wants. But the fact that 3 of the 4 main forces of the orthodox path express their opposition will probably have significant consequences. As Namgun Hirokran said, the League of the 5 clan also rejected the offer of the association. The patriarch of the Habai Pan family is confident, not expressing emotions. Only the coalition of the Southern Blade remained. Even if they are opposed to that the association of the Northern Blade will achieve a consensus, a man with a huge sword stands and observes from the outside. It will simply become a solution that has no justification. In addition, the position of the Association of the Northern Blade will be significantly shaken. Therefore, the attention of all those gathered in the conference was riveted to the representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades. Yunwen notes that this person looks rather strong. Gu Ryanzim also opposes the proposal of the Association of the Northern Blade. Hu Kryun expected this and Yunwen was surprised. Gu Ryan stands together as an advisor to the Association of the Northern Blade. He asks Gup Ryan, is it not different from what they agreed before? The elder knows about this and looks at the advisor with contempt. Gu Ryan asks not to understand him incorrectly, because this is his personal opinion. The guys do not understand what he is talking about. The representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades says the opinion of their coalition as a whole in favor of the proposal of the Association of the Northern Blades. Everyone in the arena is in shock and rejoice that they united for the sake of a common cause. Gu Ryan asks with Chu whether this is enough and leaves. The advisor thinks what bastard he is because he scared him for no reason. Yunwen does not understand what the representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades is talking about, because he is personally against it, and the coalition is speaking for this. Hakrian also thinks that it is pointless. He cannot believe that the coalition of the Southern Blades agreed with the proposal from the Association of the Northern Blades. Hemi on the representatives of both sides. She amuses her that one laughs and the other cries. Already sunset, the guys left the pavilion. Yunwan does not understand why the conference will end. The guy expected something more from her. Hakrane asks what he means. As an example, the guy leads as a person argues with another person who does not agree with your opinion. The guy does not answer all the masters of martial arts in Murima are so ruthless. If this, then he meant, should be Yunwan disappointed. The heavenly demon tells the heavenly destroyer that he agrees with him, because this jerk does not even know about the law of survival of the strongest. The guy after the words of the demon became embarrassed that he thought so. The demon thinks Yunwan should feel the true rule of Murim. The weak die, becoming the victims of the strong and the strongest survive. He wants to teach the guy everything and make him his receiver. He then asks the heavenly demon, he thinks insidious thoughts in his head again. Yunwen is interested in where the orthodox path will go further, because the opinion of the four great forces is divided into two camps. Hakreen says this will depend on the vote of each representative of the sects of the orthodox path tonight. Yunwen realizes that the demonic path will be decided by the result of the results today or not. Soldiers from the back ask the guys which of them is a Jade Divine Dragon. Yunwen turns around and says it. The guy is interested in what they want. Soldiers say the leader of the Northern Blade Association called him and asked him to go with them. John thinks this is not polite. They must tell them the reason. Since he does not have the relationship of the soldier, he says to go to Jonhu aside. John is angry with his arrogance. Yunwen exhales, saying that he is in order. The guy understood he had no other choice except to be dragged, because it seems urgent. A soldier in the middle tells a guy what a rare young man he is, carries such nonsense, despite the fact that he knows where he is. The guy replies that everyone who came here knows what this place is. The monk Jigen apologizes for the invasion, but he is in a hurry and therefore asks to treat him with understanding. He came here in a hurry because he did not have so much time because of the upcoming vote. He heard that here is the one who inherited the mantras of the Honorable Huinan. So he came here. Soldiers do not understand what he means. The monk tells Yunwan, according to rumors, the origins of his martial arts go back to the 6th Patriarch Juanan, a great warrior. And if this is true, then the young man will be their fighting uncle. Hukryun understands him, and understands how he did not guess before that. And Yunwen is embarrassed. Huainan, the founder of Shaolin, and therefore, Yunwen can occupy a high position in Shaolin. However, if it turns out that the guy used false information, this will be considered an insult to Shaolin, and Jianggun will not be able to leave this without punishment. Yunwen feels incredible pressure from him. The heavenly demon noticed the power of the monk. Huainan also sees a large number of unbridled energy. The guy smiles and asks him how he can prove. The monk's face is replaced when Yunwen demonstrates his strength. Yunwen asks if the old man will believe him if the guy shows his skills right here. The monk says he would like to look at it. However, the old man now has no time for he has other obligations. But he asks the guy to show his arts in their main temple. The young man bows to the monk and agrees with his proposal. Jianggun says to visit their temple at any free time for a guy. The soldiers are shocked by the fact that the guy was able to take a high position in Shaolin. They are interested in who he was. The guys say, although the dispute with the Association of the Northern Blade was settled thanks to the monk, they still offended the incident with the Mandate Detachment. Yunwen wants to know what to do. Hekrian knows the power of the young master. But since this is still the territory of the Northern Blade, he asks the guy to be careful. And to be honest, it was the members of the League of the Five Clans that were initiators of the conflict. So their hearts will be calm if the guy is safe. The guy will keep this in mind and asks them not to worry. On the way back to his home, the Heavenly Destroyer was immersed in deep thought. The power sees power, and lead history was not necessarily considered righteous. But the measure of value can be different depending on the point of view. Given this moment, he had no resentment against his uncle, because the guy was weak and useless. Therefore his uncle shoved him to the side. In a sense, it was just nature taking his own. If his uncle was a tyrant, his position would have changed. But whose uncle knew was not so stupid. When the Destroyer of Heaven found the ability to calmly think about his uncle, he suddenly came to awareness. He has a balance between three personalities. He does not bother with anything. On the other hand, the current Murim is not balanced. In the world of Murim, perhaps this strange balance is the path that he should follow. The guy lies on the street at the pavilion on the embankment. He is bored. He wants to know the results of the vote. Suddenly someone sweeps past him. He noticed the elegant art of facilitating the body. But this is the Association of the Northern Blade. He does not understand who it could be. Yunwen decides to chase after him. Judging by his dexterous movements, this person is really extraordinary. A mysterious man jumps directly to the 9-story pavilion of the Divine Sword. In Murim, there were only 2 people with this nickname. One of them is the current leader of the League of the 5 Clans of the Divine Sword of the Côte d'Azur Namgun Hui, and the second lord of the pavilion, the leader of the Association of the Northern Blades, the supreme divine sword of the Henten Duga. He was the youngest of the 4 leaders of the great forces of the Orthodox Path, and some Murima called him the King of Swords. Of course, both the father and the son, his father, the former leader of the Association of the Northern Blade, the Emperor of Hidden Dragons to the Archgen, was also unsurpassed by force. After he handed over the post of head of the association, he suddenly disappeared, and rumors that the Emperor of Hidden Dragons to the Archgen, somewhere teaching his grandson the rising sword of the Heavenly Dragon to the Arch Wu. Regardless of this arc, Henten had complete control over the Association of the Northern Blades as its leader. Yunwen noted that the one whom he pursued entered the building, a dwelling, a very expensive building. Moreover, dozens of people are ambushed around the building. All of them are at the master level. They must be protecting a person inside the building. And if not, then they keep this man in prison. In any case, Yunwen dies of curiosity. But he does not know what to do, because if he is caught, they can take for the offender. The young man is interested in the heavenly demon, what he can do to get into the building unnoticed. Perhaps the demon has some abilities for this. The demon says, "Why this? The guy is already using this." Yunwen thinks the heavenly demon means about hidden art. But he thinks masters of this level will be able to notice it. The demon says not to underestimate his skills, and just use all his chi to bring the skill to the limit. Yunwen tells him how he is a show-off. After the heavenly destroyer burst into Jianghu, this was the first time when he used heavenly demonic hidden art at the limit. The hidden art of a heavenly demon, in which he used more than 300 years of his inner ki, allowed him to go through any place if there was a small gap, and passing by any person is unnoticed, even if he possessed strong inner ki and both eyes were open. The guy penetrates the building and looks at the one who was chasing. As expected, this person had things to do here. The girl celebrates her subordinate to Huan's. The guy gets old and welcomes his mistress. Yunwen suddenly blushes sharply with shame. Madam gets up with the bathroom hiding behind only a towel. The warrior apologizes to his mistress. The girl says it does not look like him. She does not understand why he went around and about. The lady asks to tell him everything as it is without hiding anything. Huan's tells her about a certain person who is incredibly obsessed with women and readily attacks them and kills. And in nearby villages, there are many people who are offended by him. According to rumors, the young leader of the coalition of Southern Blades is scum. The spy asks the mistress about her further plans. She cannot do anything. This marriage will be political for the sake of the union with the coalition of the Southern Blades. This will not differ from the sale of a girl with her father. Moreover, her marriage partner will be a scum. Yunwen, hearing this, realized that this was the daughter of the leader of the Association of the Northern Blades. Now the guy realized why the representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades made such a remark. He is shocked by the fact that they will unite with the help of marriage. Judging because he heard her groom a real piece of shit, the guy does not understand whether the leader of the Association of the Northern Blade will give his daughter to such a person. The young man thinks about his composure. Huan's in the place of the lady would refuse it. The girl asks her subordinate whether he will help him to escape her if she wants. The warrior confidently replies that his duty is to protect her and he will always be next to her. The lady thanks him and tells him to go, she wants to be alone. Huan's using his skills quickly left her. After he left, the girl exhaled, sat down on a hand and cried. The guy is sorry for her. He can understand the helplessness of the girl, since he himself was like that. Aimlessly drifting in the whirlwind of fate, he could only cry. Yunwen tried his best to stay in the balance. Fortunately, he was then saved by a happy chance left by his grandfather. The guy does not understand what to do. He wants to help this lady. The girl wants her older brother to be here. Yunwen approaches a sobbing girl. She screams and shouts who he is. The young man uses spotless, harmless blows. The lady noticed that her body was paralyzed and she could not move. The young man assures the girl that she does not want her evil and does not want to hurt. He seems to be a jade divine dragon. Tracking the night wanderer, he accidentally ended up here. He accidentally heard about her situation and decided to help her. Now Yunwen will relieve pressure from the points and asks it not to scream. Since her points are blocked, she cannot express her opinion. After I unlocked her points, she jumped up from the chair and wanted to give him a slap in the face. The lady notices his speed. Yunwen asks her should he have answered this slap in the face. She asks his name and is interested in whether he understands at all what he is doing now. The guy apologizes that he was a little extreme, but he was serious when he talked about help. The young man would say better if she corrected her clothes. But it does not look like him that she was going to scream. The girl corrected her robe and is interested in how a guy can help her. Yunwen does not know how, but he can do everything she asks. She asks him for sure whether everything is. The guy confirms, telling her simply to say, but he will perform it right away. The lady does not understand who he is, because he simply appeared from where he offers his help to the stranger. It depends on how he, without any problems, penetrated the monastery of Waterfire. She understands he is not an ordinary person. She is not sure that she can trust someone like him. She smiles and grinned lightly. The young man does not understand what is ridiculous in this. More recently, she hung on a thread. It was quite funny to watch how she was thinking when a rope suddenly fell in front of her. Yunwen does not understand what threads and rope she talks. Whether it is a strong rope or thin thread, she offers a guy to slowly check it into practice. Her name is the Ark of Asandi. If he can withdraw her from the association of the Northern Blade, the girl will be forever grateful to him. The guy understood and asks her to wear comfortable clothes, because they are going right now. The girl cannot leave now and asks the young man to come tomorrow at the same time. He does not understand why tomorrow and not today. Meanwhile, in the pavilion on the embankment happened, which the Heavenly Destroyer did not expect. Ian came to his chambers. She does not understand why he had not yet returned to the pavilion. They returned together. She checked it every 15 minutes. But he was still not there. Ian thought that those guys from the Northern Blade Association abducted the guy and ran to her brother. Hycrian thought so, they should be more attentive. The young man then noticed that these guys were not good. Lived. He blames himself for not noticing that these soldiers were not one of those who immediately retreat and allowed a mistake. Jean asks Hukran what they can come up with. They must inform the guy's disappearance of this minute. Namgun Hirokran immediately announced the disappearance of the guy by the masters of the League of Five Clans. Also, the news was taken to the Union of Nine Orthodox. Jugan thought so. He did not believe that they would act directly in front of the monk. If Yunwan really inherited the mantras of Grand Master Huainan, then most people in the Association of the Northern Blade will be able to cope with this. Nevertheless, the fact that the young man just disappears, that the leader of the association may be directly involved in this business, a subordinate monk, asks how to be. Jagun wants to start just watching the situation for starters and not rushing. Hukryun tells them a small conflict with the commander of the Mandate Detachment of the Association of the Northern Blades, in the hotel. Habaipan thinks a guy could become a victim of a conspiracy of the Northern Blade Association. Suddenly someone shouts to them. They all turn around in shock. The king of the poor arrived. He asks them who became a victim of whom. The old man asks to tell him everything in detail. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blades of the Arkhenton does not understand what the leader of the great gang forgot here. This old man has never appeared in his eyes since the father of the current leader left his post. The man does not understand what would suddenly come to the leader of the poor here. Suddenly he pulled in a panic. One of the soldiers does not understand. Even if this is the head of a large gang, why the leader is in a hurry. The second says to him he does not know anything. The head of the great gang and the previous leader of the association, the emperor of hidden dragons, the best friends who are associated with special relations. Even from the point of view of the position, the leader of the gang is older in rank in Murim, so the leader of the association jumped out into the street barefoot. The man asks the old man to calm down, because they already conduct searches throughout the association of the Northern Blades. The leader of the gang reports the leader of the association like a child. The old man does not understand how 15,000 soldiers cannot find one person. He states that if something happens to this person, even if he has to mobilize all 100,000 poor soldiers, not a single blade of grass or the tile will be ignored in the association of the Northern Blades. The leader of the association does not understand who this guy is, since the leader of the gang calls him this man, and the venerable Jagun also probably knows that the man called Yunwan. The man does not understand why, even if circumstances arouse suspicion, he does not say anything. He also heard rumors that the guy inherited the mantras of the master of Juinyan. If this is true, he does not understand why Shaolin still did not raise the noise. A man who sits next to a monk does not understand who this guy was, such a noise because of him. Habepan grins over the Arkhenton because he was always on top, and now stands like a boy. The old man asks Pan at whom he mocks, and why his father did not teach him manners. The man quickly apologizes to the elder. Meanwhile, Yunwen was already approaching the pavilion on the promenade. He does not understand why the girl decided tomorrow. The guy hopes she will not substitute him. The heavenly demon is interested in whether the heavenly destroyer is going to do what this lady tells him. The demon thinks he fell in love with her, and it is strange that she entrusted such an important task to a person who is familiar with so little. The guy tells the heavenly demon not to understand her, but let him try to understand the guy. Moreover, he does not want to think that these eyes were lying to him. The demon screams about the meaninglessness of love, and considers the guy a fool, because the girl in the future can make him an enemy. Yunwen says this is not his business. Huainan is silent, and the demon continues to be angry. That's why the demon does not trust such young, but you can't waste time to make the demon's name known to the whole Murim again. The guy asks the soldier why they all fuss so much. The man replies that because of one missing person, an order was issued on an extremely situation of the first level, and they must find him, but do not even know his face. The young man realized that they were looking for him. The leader of the association asks an advisor about the news. He answers him that there is nothing so far. Pan does not consider this a problem. He and the advisor had a skirmish about the disappearance of the guy. From what Peng heard, the association was humiliated on his part, so they wanted to take it. The old man shouts to them or already fight. Yunwen entered the pavilion and asks everyone what was happening here. The head of the gang falls into his knees, calling him a master. All leaders are in shock. They do not understand why the old man refers to Yunwen. The guy asks the leader of the gang to get up. The leader of the association knows that the leader of the gang, Pang Chongho, is one of the strongest elders Murim of this era, both by name and in fact, and this great leader of the gang just knelt down. A man cannot understand who this young man really is. Yunwen asks Panga to do something, because everyone is now configured with suspicion. The old man twists, saying that because of the experiences, he escaped to call him his master. The guy plays along with him. The great leader of the gang has always treated him like a native grandson. The leader of the gang was worried about the guy. Everyone in the hall does not understand what is happening. The guy apologizes to all members of the Alliance Murim for making them worry. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade offers to leave this commotion aside and go to another place. They all gathered at the table with food. The banquet began and went in a friendly atmosphere, and yet there were two people who were uneasy, as if they were sitting on pillows of spikes. The crap is bewildered, and does not understand what he forgot here. And Yunwen was also worried, so they also gave him an honorable place. Thanks to the My Master of the King, the poor Peng Chongho, the great leader of the Gang of the Poor, and these two were invited to the feast, along with the masters of each sect. Of course, all the attention was focused on the heavenly destroyer of heaven, but he calmly looked away. The guy thinks at such a pace on his face a hole will appear. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade does not understand what past the guy has, since the king himself calls him my master. Pan asks Hukryun whether he personally saw how the guy uses martial arts. The young man confirms this. The guy is disappointed that the situation is already complicated. For Hukryun, this was an amazing experience to see how the lost skills of the great Huanian are used right before his eyes. Yunwen refers, saying that he was just lucky to meet such a person. Moreover, the venerable Jiagan did not confirm his skills. The leader of the bandits says if this is confirmed by the young man, we'll be able to take the highest status in Shaolin. But the young man does not intend to accept such an appeal. The monk adds what the great leader of the gang said correctly. The sixth ancestor, Huainan, the great battle uncle of their temple. In case of confirmation, Yunwen will receive an appeal in Shaolin at the level of the monk Zhenggun. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade and the Coalition of the Southern Blade in shock from such a development of events. After the story that the Destroyer of Heaven can get the same appeal as Zhenggun, all at the banquet became even more interested in. Pan does not think that this is not very different from taking the highest position in Murim's orthodox sects. Yunwen asks not to speak like that, because he is just a beginner who had just come to Jianghu. The leader of the association does not understand where this guy came from. The rumors went only about martial arts. The man did not think that the guy would be the heir to the mantra of the great master Juinanan. Shaolin is the spiritual support of Murim's orthodox path. Their connections go beyond the scope of the imagination, and the gang of beggars and rumors has the largest forces and the intelligence network in Murim. A man really needs their help to conquer Murim. The leader of the association is glad that he did not contact Yunwen, because this could go into a huge headache. He needs to convince this guy in order to maintain a good relationship with the gang leader. At such moments, the leader of the association regrets that he has no other daughter. At that time, everyone was absorbed in their thoughts. The name Wenjun was printed among each of the masters of each sect. And the result of voting, which was difficult to determine, ended with the result of 70% in favor of the proposal of the Northern Blade. Since there was no reason for the opposition, all power was transferred to the Northern Blade Association. For the first time in a 1,000-year history, the moment came when the orthodox sects announced the conquest of the demonic path. And at that moment, the most powerful group in the history of Murim, the Alliance Murim of the Righteous Way, was born. Yunwen asks the demon to learn how to use the sword, because tonight the uprising in which he participates, and now that he has his own swords, he wants to learn how to use them. The heavenly demon replies that when it comes to swords, he is the best. He tells the guy to wave the sword in the air. Now do everything possible to send the sword as far as possible. The young man launched the sword into a flight. The demon screams to return it back. Yunwen worries and does not understand how to do it. The sword rotating stuck in a bamboo branch. The heavenly demonic sword can even pierce the iron, but now the young man cannot use it even to cut a bamboo. Since the sword flew 31 meters, the internal energy of Qi Yunwan broke off, and therefore the sword was in such a position. So far, it was the limit of the guy's inner ki. At such a level, what he just did was nothing more than fencing. The young man does not understand the demon's speech. The heavenly demon asks him that, according to Yunwen, is the highest level of ownership of the sword. The guy notes that the demon was seriously reacted to the role of the teacher. He knows little about it. The highest level, in other words, the area in which the true ki is fully connected to the energy of the universe through the sword. And when it reaches the highest level, he can have the true power of ki control sword. Yunwen does not understand the examples of the demon. The heavenly demon says there is nothing complicated in this. But for now, he invites him to first reach the level of an intangible sword. The young man is practiced in the possession of the sword. He thinks this time he managed to apply the reinforced Kuai sword. The demon is still unhappy. The current reinforced ki of the sword cannot destroy the powerful curtain of the sword. The heavenly demon tells him to embroider his reinforced ki sword, turning it into a gust of a sword. Yunwen concentrates the power of Qi in his hand. He uses a powerful surge in energy. The demon is hardly believed that the guy immediately performed a rush of the sword. The young man is completely exhausted after training and asks from the heavenly demon what level he could achieve. The level of his skill was outside the intangible sword. The guy is surprised, judging by how the demon said this, so there are several areas outside this. The sphere that goes beyond the intangible sword and turns part of the nature into ki swords is called the Sword of Nature. Yunwen thinks he jokes. He does not understand how it is. But the heavenly demon does not joke. He asks him to imagine that he turns rainwater into the rain from ki of the sword of the army into hundreds of thousands of people was destroyed in an instant. And one can also do this with other weather phenomena. The guy does not believe that this is possible. The demon assures him in the opposite. The demon cannot explain to him the next level of the sphere, he just thought about it. A young man is interesting whether there is a sphere outside the intangible sword and sword of nature, and is it possible at all? The heavenly demon speaks of the ecumenical sword and considers this sphere definitely exists. Nevertheless, this is not what is worried about Yunwen at the moment, when he will become strong enough to attract the attention of these people. Yunwen does not understand who he is talking about. He thinks this master of martial arts. The demon claims that they are not part of Murim. The heavenly demon tells the guy that they should unite into a single whole no matter what. The young man is in shock because the head of the Northern Blade Association invited only him to lunch. The guy knew that he would be interested in even more after the words of the poor Pang and the venerable Jiangun. Who would have thought that the leader of the association would show such an initiative? Yunwen wants to take this chance. The Henton's Arc specially prepared something for their two today. The man hopes this will not cause the guy inconvenience. Yunwen thanks him for inviting him here. The guy considers this place magnificent to such an extent that he almost wants to join them. The leader of the association thinks if he cannot get rid of the young man, he will have to accept him. The man answers the guy that if he decides to really stay with them, then for him, they will be able to build a new pavilion of the divine sword. The guy jokes, saying that you should not build a new pavilion, and the leader can just move. Hentian smiles back, but he thinks about the arrogance of the guy and does not want to give his pavilion. Yunwen says this just a joke. He also notes that a man is good at talking, not about what he thinks. Having made this path, probably Yunwen was hungry. The leader of the association invited him to the table. The guy is in shock because he never saw such dishes. When he was fed the emperor 3 times a day, given that there are many dishes whose ingredients could not even know, the association leader should be an extravagant life. The man asks him to be treated. He can assure that their cooks are more talented than the cook of the imperial palace. The leader of the association asks everyone to treat himself. He assures that his cooks are more talented than the emperor himself. Yunwen angrily asks, really? He begins to be angry for no reason. He asks if they intend to seize the syndicate of the demonic path. The man replies that this issue has already been resolved during the vote of orthodox sects. This is what all the inhabitants of Jianghu want, so they have no other choice but to follow this. The guy considers him a vile bastard because it was his initiative. He is interested in whether they have a specific plan. The leader of the association says this will happen when the Murim's alliance will be formed. He thinks that this will take at least a year. The base of the demonic cult is located in Hangzhou, but they have secret branches scattered throughout the territory. So for complete disposal of them, it may need more time. The guy asks whether the alliance of Murim will be dissolved after the syndicate of the demonic path is destroyed. The Henton's arc realize that the guy wants to probe him. He answers him that they would decide it when the time would come. However, he sincerely hopes that the alliance will remain as a single organization. It would be better for Murim's calm. Yunwan thinks that this is probably not done for Murim's well-being, but for the sake of Hentian's own benefit. But he replied that he understands. The guy is interested in whether there are some more variables. A man says there is talk that a member of a heavenly demonic cult appeared. The young man and heavenly demon are surprised. And to be precise, he is called the Heavenly Destroyer. His skills in martial arts are similar to the skills of an ancient heavenly demonic cult. The guy realized that we were talking about him, but he pretended that he had not heard anything about it. Since there are many strange rumors about the existence of a heavenly demonic cult, they do not have the opportunity to test the reliability of these rumors. Yunwan asks the heavenly demon about what he was thinking about. The demon replies that this is not entirely true. The leader of the association asks the young man to work together for the justice of Murim. The man claims that their new alliance desperately needs such talents as Yunwan. If he wants, he assures them a position that is below one person above 10,000 people in Murim's alliance. The young man noticed that Hentian imagines himself the leader of the alliance Murim, and realizes that they want to make him as a pawn. The guy is very flattering to hear such words about himself, but he should consider this decision and asks him to give him a little time. Hentian sees the strong spirit of the guy, in which case he simply says that he respects the young man very much and calls him a great warrior. The leader of the alliance clicks with his fingers. The guy does not understand what was the matter. He called his daughter to him. Yunwan in shock, he cannot understand what a man wants this time. The leader of the alliance asks her what she is doing and why does not welcome their guest. The girl recognized him but seems to him. The guy understood Henton's plan. He also appears to the girl, and for him a great honor will meet her. Hentian smiles. He thinks his plan will work. The man asks the Jade Dragon what he thinks of Zulan. He says this not because she is his daughter, but she definitely does not need anything. Yunwan is horrified by a man. He cannot even imagine how many people he already tried to give his daughter. The guy is embarrassed. He saw a lot of beauties in Jianghu, but he sees such as Zulan for the first time. The girl is also embarrassed and blushing. The young man applies a sound program and reminds the girl about the meeting. She does not understand where the voice comes from. Since the leader of the leader for 19 years, he must give her to someone to marry. But whoever he could not give her, and hints at Yunwan. Yunwan says they are flattered. But since they showed such attention to him, he will do everything possible in his power to support the leader of the association. The leader thinks the young man pecked at his trick. The guy leaves, because his companions are already waiting. The man apologizes to him for detaining him for so long. He says goodbye to the mistress and says that they will meet again. The man asks for not worried about this guy, behave well, and prepares for the wedding, which will take place the next spring. She asks for whom, after all, she marries. Her father screams and replies that she had already told her that she was going out for the young leader of the coalition of the South Blade. The girl wants to object to him. It seems she liked Yunwan, but the leader of the association viciously shouts and orders to leave to her and do what he tells her. People have fun at the festival. One of them says that the banquet will continue until tomorrow, since the decision to destroy the demonic path has been achieved. Yunwan, using the ability to hide, approaches the monastery of water and fire. The subordinate mistress asks if the girl in this person is sure. As soon as she disappears throughout Kaifeng, searches will begin. Zulan understands the anxiety of the Huans, but she believes that everything will be fine. Yunwan is secretly in the room and hears their conversation. He does not like that the girl had already told everything to her subordinate. The heavenly demon asks the guy to leave until it is worse. He replies that he is a man and cannot help but fulfill his promise. Zulan does not understand why he does not come. Huans thinks he was frightened after his boast. The young man immediately found himself next to her subordinate. She does not understand how he could get to her so close. She did not notice this. The guy recognized the eyes of the Huans. He asks her unless she rushed through a gallop along the street on a dark horse. Fans found out, calling him crazy. He answers what she did with the horse was even more crazy. She takes off her hood. The girl cannot leave her mistress to such a reckless person. Yunwan ignored her. He does not understand what she was talking about and why she took off the mask. The guy asks the mistress whether she is ready. The girl asks him for another minute. He asks her what kind of bag it is. She says this clothes and some jewelry. The young man says to leave it all here and just follow him. Zulan is awkward and she agrees. He also asks Huans whether she will go with them. The subordinate mistress is seriously configured, and of course, she will go. The guy asks the same thing with Zulan. The girl replies that Havans is the closest person for her, and she does not understand why this is impossible. Yunwen is not going to take care of her subordinate, therefore, says it is better not to go with them. Hwans is able to take care of herself and reminds the young man about his promise. Seeing how he quietly crept up to her, the girl is sure that he was a master of martial arts, but he is too annoying. She calls him Mr. Expert and is interested in his plan. The guy replies that he has no plan and he will just leave. Hwan says if you rejected her and Yunwan, her lady does not own martial arts. The young man says it does not matter. He will simply take her away and leave. Hwan's replies that he will not be able to avoid an ambush around the Monastery of Waterfire holding Zulan. The guy thinks her words have some sense. He asks the mistress to approach him for a minute. She does not understand why this is. They stand close to each other. The girl blushes. Yunwen conceived something and asks the heavenly demon whether this will work. The demon answers confidently, but this will last only 15 minutes. The young man believes this will be enough. The guy asks Zulan and Hwans to listen carefully to what he will say now. Hwans is angry with the guy because he dared to call her mistress unofficially. But Zulan smiles and thinks for some reason she does not feel hatred for him. Yunwen will change her face on the face of another person, and then she will calmly leave with the Hwans, and as soon as they leave the ambush around the Monastery of a Waterfire, he will take the mistress and run. Observation is carried out only for the Monastery of Waterfire, and not behind other areas. In addition, a banquet passes today, so the protection will be even weaker. The girl does not understand how to change her face. She does not want her face to change. Yunwan tells her not to worry, because it will return to its original state in 15 minutes. Hwans asks if he's going to use the art of transformation. The guy thinks the girl faced this before. Hwans already said that her lady was not strong in martial arts. The guy is not deaf and therefore told her to listen to her. Yunwen asks to call one of the maids, call the one who often comes to the water monastery. He needs to see her face. And when everything will be ready, he will show the girls a rare technique. The maid asks Hwans what happened. The girl answers it only a minute. She apologizes to Kim Ien for calling her so late. She just needs to stand a little. The woman is worried. Hwans is not sure that this will work. But since it can be hidden so that she does not notice his presence, then in general it is possible. Using a sound gear, the guy tells Hwans that he finished and tells her to take the maid. Hwans tells Gemen that now everything is in order and she can return back to bed. The maid noticed that Madame Hwans is behaving strangely today. He and Seyulan are sitting opposite each other, and Hwans stands nearby and observes. The guy directs Chi his hand and touches the girl's face. Her face was completely changed to the face of GMEN. Yunwen shouts to Hwans that there is no time to be surprised and tells her to put the clothes and hairstyle of the mistress in order. Hwans asks Suelen how she feels. The girl does not understand her anxiety. She just thinks her mistress is too willing to follow Yunwan. If Father Zulan could not get rid of a person, then he did everything possible to arrange him to himself and extract maximum benefits from him. He is one of those who will do everything to achieve his goals. His blood also flows in her veins. While she can break out of the Northern Blade Association, she will accept help from any person. Now Hwans understood her intentions. The confidence of Zulan is what makes her respect. Suddenly something jumps out of the water. The girls stop. One of them asks where the girls go so late at night. She needs to go somewhere. She tells them to get out of the road, because this is the order of her mistress. Men say after midnight here it is forbidden to appear. Hwans once again repeats that this is the order of the lady. He just tells her about the rules, and they can pass. Hwans tells Jem Yu to follow her. The guard did not notice the attractiveness of Kim Ien before. The second tells him not to carry nonsense and prepare for the change. Using a sound gear, the young man directs Hwans. She does not understand where he speaks and looks around. The guy orders her not to waste time on his search and tells her to go for a large tree. She looks up, they say they arrived, and asks where he is. Suddenly Yunwan appears in front of them and grabs the girl. He asks to make Hwans everything that is in her power and follow him. The young man bounced high up with Zulan. Hwan's in shock. But she comes to her senses, because there is no time to behave like that, and she needs to start following him. Yunwan, starting from the air, takes her away. The girl notices that a pleasant smell comes from the guy. He asks Suelen where she would like to go. The girl wants to go to the headquarters of the gang of beggars. The guy is surprised. She says she has ties with the great gang leader. Yunwan heard her and accelerated. The girl grabbed him stronger. The young man landed at the temple of Guangdi and asks Li the girl in order. Hwans. The guy was running after them all the time. The guy asks her why she was so long. She has a big short of breath because she ran with all her strength. The guy says to listen carefully. He wants to return to the banquet hall. Girls are shocked by his words. The leader of the association will not be able to assume that he delivered Zulan in such a short time, because right now, It causes the smallest suspicion. Yunwen tells them to tell them that they were brought here by a jade divine dragon and girls an example. Fortunately, Zulan has ties with the leader of the gang. In any case, he asks them to do everything possible to hide, and he will come to them when the time comes. He soars into the sky. The girls again notice his speed. The guy impatiently wants to look at the expression on the face of the leader of the Northern Blade Association. Hook, the drunk one, asks Wenjin why he came only now. After all, the guys decided to drink before dawn. John and Hukrin barely stand on their feet. The young man realized that they were drunk in the insole. Yunwen could not forget this and offers them to start right now. Ayn drinks and has fun with the young man. Jean and Hukrin laugh loudly and have fun. He should have fun and talk with the same number of people as possible, since they will witness his innocence. Jean notices that the guy is not only a good warrior, but also drinks well. He jokes and asks what he cannot do. Jean speaks to cleanliness. At first he hated the guy because of his lies. The great warrior Wenyun can drink and fight. The guy realized that John was already succumbing. He respects Yunwen and is glad to meet a person like him. Yunwen is saying a meeting with the guy is the best that happened to him when he only arrived in Murim. John rushes in a hug to the guy. Hakornan offers a young man if he does not have any plans to go to the League of Five Clans with them. The young man replies that he will need to go somewhere after he leaves this place. He is very sorry. But the guy promises to visit the League Five Clans later. The guys raise glasses for their friendship. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade screams, and does not understand how his daughter Lan could disappear. According to the results of the investigation, the probability that the mistress was abducted by outsiders is practically absent. Hentian does not understand what kind of nonsense it is. The advisor thinks Lan left of his own free will. The Hall of Water Swamps is responsible for protecting the Monastery of Waterfire. In their opinion, it is impossible to abduct the young mistress, leaving no traces under their supervision. Moreover, yesterday, according to the guards, a man named Huans and the maid of Jem Yun left the Monastery of Waterfire together. But as soon as they went to interrogate the maid, she claimed that she was not only not with the Huans, but did not go out at all. The leader of the association thinks someone used the masking technique. The advisor says this is the art of transformation. The man is completely stunned. Madam never possessed martial arts, means either a HVs or someone else applied the art of transfiguration to her. Since the Huans is not capable of the association believes that the third lady is replaced in this case. If he is an expert of this level, then he should be at least a representative of the three main clans or the leader of the main fractions. But they all drank last night. The man orders to carefully investigate and before receiving new evidence, is considered to be considered as suspects. And it does not matter what they will have to do, he tells him to find guilty at all costs. Some unknown in a cloak with a hood somewhere in the dungeon asks the overseer whether the one whom they try. The man answers positively, but this person barely breathes. The man asks what about the grandson, the overseer. No matter how much he tortures, he does not open his mouth and he is quite tenacious. It looks like a guy in a cloak will have to meet him himself and tells Grimmel to take him to him. He stands opposite a naked person with long gray hair chained to the chains. The unknown admits that the old man and his grandson are really persistent. The guy says that the old man's granddaughter escaped last night, which means this old man Father Henton and the former leader of the Northern Blade Association disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The man asks for a girl some assistant. It cannot be that a girl named Huans had such abilities. The old man answers the guy, calling him a crazy bastard, and says if he received it, he lost. The man tells the hidden emperor of the dragons that his son is already dead, and the condition of the grandson is not very different. And this means that only Lan remained in his family. A man in a cloak asks the old man if he does not think that his duty is to save his granddaughter. The emperor of dragons with hopelessness says that this is fate, and he tells the man to do what he wants. The unknown replies that the Archgen is heartless. He is interested in whether this bitch knows how her grandfather applies to her. The man claims that under the pretext of conquering the demonic path, the Association of the Northern Blade will soon plunge Zhang Hu in the sea of blood, and the Association of the Northern Blades will sharply criticize for his act. The old man tells the guy what bastard he is, and asks whether he is satisfied with this. The man thinks the old man means the absolute scripture of the sword. He came to the conclusion that they never had a sword of absolute scripture at their disposal. This is only an invention invented to ensure their survival. After the death of the Archgen and his grandson, this place will be buried, and there will be no trace of his existence. The old man is angry with him and again calls him a bastard. Suddenly the hood takes off, and it turns out the Hentites. But it is not clear whether he is or the one who took his face after his death. People rebelled. They do not understand why they stop them and consider it not normal that the Association of the Northern Blade behaves like that. The guards say they conduct a small investigation. Even if people do not feel deftly, the guard asks to cooperate with them for a while. People mean why they were not told at least the causes. They call the association a dishonest group. Despite the fact that people were categorically against because of an unclear explanation, the association conducted a thorough investigation, not paying attention to the words of people. Among the significant number of people, they began to sort out and explore everyone who was listed as missing, from 11 in the evening to 3 in the morning. In the course of the investigation, the queue reached the Heavenly Destroyer. The investigator asks Yunwan where he was and what he was doing during this period of time. The guy asks whether he should speak. The man grinks, says if it was not something shameful, then it is not necessary to hide it. Or there are some reasons why the guy cannot say this. The young man so feels offended by the way the investigation is underway, and he is also accused of some crime. Yunwan calls the investigator a bastard, and if he wants to listen to his story, let him call the alliance leader here. The guard cries and does not understand how the young man dares to talk like that. The guy says this guard behaves impudently and offers him to check. The demon invites the guy to run away because he is not going to fight. Yunwan has a plan, so he asks the demon to wait, because he thinks that they will first make a mistake. Another member of the association asks the guy how he dares to mention the leader of the association. Yunwan meets him again, as last time he asked him to accompany him. He says who he was to tell him something like that. The guy's name is Heon. He is the commander of hundreds of heavenly swords of the Association Northern Blade. And now he asks Yunwan to answer the question. The guy has already said that if they want to hear his story, let them bring here the leader of the Association of the Northern Blades. The guard will not stand it and attacks the young man with his sword. Yunwan deftly fingers the sword with his fingers, saying that this is too slow. The guy blocks his attack again, this time his elbow. The demon offers him to use his sword. The young man thinks it would be a waste of time against such jerks. The guy throws the guard with his foot aside, and uses the sculpture of the indestructible moon. Yunvanin imprinted him in the ground. The strong survive, the weak die, only the overwhelming power dominates. He asks Yang herself if he did everything he could, and belittles his abilities. Yang himself wants to kill Yunwan. The leader of the association finishes his foot with his foot on his head and says his subordinates did not know yet, so they could not recognize the guy. He asks to find mercy in his heart and forgive his people. A guy with a serious look using quick movement through the air leaves from there. With the advent of the leader of the Association of the Northern Blade, the Heavenly Destroyer got the opportunity to leave. Thanks to this, he managed to avoid a sensitive situation. However, the guy felt a disgust for the cruelty of Henton's arc, which contradicted his attitude towards him. The Heavenly Demon asks the guy what is wrong with him. The demon thinks the young man in a bad mood because of yesterday. The more Yunwan thinks about Hentian, the more he is angry with him. He not only used the marriage of his own daughter in order to gain power, but also treated his subordinates as dogs. The fact that this person has the greatest influence among the four main forces looks ridiculous. The demon does not understand that this is that at the top there is a strong man, not a good guy. He tells him not to say that he decided to become an apostle of justice and thinks it because of that girl named Shuelan. Yunwan is not talking about that, but for the demon it sounds that way. The young man informs the Heavenly Demon and Juainan that after the great banquet, he wanted to strengthen his influence. The Heavenly Demon does not understand. Huyanan thought the guy just walks to live freely in Murim. He thinks it will be difficult to enjoy freedom if he is alone. The demon agrees with him, saying that the young man is absolutely right. Before the demon made his name, it was difficult to engage in every little thing alone. Later, when he created a heavenly demonic cult, he was helped to deal with all annoying things. Yunwan agrees with his words, because as his influence will become smaller and fewer people who want to enter the battle with him. The demon asks how the young man intends to expand his influence. He thinks the young man decided to enlist the support of the League of Five Clans, or Shaolin. The guy does not want to strengthen his influence when the Association of the Northern Blade claims to be a representative of the righteous path. The young man asks the Heavenly Demon whether the Heavenly Demonic cult exists. The Heavenly Demon shuddered and replied that he was not sure. He does not understand what he is not sure of, and his reaction to mention the cult leader of the Alliance was incomprehensible. The demon calls the figure for 1,700 years. Yunwan does not understand what he spoke about. So many years have passed since he was their leader. The guy is shocked by this. When he heard the story of Yunwan, he had no doubt that the sect of heavenly demons would disappear. But after he heard what he said to the Henton's Ark, he changed his mind. The guy thought the demon talks about him, and he meant rumors regarding the cult. The heavenly demon replies that they could call him a heavenly destroyer, but they never said that he was a member of the heavenly demonic cult. Despite the fact that the heavenly demonic cult is just a legend, it seems people still talk about it without realizing it. In fact, rumors are very contagious and not constant. Yunwen asked Huainan that the demon had in mind. The old man thinks that rumors spread quickly, but do not live long. The fact that rumors still go, regardless of whether they are reliable or not, it means someone has seen something like a demonic cult. That is, the demon accepts that only rumor about the heavenly demonic cult to say that it still exists. He is hidden and strong. Although he does not reveal himself, he definitely exists. If the offspring from the heavenly demonic cult followed the teachings of the heavenly demon, then they definitely still exist. Yunwen tells him to stop talking and already finding this cult. He calls the heavenly demon. He awkwardly answers the guy. The young man asks him if he is sure that where people came to where they came, because these are snowy mountains with strong winds. Yunwen thinks in this area no one would live. The demon replies that in this case all his followers have long been dead. The guy blushed his face from the cold. He offers his spirits to check if there is someone here or not. He, using his skills, notices someone in the distance. If not for snow, it would be easier to find members of the sect of heavenly demonic cult. Suddenly he realized something. The guy does not understand how he had not thought of that before. The demon does not understand him, and the monk Huainan seems to understand that Yunwen meant. Having gained full chest of air, he exhales him very much. But this did not work and the snow still goes. The heavenly demon in Huainan is annoyed. The young man went into a narrow cave and passes between the rocks. Yunwen feels how warm energy comes from here, and the hand of a person is clearly visible here, because tiles are laid there. Sometime later, he screams and does not understand where these members of the cult is enough from him, and the young man decides to stop the search. He does not know that this is a huge labyrinth, and the guy stands right in the middle of him. The demon asks if Yunwen was foolish, because he has already found what needed. The young man does not understand what he is about. The demon tells him to look at that stone that lies behind him. 3 demonic masks are drawn on the stone. Yunwen asks the demon what kind of sign it is. The demon says these symbols that all his followers know, and there should be a mechanism that can be activated nearby. The guy finds it. He presses the levers, first the 3rd, then the 5th. Yunwen says this is not so simple. The guy felt for a suitable combination and opened the passage to the bottom. Yunwen is in amazement and does not understand how the forest can be underground. It seems that this cave is connected by tunnels with other places. The demon also notices this. He could expect this from his followers. Suddenly, the guy was alert and applied the technique of hiding the traces of the heavenly demon. He noticed people ahead. These are 2 young girls like each other. A red-haired girl is interested in who is winning. Maybe she means a duel or a certain tournament. A girl with turquoise hair says that the outcome will still decide the demon alder. Krasnovo, haired, does not know, but hopes when it ends they will be able to leave here after that. However, if a bloody demon wins, then they will not be able to get to Chonvon. Girls want to go to Jongvon and see with the young master Okinrin Almarim. Yunwen is interested in who they are about. He believes that this is some kind of popular type. The guy asks the heavenly demon to him is this sect. The demon replies, this is the lesser that could be expected from his followers. They have not a bad collection of weapons and the unlimited potential of warriors. The young man considers him a boost, but you should move on. He runs past the building and notices it. In his opinion, it does not look bad, and you need to go there. The guy glances into the room where the girl lies, and next to her, a guy sits on a squat. The girl speaks even if the demon alder loses. It will not change anything. She asks the young master will stand the side of the winner. Yunwen and the demon notice the beauty of the girl. The heavenly demon says to him a cool sect. She says, however, the demon alder from the northern palace wants to take control of everything. But so far, the Yilioi family covers their back. In addition, Doomday and Guyan are not so close. In the end, everything leads to the fact that the northern palace will receive all power. She tells the guy to convey this to her brother, the demon of a frowning sky, that everything will go according to their plan. Yunwen thinks all these families and clans something on the likeness of the League of 5 Clans only in a demonic sect. The young man understood and says that he will go. The lady asks him to wait. She asks his name. The guy's name is Ilyui Jung-un. The girl says he could have her nephew, so she orders him to massage her legs. Trying to massage her feet, the guy gets a kick on the face from the girl. She says how miserable he is and drives him out. The young man, sparkling with heels, runs away. The girl thinks what kind of moron he is. Suddenly, Yunwen disperses his technique and finds himself right over the girl, asks her as about him. She was frightened by his appearance. The guy cannot believe that in this sect there is such a beauty. They look at each other without taking his eyes off. Yunwen does not understand her nervous or not and why she looks at him so closely. The girl calls him a baby and asks if he wants to massage her legs. He was embarrassed and the heavenly demon does not understand how she dares to say that to him. The heavenly demon thinks she perfectly reads the language of the body, and apparently uses the technique to maintain youth. The guy agrees and asks her only to allow. She, with a grin, tells him to start. But Yunwen, using his combat skills, paralyzes its energy points, as he used to do with Xuanlin. Using a sound program, he tells her to honestly answer the questions that he will put her. The young man paralyzed the girl with such a speed that she did not even have time to react. She does not understand who the guy really was. Yunwen seems to call himself a student and receiver of a heavenly demon. He sees that she does not believe him, but he asks if he could get into the sect's shelter without the help of a demon. She believes every word of such a handsome man. The young man does not understand what she blushed. With a plus, he did not leave the energy trace, which speaks in favor of Yunwan's thought. The heavenly demon asks the guy to demonstrate his abilities to the girl, because it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. The guy asks her to see, and now she will see the receiver, he is a heavenly demon or not. There are 3 combat techniques that the heavenly demon did not give to his disciples, namely 3 swords of the heavenly dragon and the destruction of Asura. And also the 3rd technique, the guy asks her to watch carefully. He, using the energy of chi of the heavenly demon, directs her in the leg and hits her floor. The 3rd technique is called the limbo of the heavenly demon. He applied it. She is surprised and counts copies. There are 12 of them. The girl heard only legends about this ability. She realized that the guy did not lie, that he was a receiver of a heavenly demon, but she still does not understand how possible. Yunwen dispelled his clones and realized the girl's face that she believed him, and the energy points should already be unlocked. The lady clears and asks if he's true to his heir. He again confirms this, so he wants to ask her something. The guy asks to tell everything about the current situation and the authorities in the sect. Before Yunwan was Liu Yang Ryan, the eldest flame. In total, there were 5 families in the sect. The first Tanka, the surname of the heavenly demon itself, and then 4 families of students of Barkan, Eluy, Dumde and Guyan, in the sect of the heavenly demon. The law has paramount importance. The first states that only direct descendants of the Tanmok family can become the head of the sect. However, 250 years ago during the 7th Demonic War, the head of Chan, the remaining members of the family, did not live long, so the place of the head of the sect is still empty. Yunwan thinks if this is so, then the families should be fighting for the place of the chapter. But nothing around us indicates the massacre, which means that someone temporarily replaces the head of the sect. Yang Ryan notices his quick wits. She thought at first that he was just another idiot who only knows how to wave his hands, but she was mistaken. While the leader's place is empty, his duties are performed by the Council of Elders and Guardians. He heads the council of the side branches of the Tanmok family, whose members cannot lead the sect, after which 3 guards are coming, and then 7 elders. And then there are 4 lords of the demons. The guy realized that the guards and elders were just old people in power, and asks about these 4. The bloody demon, the demon Alder, the demon of poison, and the demon of the gloomy sky. They are also representatives of each of the 4 families. Yunwen realizes that he should defeat them all control over the sect. And also there is a 4 oldest and 4 flowers. This is important for individuals among women. Yang Ryan is the eldest of the flame and one of the 4. The girl confirms this. She speaks the most followers in the sect of the heavenly demon among the 12 demons masters. The guy considers it confusing and asks how many people they have. Those who have real power about 2,000, and if you take into account everyone, then 20,000. Yunwen recalls that about 15,000 in the Association of Northern Blade. The guy says this perfectly, and they will help him a lot. The girl knows that he will have to be hard, because he does not have a single person who will convince the rest that the guy receiver of the heavenly demon. He does not understand how this is not and indicates it. Yang Ryan is completely puzzled by his words. Yang Ryan does not understand what is wrong with this person. He simply appeared suddenly out of nowhere, and declares that he would lead the heavenly demonic cult. For someone who carries nonsense, his words are quite convincing. She is interested in what he wants to achieve. She will help him, but in return she has a condition. Yunwen asks what condition she has. If he promises at any time to fulfill one desire of the girl, then she will do everything in her power to help him. The guy says, if only it is possible for him, then he agrees to this. A humble subordinate, the Scorching Empress, welcomes the Supreme Heavenly Demon. He asks Yang Ryan what he should do. To be recognized by the Supreme Heavenly Demon, he must receive the recognition of the Keepers and Elders. Then the guy must subjugate 12 young masters. After that, it will be possible to deal with the 4 demonic lords. Yunwen thanks her for the information and declares that the heavenly demonic cult with style will absorb. She asked him to be careful, because the Hall of Guardians is guarded by 10 kings of swords. and the Elders' Hall is guarded by 10 demonic guards. They are experts secretly brought up by guardians and elders. The demon tells Yunwan that instead of coming to these keepers, he simply bypasses them. The demon thinks Yunwen is going to check 10 kings and guards. The young man confirms his words. The guy just wants to check how strong they are. Suddenly, someone with a sword jumps out of the wall and attacks a guy. Yunwen climbed onto the ceiling and evaded a blow. The attacker did not understand why he did not overtake his goal. He felt that the airflow was slightly broken. The guy asks the heavenly demon if he is sure of the performance of his martial art. The demon can do nothing with a miserable number of ki inside the young man. Moreover, this attacker also used heavenly demonic secretive art. Although thanks to the high level of Yunwan, it does not look like he discovered a guy. He understands that for members of the cult of the heavenly demon, the use of martial arts of the heavenly demon for granted. But this can annoy a little. The man who attacked him thinks he begins to lose his skills. Yunwen believes that if the 10 kings of the sword are at such a level, then he has nothing to worry about. In the middle of the hall, surrounded by monuments with fire, 3 unknown people sit something discussing. One of the men asks the right keeper how much the skill of children from the training room has increased. The right keeper replies that the children are at a satisfactory level. In particular, in this group there are many outstanding children, great guardians. The old man now asks the left guard whether the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun made his move. The left guard is still saying any obvious movements on his part. He has acted since he began to train in solitude. In truth, if we talk only about martial arts, the bloody demon is stronger. Although not much, it seems. The demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun also realizes this. That is why he tries to become stronger. The old man asks a great guard if he thinks that the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun is better than a bloody demon. The great guard thinks if most of their members want to conquer the Central Plains, he thinks to better leave the leader's position behind the lord of the Scarlet Sun. However, the lord of the bloody demons will not stand still. The problem is that the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun will fail due to its stubbornness. The great guard calls 10 kings of swords. He immediately appears and asks what happened. He asks what they did once allowed the outsider to penetrate this place. They do not understand what he is talking about. The old man throws a dagger at Yunwan and says this for the first time he felt humiliated, since he went to Jianghu and broke his dagger. 10 kings of swords do not understand who he is and how the guy came here. The guy says now the problem is not that. He is next to the old man and asks him if he is a great keeper. 10 kings of swords are angry and threaten to kill the young man. The old man tells them to stop. The great guardian confirms his title. He asks Yunwan who he is. The guy seems to be a heavenly destroyer and calls himself a receiver of a heavenly demon. Yunwan wants to know about 3 guards and Yang Ryan tells him. Left golden demon of fire Tan Mok Hu. Right demon of the golden shield General Tan Mok Sleep. However, the one who really deserves the attention of Yunwan, the first guardian advisor to the heavenly demon, Tan Mok Chonan. He is more than 200 years, and this man is an incomparable master of martial arts. No one knows who he is actually. They say that one of the 12 demons of masters is his student. The guy realized that Chonan was a great warrior, because he could declassify him despite the technique of a heavenly demon. All 3 guards are shocked after Yunwan's words that he is a student of the heavenly demon. The demon of fire Hu says how the guy dares to joke with the name of the heavenly demon and thinks he lost fear. Feelings of fear is alien to him. Because he is really his student, he is boldly standing surrounded by 10 swords. The man asks the guy how he will prove to him. Yunwan decides to get his sword of a heavenly demon to confirm his personality. The right and left guard in bewilderment, they think this fake. He asks if they believe him now. The first guard says if his senile eyes do not lie, then in front of them the sword of the heavenly demon. But this is not enough for them to accept it as a supreme leader. If he returns the blade to them, they will contact him as a guest of an honorary guest. But if he decides to encroach in the place of the chapter, they have no choice but to make him change his mind. Yunwan sees that in the sect of the heavenly demon his authority fell below the plinth, and asks the demon how he was. The demon says what parasites they are and what they imagined. The guards do not understand who he is talking with. He thinks he crashes, because they do not see the heavenly demon. The old man says if the young man is really his receiver, then this needs to be proved by his skills. 1 out of 10 swords leads a guy on some dungeon and tells them a little more. Yunwan is glad, because he was already tired of going. Judging by because there is plenty of oxygen here, the guard confirms this, because the local cliffs pass the air. They arrived at the border of the heavenly demon. The guy looks surprised. The first guard tells the guy if he really is a receiver, then let him open the gates of the tomb and he will need to go and take one thing. Yunwan asks what kind of thing he should pick up. The old man replies that he would need to pick up a ring. This is a sacred object that once belonged to the heavenly demon. Only the founders of the sects of those times could wear such a symbol of power. There is a legend that a way is engraved on the ring how to achieve a state of enlightenment. The guy thinks the first guard speaks seriously and asks the heavenly demon about the ring. This is his favorite jewelry, and it's storing knowledge about all his military equipment. If this is true, then such a thing is useful to Yunwan. The door does not open. The guy thinks to eat some kind of secret. It's just an iron wall. The left guard asks the first guard whether they really will allow this guy to enter the tomb. The old man says, judging by the technique used by the young man, he is not so far from the teachings of the heavenly demon. But just for this, it is impossible to make him the leader of the sect, and also for the fact that he has in some way the sword of the heavenly demon. If he has abilities like a heavenly demon, he will be able to open the tomb and pick up the ring. This will become a sufficient basis to make it the head. Then Yunwan will be able to cope with this task, and will be the first guard will arrange everything. Most likely the tomb is under serious protection. One of 10 swords arrived at the guards. They ask him what happened. The guy says the young man asks them for one service. The man asks what service he asks for. Yunwan wants healing and nutritious elixirs, and also demanded that no one be approaching the tomb. The first guard does not understand what can threaten people next to the tomb. Their subordinate says the guy was about to pierce the gates with his sword. The demon asks Yunwan to concentrate at one point. The demon's weapon will even withstand such a blow. The guy knows this and offers to check the severity of his blade, and the young man attacks the gates of the tomb with the sword of the heavenly demon. The guy thinks he was able to break the gate for sure. The heavenly demon says for his gate this is just a scratch. Yunwan realized that it was necessary to beat stronger, and the tiring work continued. Even with the heavenly destroyer, it was difficult to break through them. He attacked the gate for about 3 hours, but was able to make only a small chip. However, he began to focus less on the battle technique and began to pay more attention to the concentration of internal energy. The guy focuses on the distribution of energy at all points. Huainan asks the young master in order of Li. The heavenly demon asks him not to distract him. The demon thinks the guy will succeed the next time. It makes no sense to explain to him how great the value of the amount of internal energy, but enlightenment will be enough to become much stronger and get a completely different level of ownership of martial arts, and all this depends only on Yunwan's own determination. The execution of combat techniques directly depends on the flow of internal energy. Thanks to this, the sword will understand how to attack without blocking the flow from the heart. It is necessary to open the soul and sets out to go to the end, and then the energy path will be laid. In the heart, softness, hardness, and flexibility. They change each other and cease to exist separately. 28 hours later, 14 minutes and 24 seconds, when Yun finally opened his eyes. Energy comes from him. The demon congratulates him and asks him how he feels. The guy does not even know whether it was worth saying how insignificant his past possibilities were difficult to describe. But he seemed to open a new huge world, which could not even imagine before. It turns out that these are not another trick of the demon, an intangible sword and natural swords. The guy would live, and further knowing all this. The heavenly demon says what pleasure to discover this for himself. And this is only the beginning. Maybe he will even ever reach the end. The guy will go further and further until he understands when he should stop. That is why he needs to do something in order to feel alive. Yunwan felt such light that his body had become hollow. Although he could not feel the fullness of the surging energy, he realized her, for he comprehended a completely different state. He stuck a sword to the place in which he beat earlier. He needs to convert the swords of the swords into the wind of swords, and all that remains is an explosion of a sword. He formed a huge whirlwind of energy and inflicted a strong blow to the gates. He really became stronger, and the energy overwhelms it. And Yunwan now, after opening the doors, will go to see where the ring of the heavenly demon lies. Inside a huge library, the young man holds in his hand a manual for martial arts. The guy throws the book to the floor. Huainan does not understand why the young master does not like to read. No one thinks of the heavenly demon. These pieces of paper will not be able to help someone who discovered the path to the energy of the heart. The tomb of the heavenly demon was divided into 6 halls. In the first, the secrets of martial arts were stored. The second was collected manuals created by the past elders of the sect. The third hall was given to the elixirs. The guy is surprised. There are more bottles than it was in the palace. There, their cat cried. He will need to return here later. These elixirs can be very useful in the future. The fourth hall of the arsenal, completely clogged with weapons, on each of which there was a brief explanation. The fifth hall, the knowledge hall, where information about the past leaders of the sect of the heavenly demon was collected. There stood the statues in full size, books with their techniques and memoirs. According to the advisor to the heavenly demon, the personal belongings of the demon and his jewelry are stored in the last room. The demon laughs and thinks everything is clearly pulled out. Yunwen asks if the demon seems a little strange. Is it really that the opening of the tomb proves that the guy is his receiver? Of course it was not so simple, but still does not fit in my head. They entered the Hall of Heavenly Demon. The sculptors successfully managed to convey the appearance of the Heavenly Demon. Someone flies from a height to Yunwan. The guy and his spirits have not yet noticed him. The creature that approached him says that he had not felt the human smell for a long time. The young man does not understand who he is and applies the concealment of traces. The guy thinks he does not see him anymore. But this monster is behind him. He throws up the guy up. 500 years ago, the former master of demons, the strongest of the four, is one of the most influential figures in the history of the sect of the Heavenly Demon. Once greed blinded him, he secretly penetrated the tomb and abducted the ring of a heavenly demon, after which he began to secretly practice in martial arts. However, the energy emanating from the ring was too great, and in the end, this master was crazy. More than 300 soldiers of the sect donated themselves to lock it in a tomb and apply a seal to the entrance. A little more and Yunwan would have had big problems if he had not reacted to his blow. The demonic energy of this monster is everywhere, and asks the master who he is. The man says the guy will find out if he survives him. He blocks the blow of the sword of Yunwan with his sword, and he attacks the guy in response in flight. Sparks fly away everywhere. The demon jumped away from the young man. The heavenly demon praises the young man, saying how he perfectly repelled the blow. The man says Yunwan is not so bad and asks if the guy wants to see what he is capable of. He triggers his sword with a blow of his leg. Yunwan also launches his sword. They and their swords collide in a close confrontation. The guys start their swords again and conduct a furious confrontation among themselves. The demon stops this gimp and their swords are stuck on the floor. Opponents stand against each other and throw their eyes. Yunwan notices how his aura became excellent and internal energy in him also more. The man is glad that he was faced with such a person. Even though the guy is young, he is close to the aura of a man. He is interested in who he was. It is unlikely that these old people from the sect just let him here, and certainly not they raised such a good warrior. The guy says to be his skills so outstanding, the man would already get out of here, but he still sticks out here. The man says there is nothing interesting in this, and besides, he must do something else here. He is interested in why Yunwan came here. The guy came to a secret storage behind the ring of a heavenly demon. The man understood and thinks the advisor sent him. The young man says he just came here to just pick up what belongs to him. The man has not met a worthy enemy for a long time, and although all this is very nice, he asks to follow the guy in his tongue. Yunwan replies that he himself should follow what he says. The guy says he is the receiver of the heavenly demon. The guy begs Juiguan to spare him at least once and think about their old friendship. The winner in the battle is announced by Dantai Juiguan. He does not understand why everyone rejoices. Just like a tiger kills a rabbit, the murder of such a bastard does not care at all Juiguan. Even in a demonic cult where his strong boredom ruled, he did not let up. He deliberately stole a heavenly demonic ring to make his demon's heart be furious, but the incentive lasted only a moment. When he came to his senses, he already killed 300 members of the cult. As many as 300 people died due to trifling movements, which he could not even remember. In addition to boredom, it was a sense of despair contrary to his weakness. The crazy demon Juiguan experienced a deep sense of despair in his own power. He is interested in why he trained and what is the benefit of this ring. He thinks the heavenly demon was also lonely. He is the only one with whom the guy can chat. He is interested in what would happen if they lived in the same era. He returns the ring again to the heavenly demon. Zuikan notices the notes of the heavenly demon. The pride of the crazy demonic monarch, who was once proud that he was the strongest, was completely torn to pieces before the military knowledge of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon has a completely different approach. Juiguan thinks that a person below his level will not be able to comprehend the depth of these words. These are just words, but they drive him crazy with excitement. A crazy demonic monarch, who was bored of his whole life, found salvation in the texts left by the heavenly demon. Then he decided to abandon his erratic desires and achieve an outrageous demonic kingdom in this place, using the books of the ancestor of the heavenly demon. So 50 years have passed, and then a guy appears who calls himself a supreme heavenly demon. Juiguan was so aware that he could not resist laughter. He laughs in the whole throat from the guy's words that he is the supreme heavenly demon. The man admits that his achievements are incredible for a person who has not yet been 20 years old. However, the words supreme heavenly demon is not only to be pronounced rash. Yunwen hardly blocks his blow, and Juiguan grins. Zuika notices his laughter. He says the guy has courage and he likes it. He throws the guy back. The young man notices his incredible power. Even despite the fact that in the past were the leaders of the cult, who are still called great heavenly demonic masters, There is only one supreme heavenly demon. And for Zhuguan, this man is no different from God. The man says Yunwen himself brought himself to death and let into a huge amount of internal energy into his sword. The young man notes his incredible improved key sword. Zhuguan warns the guy calling him a baby and advises him to be careful. And he makes the strongest swing from behind the back with a sword. From a blocked blow on the sword of Yunwan, an energy trace remained. The man attacks him again. The guy throws herself away from the series of blows. Form, technique, dexterity, impulse, variability, and non-existence. All this is dog nonsense, just finites that do not stand in the opinion of Zhuguan. He simply spins and attacks the young man again and again. Yunwen knelt and relies on his sword. Deep traces from the strokes of a man are visible on the floor. Zhuguang is annoyed and does not understand how the guy withstood it. The heavenly demon reports Yunwen and tells him not to fight in his forehead, but to use his techniques and tricks. Even if the demon had not told him, he already knew this. Zhuguan asks why the guy talks to himself and tells him to just die. Yunwen is ready and took a stable position. The guy used the technique of heavenly demonic copies. Zhuguan thinks this simply sorry for the copied technique, and not the genuine technique of the heavenly demon. Yunwen, along with his clones, attacks a man. He notices that they are all real and does not understand how a guy can use such an exclusive technique. The master of martial arts of the level of crazy lord of demons could easily see the continuous attacks of an enhanced Kui sword. The first looked at the first. They looked like several simultaneous attacks. However, upon careful consideration, they definitely followed any order. It was elementary to counterattack in this order. No matter what master of martial arts he came across, the difference was only in speed, and the essence remained the same. However, the technique of the Heavenly Destroyer was different. Simultaneous attacks from material bodies. Even if it were a crazy lord of demons, it was impossible to block all the attacks that were coming from all sides at the same time. A man suddenly begins to spin and create a whirlwind of energy. As Yunwan expected, Zhuguan is not a simple guy. The heavenly demon says this is not enough and asks him to continue and attack him. Huainan thinks they must go to another place and first reassure themselves. The guy tells them to shut up. They are simply scattered in words, but for him it is like a splinter in the ass. Yunwan notices an incredible solution. Zhuguan asks what this suddenly talked to himself. He thinks Yunwan as crazy as he is. The guy runs away and asks to give him a second to think. The man says Yunwan runs like a coward. The young man replies that he was not going to run away, and he just thought how to defeat Hu Zheguan, and he just came to the conclusion that the man lost. The guy decides to start using his second sword, the Emperor's sword. The man considers him arrogant and does not think that he can use two swords with the help of inner ki at once. Each of his attacks to a ridiculous fierce. Compared to how he used one sword, his ki did not decrease. Zhuguan realized that it not only did not decrease, but also increased. Only after crossing the swords did he realize that this young man, or rather the heavenly demon, the one he dreamed about. Yunwan sends him into flight, creating a huge club of smoke. He stands opposite the defeated Zhuguan and asks whether he believes now that he is the supreme heavenly demon. A man is interested in whether something like this is really possible. The young man replies that it doesn't matter whether it could happen or not. He already had to understand this after the fight with him. Yunwan asks whether the man is still going to stay here. Zhuguan replies that he does not know. Having mastered the martial arts of the ancestor of the heavenly demon and reaching high skill, he even tried to capture the cult. But now that Yunwan appeared here, what made his life the meaning disappeared. The guy asks how to give her meaning. Yunwen will make the power of his heavenly demonic cult. He does not know what he will do in the future, but assures that Zhuguan will not be bored. The guy needs him and offers him to go with him. The man trembles with excitement. It seems his dreams come true. Since then, he is his student. The crazy lord of the demons, Dantai Zhuguan, welcomes the supreme heavenly demon with tears of joy on his face. In the guards hall, 1 out of 10 swords informs the first guard. The old man is interested in whether the guy has died already. The subordinate does not know how to explain, but the guy not only did not die, all 3 guards turn around and surprised from something. Yunwan stands with the ring of a heavenly demon and smiles at him. The old people are in shock and also notice Zhuguan at the back of him. Judging by their faces, he thinks that he did enough as evidence. The young man asks the lord of the demons what it is to breathe fresh air after half a century. The man said so many years, but nothing has changed here. The first guard in bewilderment from what is happening. Because not only this is the lord of the demons, but he also called the guy the supreme. The young man took the ring and survived. So this madman also brought the demon master here. The guy asks not to delay the advisor to the answer, and asks if evidence of confirmation of his personality is enough. The advisor among the guards, Tanmok Chonin celebrates the appearance of the supreme heavenly demon with all his heart and kneels in front of him, holding his hands together. All in the hall, like 10 swords and other guards, follow Chonin and also welcome the supreme demon. They gathered, and the guards, along with Zhuiguan, are sitting opposite Yunwan. The right guard learned that the body of the guy is the spirit of a heavenly demon. Yunwan confirms this and says that everything thanks to the right called Fundamentals of the Call and Binding of the Soul. Zhuiguan realized that during their battle the guy was not talking to himself. The first guard speaks in this world a lot of things that cannot understand the human mind. It is really incredible. And the old man is interested in what the heavenly demon says now. Yunwan says he has been cursing them for quite some time. The heavenly demon shouts that they are all brainless idiots. The guy drinks tea and says the demon thought they subjugated all the Murim once. They are his followers. And the fact that it is impossible to find a sect, even if you rinse your eyes with some potion, very much disappoints it. The heavenly demon wants to say something to them and asks to quote the guy of his words. He is a heavenly demon. The guards, along with Zhuiguan, trembling, welcome him. The heavenly demon criticized the current state of the sect for a long time, and then he ordered Van Yun to equate Van Yuna to the title of heavenly demon and help him in every way. Of course, no one could question his word, so everyone followed the orders of the founder of the sect. The first guard asks the guy what he thinks about the ring of a heavenly demon. The guy says he does not know, and at first glance the ring just looks unusual. The demon thinks what a fool he is, and now he will show him the power of his weapon. The guy says that the old man is not talking to him. If you fill the ring with energy and quit, it can lead to incredible destruction. The ring will break through any protective barrier of the enemy like a sheet of paper. It also gives the effect of resistance to fire. And if you take the ring in the mouth and concentrate in it energy, it neutralizes any poison. Yunwan understood and says that the ring is really not simple. The demon corrects and says it is more than not simple. The guy tells the Lord of the Demons that it is time for them to go, and Zhuiguan is interested in where they will go. The young man speaks ahead of them, is waiting for a hard road. They need to curb 12 horses. The Lord of the Demons does not understand what 12 horses the guy says. The first guard seems that he understands what Yunwan is talking about. The old man tells the Heavenly Destroyer that they are one of the best warriors of their sect. They have great potential, and everyone is waiting for them to return the sect of its former greatness. If the guy manages to gain their trust, then in the future, they will help him. Yunwan knows about this, so he is going to meet with these demons' masters. Zhuiguan doubts that they must use the underwater immersion technique to get to the place. He thinks this can scare the horses, and they will scatter. The demon lord suggests first to get quietly. Yunwan says these jerks still have no milk on the lips. Zhuiguan notices those 12 demons' masters about whom the guy spoke. The young man shouts to them in the whole throat and asks whether it is possible to join them. The Lord of the Demons is unequivocally puzzled by his act. 12 demons masters do not understand what kind of guy it is and where he came from. The guy thinks to them 12 masters can explain and asks the Lord of the Demons to help him in this. Zhuiguan says the Supreme in front of them. One of them replies that they do not mix them. After a second, they all received in the face. The guys still do not understand who these two, and the subordination of the 12 masters ended. The guy says for their age they have excellent skills and asks the young man opposite his name. The boy replies that they do not know who Yunwan is, although, judging by what technique he had just used. Zhuiguan continues his thought and says that in front of them is the supreme heavenly demon. The young man is surprised. They can swear for 12 masters only under 2 conditions. The first, they should defeat them, and the second is the leader of the sect of the heavenly demon. And both conditions have been fulfilled, so since then, 12 demon masters will faithfully serve him. The guy says now they received 3 guards and a dozen masters. The heavenly demon notices Yunwan's unimportant appearance. The guy turned pale and fell to the ground. The guy lies pale in bed after his fall. The first guard asks Zhuiguan why he allowed this condition of the young man, because he was with him all the time. The Lord of the Demons thinks Yunwan too much because he used martial arts that he had not used before and he had some kind of inner demon. The old man asks what martial art the young man was engaged in, which reached such a state. Zhuiguan says it was a sword of nature. The man also saw this for the first time, so he was not sure, but he heard that this is the kingdom outside the intangible kingdom of swords. When the guy subjugated 12 demons masters, he realized that he could not subordinate them if they did not give up themselves. Zhuiguan noticed the young man's sword was not ordinary. Instead of flowing in a straight line, she flowed out in the form of a smell. Soon she became thick, like fog, and filled the entire space. 12 demonic masters, who looked at this scene with admiration, suddenly realized that their bodies were not moving at all. They did not understand what was happening, and soon realized that they were not opponents. The first guard doubts the existence of the kingdom outside the intangible kingdom of the sword. Juiguan tells them the master does not need these questions and all they need to follow his will, and the young man will soon come across. The old man is surprised that Yunwen was able to surpass the level of a transcendental demonic kingdom at such a young age, and probably something like this did not happen in Marima earlier. The guy suddenly opens his eyes and jumps from under the covers. Heavenly Demon and Huainan are interested in how he feels and worry about the guy. He had a dream, how he stood alone in the pitch darkness of the ocean. The young man asks the Heavenly Demon what is the difference between Key Sword and reinforced Key Sword. The demon does not understand why suddenly he decided to ask him about it. Waking up, the Heavenly Destroyer suddenly filled up the Heavenly Demon with questions about martial arts, then with innocent children's eyes, then with a passionate voice of a young man, then with a deep look of the sage. The Heavenly Demon was at first puzzled, but then he was delighted because a person appeared with whom you can discuss it all. Thanks to the conversation with the Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Destroyer advanced one more step forward, to incomparable with what was before. The next few days passed calmly. Yunwan treated his new subordinates, 12 demonic young masters, and was engaged in their training in martial arts. Yunwan first teaches others. Since the young man had already surpassed the transcendental demonic kingdom, he was able to freely use the intangible sword. He cuts the stone in half with amazing ease. 12 young masters monitor this, and are surprised at the intangible sword. From the point of view of the theory of the sword, the Heavenly Destroyer was already in a sense more skillful than anyone else. He had already surpassed the Heavenly Demon. The young man sits on the throne in the hall, and his subordinates are kneeling in front of him. Young Ryan was surprised. She knew that he was an amazing person. However, she could not have assumed that Yunwen could defeat the Guardians and 12 Demons Masters in just a few days. Moreover, a man next to the guy is a notorious crazy demonic monarch. Juiguan notices her gaze and asks her what she stared at. But in any case, Yang Ryan considers Yunwan incredible. The first guard asks the young man what he thinks about announcing all the facts and indicate the path to advance their heavenly demonic cult. The guy wants to see a little more. He wants everyone in the cult of a heavenly demon to recognize him as a supreme heavenly demon. Tomorrow there will be sparring between the Lord of the Demons of the Scarlet Sun and the Lord of Blood Demons. Despite the fact that they are both talented people recognized by everyone in the cult, they are at war with each other for any reason. This sparring is not just a competition, but an event that determines the further path of a heavenly demonic cult. The first guard says that when Yunwan appeared, it ceased to be valid. Yunwen says this is not true. These two demonic lords can be considered as the representative forces of the heavenly demonic cult, and he believes that this is a good opportunity to see the power of their cult with their own eyes. In the meantime, he wants to first see how sparring will pass, and hopes that everyone will remain calm and follow his words. Everyone in the hall says that they will follow his order. Juiguan is interested in the guy, what he is going to do with the Central Plains. He knows that he should be wanting to conquer them. The young man plans to avoid a strong war with the Central Plains. The Lord of the Demons does not understand him. The method with which the sect wanted to subjugate the lands Chanvon would lead to numerous victims, and he wants to unite with their enemy. The guy speaks now not foreign policy but domestic. To begin with, they should reorganize the structure of the sect. One of the 12 demons masters of OK-kin, Rin, asks Mu Yongjon whether the supreme heavenly demon differs from their sect. Yongjon tells Qin Rin to stop rubbing nonsense because she herself saw what Yunwan is capable of. But in his head, the guy agrees with her and he is interested in what the Heavenly Destroyer actually conceived. Jui Guang is training under the leadership of Yunwan on the ground. Traces of training are visible. The guy says that he was warming up and ready. Yunwan does not understand who is so crushed. The Heavenly Destroyer tells the man that he tried well today. The young man also needs to secretly select warriors under the age of 40, faithful to the sect. The Lord of the Demons asks whether the sex of a person has some kind of meaning. The guy says it does not matter, and you also need to find out how things are in the training center. He orders him to do this. The man accepts the task, but he does not understand what his master really wants. According to the fact that Yunwan knows tomorrow's tournament will determine whether the sect of the Heavenly Demon will try to win Chanvon. Sooner or later, a fierce struggle will unfold between the Association Northern Blade and demonic sects. But the good thing is that yet the sect of the Heavenly Demon is not interested in them. The young man realizes the world on the verge of changes. The guy calls the leader of 10 swords. He sticks a letter to him and asks him to transfer him to the one who is best versed in the laws. The drummer in a mask with horns and the demon's face reminiscent hits a lot on the drums and turns the crowd. The crowd rejoices at the beginning of the tournament. Chanvon. This word also means the desire of the sect of the Heavenly Demon to capture it, but also what awakens longing in the chest. All members in the sect excited this event, regardless of whether they approved, supported, or sought to seize Chongwon or not. One of the spectators rejoices at the appearance of an advisor to the heavenly demon, but he does not understand who it is next to him. He does not know who it is, but the guy looks very young. 3 guards, Yunwen and Zhuiguan, took their places. The guy notices that everyone is very excited. The first guard speaks from the outcome of the match depends on whether they will capture the central plains, otherwise they cannot react. A demon of Alder from the Kirkin family appears. The bloody demon from the Dumda clan also appears in the arena. The young man sees how all viewers support them. Yunwan is interested in why they are fighting, because there are 4 main demons in the sect. The old man replies that these 2 pillars of the sect, but among themselves, they constantly conduct confrontations. He thinks the Lord of the Demons remembers that before he was locked in the tomb, the bloody demon was his servant. The man does not remember much, because his memories are as if blurred by fog. The bloody demon was very respected by Zhuiguan, even after the terrible incident that the Lord of the Demons performed half a century ago. He took his side, for which he was sent to prison. Zhuiguang does not want to listen to it. He wants to see what will happen now. Yunwen says whatever 2 rivals there and offers an advisor to start a duel. The first guard states that this battle will determine the further fate of the sect of the Heavenly Demon, and tells the soldiers to accept the outcome of the fight, no matter what it is. He asks if they have to say something to them. The bloody demon, nothing to say, and the Lord of the Scarlet Sun wants to say something. The demon Ola calls everyone to listen to him. He wants to fulfill the long-standing desire of the sect, and therefore stands now in this place. The crowd rejoices and roots for the demon Alder. He respects the bloody demon as a warrior. But because of one person, you can't turn a blind eye to their long-standing goal. Now their sect lives and flourishes, so they should more put off this campaign. The bloody demon screams with anger and does not understand why the demon Alder's demon in this case is against this. They should respect their ancestors whose blood flows through their veins. The demon Alder glorifies the heavenly demon and says that they will subordinate the whole Murim. Yunwan thinks of this person's talent to speak beautifully. The first guard says to start. The battle will continue until one of the participants accepts its defeat. The demon Alder and the bloody demon stand opposite each other and prepared for the competition. Yunwen asks the heavenly demon why they just stand and look at each other. The heavenly demon speaks in a battle between masters of this level. The slightest oversight can cost a whole life. Even if it seems that they just stand idle opposite each other, they should study attacks and all possible development of events, while consuming a significant number of QE. The guy meant that he would already inflict fatal wounds and end this. The demon says that the young man is at a completely different level. The Lord of the Demons asks Yunwan, in the opinion of Zhuiguan, the bloody demon has more advantages in the duel. The guy does not know. He thinks if it were an ordinary match would be so. But for some reason he feels strange energy. Zhuiguan does not understand what he is talking about. The young man tells him to simply continue to observe, and soon he himself will understand everything. The demon Alder produces a stream of strong energy with 2 hands, and his opponent in response applies the technique of the bloody dragon sword. Zhuiguan says both in the same kingdom. Yunwen thinks it like that. However, the young man does not think that the demon Alder used everything at his disposal, and he probably has an ace in his sleeve. He again holds his attack, and the bloody demon easily blocks it with a sword. A man is angry and applies again the technique of a bloody dragon. The demon Alder smirks sarcastically. In response, he uses the demonic art of the fierce sun. The bloody demon is tight from the blows of his enemy. After the next blow, the bloody demon begins to cough with blood. The demon Alder tries to finish him off and brings a strong blow to the fallen opponent. However, the bloody demon miraculously evaded. The hand of the demon Alder literally a couple of centimeters from the man's head. After that, the bloody demon tried to counterattack, but the demon Alder simply bounced to the side. He notices his perseverance, but he is going to finish it beautifully, and his eyes change his shade. Yunwan notices this and says, Zhuiguan to protect the bloody demonic lord. The man obeys his order. The demon Olhai concentrates the energy on his fist and is going to finish this battle, but Zhuiguan beats his attack, defending the bloody demon. The demon Alder does not understand who is standing in front of him and tells him to leave the road. Zhuiguan says the match is already over and asks demon Olha to go back. The demon Alder says to kill the bloody demonic lord. The Lord of the Demons does not understand who the man is talking to. Yunwen felt someone else's presence. The first guard does not understand what kind of guys appeared in the arena. The Supreme Heavenly Demon tells 10 swords to protect the keepers, and orders the 12 demon masters to destroy the guys in the black to the left and to the right of the stage. And he asks Zhuiguan to protect his back. 2 unknown people attacked the Master of Demons. They are surprised that the man jumped away from their blow. Zhuiguan asks them who they are. The demon Alder says they were revealed and orders everyone to go on the attack. 1. 12 demons masters are versed in people in black. The demon Alder looks at this picture and angers, and Yunwen got up to him from the back and asks him what he stared at. The man, not having time to turn around, receives a blow in the face from the young man, breaking through the earth under him. The Lord of the Demons is surprised, and at that time he holds one of the attackers. The guy asks where the real demonic Lord of the Scarlet Sun. The man did not know that in the heavenly demonic cult, there is such an expert, and did not understand who he is. Yunwen grabs him by the scroll and says that he was the first to ask a question. If a man does not want to answer, then let him not answer. In this case, Yunwen will simply spill his anger. The man's name is Zhu Huguan, Icy Demonic Heart. He is the deputy leader of the evil bloody cult. The young man is surprised and asks to continue further. From the point of view of the Force, the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun and the bloody demonic lord are equal. Therefore, in order to advance to the central planes, the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun tried to borrow their strength. Thanks to the spy, which the bloody cult introduced into the heavenly demonic cult, they learned that the lord of the Scarlet Sun suddenly abandoned their offer. Using a spy, they introduced the poison of the lord of the Scarlet Sun for a long period of time. So although he is alive now, he cannot use martial arts. Now the young man understood where the story came from that the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun trained in solitude. The real demon of Alder should be with them now. 12 demons masters report that they captured and killed all people in black. The audience noticed and surprised that one of the 12 masters called Yunwan Mr. The guy thinks what a dumb one who called him a master and asks all the people in black are dead. Zhu Huguang noticed that he was the only one alive and tells the young man that if they want to get an answer, then they should save his life. Yunwan, they all begin to act on the nerves. The man holds on to his throat and flatters Yunwan, saying how wise he is, and the preservation of his life will be useful to him. The guy says he did not understand him. The young man does not negotiate with such bastards. Zhu Huguang does not understand what he is talking about. The young man replies that everything is exactly as he said. He tells the Lord of the Demons to take care about the man. Spectators also continue to discuss Yunwan. Moreover, they notice his sword and ring, and understand that these are the attributes of a heavenly demon. The one who called him the master apologizes, and the guy is angry and asks to hold his mouth on the castle. And now, when everything turned out so that the young man has no choice how to take everything seriously, Yunwen yells throughout the arena and seems to be a supreme heavenly demon, a heavenly destroyer. People are in shock and does not quite understand his speech. It is true that he wears the ring and sword of the heavenly demon, but they do not think that he can be a supreme heavenly demon at such a young age. One of the spectators considers him crazy. Yunwen knew that everything would be so, and he was interested in that this time he should show in order to prove his personality. Zhuiguan says there is no need for this and takes off his mask. They understood who he was and at a bewilderment that the crazy demonic monarch does here. The bloody demon is also surprised to see his uncle. 3 keepers, the Lord of Demons, and even 12 demons masters bowed the knee in front of Yunwen and paid tribute to him. After that, everyone in the hall ceased to doubt his personality. They realized that their master was returning and they rejoice. In the assembly hall of the demonic pavilion, Yunwen gathered his subordinates and asked the first guard to tell him everything that he knows about the evil cult of blood. The old man begins his story. The evil bloody cult is a demonic cult of Tianju. After the Great Orthodox Demonic War, their relations were completely torn. The heavenly demonic cult and had no idea that something like that penetrated and plotted their cult. The first guard apologizes to the guy. Yunwen is not trying to point out their mistakes, but simply wants to understand the situation. He asks what their size in comparison with the heavenly demonic cult. The old man says their exact size is unknown, but judging by the past notes, he is in no way inferior to the heavenly demonic cult. The young man does not understand why in this case these people are unknown on the central plains. The first guard answers this because they were the same secret power as they were, and never advanced to the plains. Even in the last Great Orthodox Demonic War, only part of their forces was included in the cult of the heavenly demon, and participated in conquests. Yunwen thinks once these bastards decided to absorb their cult, which means they are sure that they are strong enough. In the meantime, they should find and talk about details with the real Lord of the Scarlet Sun. The heavenly demonic cult is possible in greater danger than Yunwen expected, and they will have to move forward with what he put off. The guy claims that from now on he reforms the heavenly demonic cult. The heavenly demonic cult of the cave forest, whose girls at the beginning of arrival in a demonic cult met Yunwen discuss the return of the supreme heavenly demon. They notice his beauty and want to see him again. The first guard shouts to Yunwen that it is impossible to discover the heavenly demonic secret storage. This is a tradition that has been preserved for 1,700 years, and only worthy can look into these secret guidelines. For some reason, it reminds a young man of old times when he was an emperor. The guy says traditions someday will still be violated, and precious information is precious only when they are used where it is necessary. Yunwen wants all students to see secret guidelines. In addition, they will use weapons and elixirs to improve their martial arts skills. 3 keepers look annoyed. The young man also adds that from now on, all organizational reforms will put individual abilities at the forefront. He does not mean that they will completely ignore seniority, but if someone has skills that surpass the skills of the higher it, or it can be increased by a rank higher. New systems that the Heavenly Destroyer offered were really non-standard. All the ranks of the Heavenly Demonic Cult were reorganized and divided into 10 ranks. Accordingly, each rank received its own color of clothing. The organization was reorganized, administrative management was minimized, and the quality of work of each link has increased. The leader of the detachment of swords of the demonic emperor, the protection of Yunwan, will be a crazy demonic monarch Zui Guan. The man says he says at his whole disposal. And also he will act as the main mentor in all disciplines of the cult. Old people discuss his decisions and probably want to object. Yunwen understands that it was Zui Guan who was responsible for bloodshed 50 years ago. But since he had already freed him from anger, no longer needs to worry about it. Even if his body is worn out and the soul will be crushed, Zui Guan will do everything for his master and heavenly demonic cult. The first guard is interested in what will be with the empty place of the Scarlet Sun. Yunwen is reported by subordinates that the Lord of the Demons of the Scarlet Sun is here, and they bring him on a stretcher. The young man does not understand what could bring the man to such a state. The old man is interested in how the guy was able to find Demon Olha. Yunwen suggested that he was imprisoned in their cult, and was right. He wants to leave the empty place of the Scarlet Sun Demon. The right guard objects, because this man is a traitor. Yunwen knows this, and his farewell happens only once, and if he decided to betray him again, then the young man will punish him with his own hands. The demon Alder in tears asks to forgive him for his sins. The guy will forget the mistakes of the past Lord of the Scarlet Sun, but he asks him not to forget those hot tears that are coming with him right now. Juiguan thinks to comprehend the depth of their master. When they first crossed the swords of his heart, trembled by the devotion of their supreme lord, which existed only in books, but his current appearance touches his soul differently. The heavenly demon in the books was a lonely man, and the more Juiguan recognized him, the more he sympathized with him. However, their current supreme lord, a little different, reforms the organization, introduces new laws, and also listens to his subordinates. The incomparable master and transcendental demonic kingdom is another, that he sees more like the emperor. Perhaps his gentleman is more than the first supreme lord. Juiguang training students. Yunwen asks him how many children died in this training camp. About 10% died. These are those who could not withstand exhausting training. The man says this world cruelly, in its strong eat the weak. Perhaps this is too tough. But the experience gained here will become valuable for children who have to live all their lives as masters of martial arts. Yunwen understands this and says that Juiguan is right. Children work out techniques on wooden swords. The guy notices that despite the fact that they are children, it is amazing how they work hard. This is a really strong group. He understands why the whole Murim should unite every time a heavenly demonic cult appears. The heavenly demonic cult had a tense time. Each organization set discipline, and the development of martial arts encouraged. Thanks to the secret guidelines, elixirs and weapons from the heavenly demonic secret storage, students reached a new level of improving their inner QE every day. 2 months passed in the instant of the eye, and Yunwen realized that the time had come. Yunwen gathered everyone in the pavilion. He says their cult has changed significantly, however. As he said earlier, they will avoid participating in a total war with the Central Plains. Juiguan asks whether they will continue to build up power here. The guy says some of the people from their cult will go to the Central Plains. The heavenly demonic cult will dominate so that they do not feel it. Juiguan, Baigun, Zhuanju, and Dantai Ushin will go with Yunwan to the Central Plains. The Azure Dragon Hall, the first guard asks the guy to do something before leaving. The old man speaks for many generations among the leaders of the cult to award the best student from children released from the training hall by martial art and weapons. This time, one child graduated from school with exceptional assessments. But if Yunwen does not want to follow the old tradition, then it's okay. The guy says that of course he will do this, his duty to encourage children who in the future will lead the heavenly demonic cult, and asks to bring this child here. Yunwan notices that she is a girl. Baigun Shoshin welcomes his master. He heard about her excellent results and asks what she wants. She replies that she does not want anything. The guy is confused and does not understand her. The girl's eyes shine. She looks at him intently. The The right and left guard discuss her and considers the girl strange. Yunwen asks her how she wants to become a person in the future. The girl states that she intends to become the strongest master of the sword. The keepers are angry that she is talking to the master so much. The guy is interested in her, which, in her opinion, should be the strongest swordsman. She thinks is one who can defeat nature with the help of a sword. The old people are still angry and want to know her instructor. Suddenly Yunwen cries and says how brave she is. The girl is puzzled and confused after his words. The guy liked her answer. He did not expect this. Keepers are no less surprised. In addition to weapons and martial art, Yunwen wants to give her another gift. Since he does not have many weapons, he gives her his emperor's sword. The first guard thinks this too much, and as for the weapon, he asks to allow to bring weapons from the heavenly demonic storage. The young man after that declares that he himself is the second gift. The girl and keepers are shocked. From now on, they will have the relationship of the student and master. The girl will gradually study from him to martial arts. She has mixed feelings at the same time, rejoices and is afraid. The old man wants to know what her first gift will be. Her goal to become the strongest user of the sword is good, but very far away. Approaching the goal will be her third gift. He tells her to go with her and says her next goal, the Central Plains. Baigan Xiaoqin shines and really wants to go with him. In honor of the Destroyer of Heaven and his detachment, who went on a journey through the Central Plains in the big assembly hall, all members of the heavenly demonic cult gathered. People in the hall are interested in how the sect leader plans to do. He asks the first guard if the old man deceives him. The keeper replies that he had never dared. Just Yunwen cannot believe that if he pours his true key into this heavenly demonic ring will appear a spiritual animal. Moreover, he is nervous and does not understand how they will go on it to the Central Plains. The guy asks the heavenly demon whether the old man tells the truth. The demon says instead of asking him, why not try it himself? The demon says he raised him from childhood. If he is still alive, then how many years now he should be. Regardless of whether he is deceiving him or not, he blows strongly in the ring. But he doesn't succeed, and he stops blowing. He does not see a spiritual desire. The guy thinks him deceived. For many generations there was a spiritual animal, which was allowed only to the leaders of the heavenly demonic cult. The guy does not understand the words of the first guard. A huge bird appears above his head. The heavenly demon is glad that his pet is a golden falcon still alive. Yunwen is scared. He is afraid that the falcon will eat him because he looks frightening. The demon with a grin tells him not afraid and extend his hand. The falcon closed his eyes with pleasure. He recognized in a young man of heavenly demon, a falcon is really a mythical creature. The guy thinks he could not see such amazing things sitting in the palace and telling his team to climb on the back of the falcon. They go to Chonvan. The heavenly destroyer and his team flew to the capital of the province of Zhejiang, Hangzhou. This city is famous for its picturesque views, since it is located right on the river duct. Merchants often sailed here. This is an incredible place with a prosperous culture and diverse entertainment. A girl in a red robe dances with a tambourine. Because of this, the sect warriors who have never left their territory were in cultural shock. But Yunwen also saw this in the palace, but he first goes along such a busy street. The guy is a little worried. Baigan Xiaoqian is hungry and offers her master to eat. She is interested in what food they cook here. Zhuiguang takes her by the scroll and tells her to talk politely with Yunwen. The guy asks to let the girl go, because this is just a trifle. The young man invites them to eat, and go to the most popular local restaurant. Janin's house was the second building in Chonvan after the Yellow Crane Tower. Inside it was divided into 3 levels. The General Hall, the Hall of the Nobility, and the Royal Hall. The most expensive of them was the Royal Hall, where the night was worth 100 silver nannies. The waitress went to their table. She does not understand why they look so evil and asks what they want to order. Yunwen asks to bring a fried duck, godza, cold noodles, and black tea. The girl breathed out. I realized that these are good people and asks them if they want something else. The guy replies that they would call her Yupe will choose. The young man, using a sound program, wants to tell them something before food. He thinks they do not quite understand what is happening. His team looks too gloomy, and especially Zhuiguan. After his words, the guys pulled smiles. Yunwen says in jungle it is better to preserve friendly faces and not to do anything that could attract unnecessary attention to them, and asks the demon overlord not to squeeze a smile so much. He asks them to call him a young master or just a master, because in Chonvan he is known as a heavenly jade dragon, and the guys also need suitable nicknames, because the master of demons is unlikely to delight the city guard. Zhuiguan again calls the guy the supreme. The young man reminds him of his speech. The team brought food. Yunwen offers them to eat first, and then decide. The girl asks why they came to Hangzhou. The guy heard that it was here that the leader of the Association of the Demonic Way is located. Everyone is surprised. The young man speaks precisely in Hangzhou. they will be able to get the necessary information the fastest. Before Yunwen came to the sect of the Heavenly Demon, the Association of the Northern Blade created the Murim Alliance. They said they were going to destroy the followers of the demonic path and had to achieve the first results. Therefore, he decided to look at these results in this place. Baigan Xiaosun understood the meaning of his words. Two people pass by their table. The Lord of the Demons notes that they are not similar to the civilian. Yunwan says that is why he hoped to see them. From that moment on, he asks them not to move. They do not understand what these two are staring at them. Yunwen thinks they are members of Murim. The guy turns out to be behind them and welcomes them. The guys do not understand what he wants. He asks them where the Association of the Demonic Way is located. One of them takes out a sword and their company immediately seems suspicious to him. Yunwen stops his attack with ease. The man does not understand how the scabbard was stolen from his tray. He does not understand who Yunwan is and where so much power is in him. The guard fiercely shouts to him to release his sword and scabbard immediately. Yunwen lets go, and the man flies to the floor by inertia. His subordinates notice that their master seems to play with this guard. The guy holds out his hand and asks him to forgive him for his rudeness, introducing himself as a heavenly jade dragon. He asked about the association because he left abroad for 3 months and wants to know what was happening in Murim during his absence. Men fall to his knees and apologize for not recognizing him. The young man asks him to answer one question. He is interested in what people in Murim are talking about him now. The guards say in Murim there is no one who would not know about the heavenly jade dragon, because he subjugated the leader of the bandits, and now he is the abbot Shaolin instead of Jianggun, and the most influential person in the alliance of 9 orthodox sects. The guy does not understand what time it is. The heavenly demon is right. The young man says everything was completely wrong. The girl speaks in the end after his speeches. He himself attracts the most attention. Yunwen asks his question and wants to know what happened in Murim in 3 months. The alliance of Murim, at the head of the leader of the Association of the Northern Blade of the Dug Hentinen, attacked the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, located in the suburbs of Hangzhou. But instead of winning, they suffered serious losses at the hands of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, which was completely ready for their attack. The guy knew that the forces of the Alliance Murim exceeded the forces of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path many times, and did not understand how this happened. Instead of the battle, the forehead in the forehead, the Syndicate of the Demonic Path resorted to the tactics go and run away. On the other hand, the Alliance Murim must remain noble, because minute carelessness can cost a whole life. The guy thinks the Syndicate not despicable, but rather worthy of praise, because avoiding a direct attack was a very wise solution. The man says all the main forces of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path hid underground and continued to fight, using the secret branches that they hid everywhere. So the damage caused by Murim's alliance was very significant. And although these are just rumors, everything happened because the Syndicate of the Demonic Path invited the descendant of the Jij clan from the orthodox sects as his advisor. The second man tells his comrade more thoroughly to think what he is talking about. The man asks Yunwan to forget his words. This is all that they know, and the guys regret that they can't help anything else. Yunwan says it was enough and thanks them for the information. The guys thinks what warrior Wen Yun cool. The young man did not expect such stability from the syndicate of such stamina, and even more so the confrontation of Murim's alliance. He is interested in who it could be, a member of the orthodox sect, a descendant of the Zhuge family, an advisor, because of which this incident occurred. He asks for his subordinates preparing for departure, because they have where to go. Although Yunwan had a way to contact the Gemini Noah, he usually used a Golden Frog cash bench. Being the best cash store on the Central Plains, the Golden Frog store was the largest in scale and had branches in all corners of the country. Zhang Yunxin, a branch manager in Hangzhou, arises and does not understand who is looking for him. If this person is going to waste time, he will personally teach him a lesson. Yunwen and his team are in the store. The manager does not understand that with these teenagers, because they look without a penny in their pocket, he does not understand who Yunwen is, such as to ask for a personal meeting. The young man shows him his token of the emperor. The man realized his mistake, and his facial expression was replaced. He welcomes the respected guest. In the VIP of the reception store, the Golden Frog Zhang Yunxin pours tea to the guys. He asks for forgiveness for his rudeness, saying that yesterday something bad was breaking out. The guy asks him not to worry about it because he arrived to find out where the Knox brothers are, although the twins are elusive to contact them at any time. In this case, Yunwen asks to convey that they come to Hangzhou. The manager asks if the guys have decided where to stop. The guy replies that they have not yet decided. The man asks him to lead them to the inner hall of the best pavilion Jiang. Moreover, he is also ready to repent of his rudeness. Yunwan thinks this place too expensive. The manager asks him not to joke. The guy asks how much money he can spend with the help of this token. Zhang Yunsen replies that he can spend an unlimited amount of money since he is the actual owner of a Golden Frog cash store. His whole team, including himself, were very surprised by this. This is unlimited. This huge capital. Yunwan thinks the twins Nox are amazing times have such a store. Thanks to them, he will have no problems with money on the Central Plains. Hanzhou was a more attractive city at night than during the day. People walked and had fun. Since there was nothing to do until the twins arrived, Yunwen and his company decided to take a short walk and look around in the city. The store manager sent a man to accompany the guys this evening to Hangzhou. Yunwen is glad to hear this and asks to take care of them. The man shows where to go. Everyone has already decided to rejoice, but Yunwen quickly dispelled their fun and tells them, using a sound program, that today they will not be able to simply inspect the sights. He tells them to train to fit into the Central Plains, and once again he asks them to behave with restraint and not to arrange riots. Yunwen and Zuiguan are standing and looking at the fireworks. Yunwan asks the demon's lord what he thinks about and whether he is bored. Zuiguan is not bored. Each time the splendor of this place every time makes him choke. Yunwen thought he had enough experience in such matters. The man speaks for all his 137 years of life. He first encounters something similar since he was focused on martial arts. The guy is surprised by the age of Zuiguan and considers him old. In any case, Yunwan intends to keep his promise, and the Lord of the Demons will not regret that he went after the young man from the heavenly demonic storage. The Lord of the Demons thanks him and accidentally encounters his shoulder with passers-by. Zuiguan calmly apologizes to the passers-by. The man, in response, only identifies and insults him. Yunwen prays that the Lord of the Demons does not arrange a membrane. A passerby says his shoulder dislocated, and if Zuiguan continues to hold his mouth on the castle, this does not solve the problem. The Lord of the Demon grabs his shoulder. The man asks him what he was doing. Zuiguan seems to be a man's shoulder. A passerby does not understand what the Master of Demons is doing, and threatens him that he could not get rid of with simple apologies. He asks what he should do then to make a man forgive him. A passerby discuss the conflict and think a fight will now begin. The man tells him to crawl if Zuiguan crawls between his legs. Then he will forgive him. Yunwan is worried that Zuiguan does nothing rash. However, the Lord of the Demons simply fulfills the request of the passerby and crawls between his legs. The man does not understand why Zuiguan, not arguing, just did how he told him. The rest of the people watching the conflict are also surprised. Yunwan realized that the Lord of the Demons went so far only because of his words. Zuiguan asks if this is enough. The passerby thought to humiliate him even more, but he thinks on this so enough. The Lord of the Demons again asking for. Zuiguan thinks this enough. Spectators also think that a bald man must restrain his word, because Zuiguan did nothing like that. Yunwen tells him to leave this in the past and disperse with the world, because this is a good day, and you should not spoil it. The man in response pushes the young man, and does not understand who he is to indicate him. The Lord of the Demons grabs his head and imprints in the ground. Zavaki is shocked by this. If this is the order of his master to crawl between his legs, he will do it calmly without hesitation. However, he will never tolerate that some bastard touch his lord with his dirty hand. All people scatter from him and are afraid because he had just killed a man. Yunwen asked him to be careful, but Zuiguan says he could not endure such an attitude to his master. A man accompanying them along with the rest of the team runs to Yunwan. He is angry because they will now have to clean up after them. The guy apologizes to him for getting into a fight and asks if it will be difficult to settle everything here. The accompanying person says this is not a problem, but the Yunwen team will also be difficult to leave the Central Plains intact. The young man is thinking by a person whom they killed quite important, and wants to know the details. He says this man is not just a small bug, but behind him there is a syndicate of the demonic path. Yunwen did not expect this, and perhaps he must thank the demon lord for this. To avoid the revenge of the syndicate of the demonic path, they must do something, but they do not know what to do. The young man thinks to eat some way and says if the accompanying person will do what he will say, then he will be able to avoid trouble. The next day, the announcements were hung all over Hangzhou. It was written about the case last night, and it indicated that if someone has a favor or resentment, everyone who wants to settle them can come to Ven Yun in Pavilion Jianani. People think he says it with sarcasm, and this is some kind of joke. Baigun Xiaocun asks the master to teach her today. He does not understand what she talks about. The girl reminds him of his promise to teach her fencing. The Lord of the Demons supports this idea, saying that Yunwan also did not stop breathing in fresh air, and they will protect the pavilion. He did nothing for all the time to be considered her master, and asks whether she is ready to study. The girl shines. He is going to be the most hard-working student in the world. In this case, He agrees and says that he will return soon. Yunwan reports Joyguan that they will have guests soon. The demon lord thinks this syndicate of the demonic path. The guy confirms this and asks not to kill them, but to get information from them. They only need two things, namely their location and method to establish contact. Not far from Hangzhou, the girl is practiced in fencing under the leadership of Yunwan. The guy tells her to be soft as a spring breeze, and it should be lightning speed. She should be focused on the tip of her sword. Her hands with a sword are shaking. Yunwan thinks to her unusual, because this is a new sword, and soon she will get used to him. He offers her to rest. The girl eagerly drinks water. The guy asks how she feels when she practices the initial movements of 3 heavenly demonic swords, but she is not yet sure. When she reaches great heights, the girl will enter the state of the sword of reason, even if it is difficult for her to tell her never to give up and always go forward to her goal. The girl reminds that he has not taught her anything yet. The guy knows this, but he had a little time and he will try more. She rested enough and is ready to train again. Yunwan asks the heavenly demon why he became so grumbling. The demon does not understand why the guy smiles at his student, because he had not yet won the world to focus on the students. The young man does not understand what suddenly happened to him. The demon screams. He does not like it. He does not like the decision of the guy to leave the syndicate of the demonic path. Yunwan replies that this is not some kind of childhood fight and he knows if you do it, then he will have to resist the whole Murim. The demon says he can fight everyone. Huainan supports the young man. He also thinks that there is no need for unnecessary murders. The guy asks the demon not to worry, because it is only the beginning of his journey as a heavenly destroyer. The heavenly demon thinks the guy knows how to speak well. Yunwan heard something. It seems Zhuguan fulfilled his mission. Yunwan returned to the pavilion. Representatives of the demonic sect are lying dead, and the guy asked Zhuguan to leave them alive. Zhuiguan left one alive for interrogation. He breathes, but the guy does not know if this person can be considered alive. Zhuiguan tells him to tell everything to his master, what he told him earlier, namely about the location of the sect and the method of communication. Suddenly, the hostage with the help of Kuna breaks the rope and jumps up from the chair. He was waiting for their leader to come to kill him. Beigun Xiaochun is dealing with him using the reception 3-time blades of the heavenly demon. She will not kill him because it is Yunwan's order. The girl does not think that the man trained enough to fight with their master. He is very surprised, because those who were here had strong skills, but this girl seems to have not reached another 12 years, but already so strong. Yunwan thanks the girl for a good job and approaches their hostage. The guy now says the man's turn to answer questions. Perhaps the shock from the defeat to the young girl from one blow was too large that the killer from the syndicate of the demonic path obediently answered his questions. As a result, the heavenly destroyer received quite a bit of information about the syndicate of the demonic path. It had 8 leading forces performing the mission of the group, and they were called 8 factions of the demonic path. And also there was a unit of the killing sword, which was under the immediate leadership of the headquarters of the apartment of the syndicate of the demonic path. And they came to kill Yunwan and his team on the orders of the leader of this unit. The guy is interested in how they are connected. The man says the deceased man was the cousin of the commander of their detachment. The young man asks him to take him to their commander, in order to apologize to him personally. The captive in shock. He thinks the commander already knows that they failed, and sent members of the group here to restore order, so that this is nothing different from suicide. The heavenly demon notes that they are coming here. There is no longer any need to go towards them, given their direction and speed, Yunwan thinks here. The guy intends to believe what the Lord of the Demons says, and if something does not work out, Zhui Guan will be responsible. The man asks to believe him, and assures the young man in success. The rest of the guys discuss this. Yunwan and Zhu Guan talked about this 2 days earlier. 2 days ago, on the night of the dispute, the Lord of the Demons believes the young man needs a strong appearance. Yunwan thinks a man wants to say that his face looks miserable. Zhui Guang confirms this. He thinks instead of saying that the young man looks weak, he looks beautiful. The guy thinks only useless boobs chase an appearance or false names. Zhui Guan and the rest are well aware of his strength. However, weakly from the central plains can draw erroneous conclusions, looking only at the appearance. He offers just to wear a mask to Yunwan when necessary. Yunwan tells the man lucky that he is a member of the detachment of the killer sword, because he will be the first to see Yunwan's second face, which he used with the help of the art of transformation. The prisoner looks stunned by this. The guy tells him to go and tell his commander that the scribe of a heavenly demon arrived, a heavenly destroyer. The crowd on the street does not understand what is happening in the best pavilion Jiang'an. They think the pavilion is temporarily closed, because the lights are turned off in it. The man answers them that in connection with some circumstances, their pavilion is temporarily closed today. This is for the first time. Never from the people could have thought that the best pavilion, Jianggan, was closed. Under the knife, this man is said to continue in the same spirit. The syndicate of the demonic path was taken hostage by staff. Yunwan says they are here, then let them stop sneaking and come in. The man glances at the gap of the door. The hostage of the heavenly destroyer was frightened. Judging by his reaction, the guy thinks this bastard commander of the Ka Jinshin detachment. The commander orders the man to commit suicide, because all his comrades are dead. The man is trembling, but intends to execute the order. Yunwan interferes with him and asks the commander how he dares to kill his captive at his command. Ha Jinshin notices the guy's courage and asks him if he knows where he is. The guy says this is the best pavilion in Janani, and an expensive cozy institution. The commander exposes his blade and tells him to be a member of the Murim Alliance or a simple wanderer, he will die today. Yunwan replies that he will not die today, but the commander. They both intend to kill each other with one blow, cleaving the blade of Hazinshun with one blow. This is the name of the elder, who intends to cut down the head of Yunwan. And the commander attacked the guy with his blade. The guy thinks in comparison with the nickname of a man in his blow with a sword, there is nothing worthy of attention. The young man beat off his attack easily. The man is surprised that he was able to lose the sensitivity of just one blow. He does not understand why Yunwan does not expose his sword. The guy replies that he is not sure. He thinks he will not be able to fight with a sword without killing the commander. These are not the words that could be ignored, but it was one of the reasons why Hazinchen was able to rise to the post of commander, thanks to his insight. After this skirmish, the man realized the power of his opponent, although he did not understand what it was. Until he finds out what was the matter, he decides to observe a little. The prisoner Yunwan asks his commander to stop, because the young man's scribbler of the heavenly demon, the heavenly destroyer. The commander thinks his subordinate does not lie. According to rumors, the heavenly destroyer killed all members of the detachment of the murderous sword, and their skirmish also proves that he did not bluff. The heavenly destroyer with whom their headquarters so desperately wanted to meet directly in front of him and Hazinchen considers this to be extraterrestrial success. The headquarters of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path sent experts to all directions of the world in order to recruit a heavenly destroyer, but his whereabouts still remained unknown. The commander realized that this was his chance to increase his status if he became a guide between the Syndicate of the Demonic Path and the heavenly destroyer. Ha Jinggun suddenly became humble and asked the guy whether he was really a heavenly destroyer. The young man does not understand why he became so obedient. Jueguan thinks this because of the guy's changed face. Yunwan thinks the man was right. But in fact, the reason was not that. The commander wants Nova will be officially introduced. His name is Ka Jinshun. He heads a unit of murderous swords, directly subordinate to the Syndicate of the Demonic Path and Glads. He will meet a young man. The guy thinks since the commander just wanted to kill him, but now it is so kind with him that means this merit of his appearance. The commander does not understand him, but no matter how the Syndicate of the Demonic Path has been inquiries to the guy for a long time, and if he goes with them, then Ha Jinshun will take care of him. Yunwan does not need to go to the headquarters himself, so he asks to simply convey the words to their chapter. The guy on whose side in Marima can no longer put up with the atrocities of the Association of the Northern Blade. Therefore, as a person who has a common enemy, the guy would like to personally meet with the head of the syndicate and discuss everything. The commander is interested in if Yunwan is not going to go to the headquarters, then where would he like to be fastened? The young man makes an appointment 10 days later in the Neutrality Pavilion in Kaifeng. Ka Jinshin does not understand why exactly there, because there is the headquarters of the Alliance Murim. The guy does this because he has people whom he can trust in Kaifeng. The commander is worried that something may go wrong. Yunwan assures that if something goes wrong, he will personally protect their Grand Master. The man is surprised, because the young man talks about it as a simple fight. He promises to convey the message to the leader of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path. And so the commotion with a unit of murderous swords ended. 2 days later, Yunwan asks Xiao Chen not to run around the pavilion. Yunwan notes the discontent of the owner of the pavilion and asks him what was the matter. He thinks this because of the case with the Syndicate of the Demonic Path. Mr. Bao has recently been speaking, the number of customers has significantly reduced. After that incident with the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, the members of the Alliance Murim continued to follow the pavilion and snoop guests. Because of this, the visitors began to leave massively. The guy cries and does not understand how they dared. He wants to deal with them right now. Thanks to the store, the Golden Toad, the Heavenly Destroyer went to the branch of the Alliance Murim in Hanzhou. The store manager speaks after the alliance of the Alliance Murim. The surrounding merchants were badly injured. Since the Alliance continues to expand their territory using force, merchants are afraid that all local trading areas will be captured at this pace. Yunwan is outraged due to the incident with the pavilion, so the Murim's alliance also affects the trade world. The man says they collaborate with the merchants who listen to them. Those who are against are forced to obey, so there are no people who confront them. The guy does not understand how many more enemies the Alliance is going to make himself. At the store, the gold toad is all right because they are counting on the support of the imperial family and government ministers. They arrived in the branch of the Murim Alliance in Hanzhou. Yunwen thinks they put all their strength to its creation. The guards ask who he is and whether the guy is recorded. He screams to the manager of the Hangzhou branch to go out. The guard asks who he imagines himself to arrange scenes here. Yunwen tells him to disappear. The manager of the branch comes out and asks who dared to arrange a commotion in the middle of the white day. Yunwen recognizes him. This is provided by Wu Henchang. He does not understand who dares to treat the manager like that. Suddenly his expression changes. It seems he recognized Yunwen. The guy was not sure at first, but now he really realized that this was a former commander of a mandate detachment and points a finger at him. The manager thinks what sin he committed, that he again had a chance to meet this devil. The guy says they did not see each other for a long time. The guard is surprised that they are familiar. In the hall for receiving a branch of the Murim Alliance in Hangzhou, Yunwan and warrior Wu spit tea. The young man says Wu looks much better than before. He thinks because Wu now has become the manager of the branch. Yunwen puts his bowl of tea and is about to get down to business. The young man stopped better at Pavilion Jiang, and suspicious people constantly roam around him. The man does not understand which bastards dared to wander next to the place where the guy stopped. Wu thinks children in our time are fearless. The young man suspects that this is the work of the manager. He looks scared and says that it is not him. Wu jumps up from the table. The man says he needs to the toilet. Yunwan laughs that Wu is running pretty quickly. A man could not think that the young man was associated with the best Pavilion Jiang. A little earlier, VU gave the order to monitor the whole pavilion, as well as to study everyone, a client who entered the pavilion. He bursts to one of his subordinates and tells him to immediately go to the best Pavilion Jiang and tells him to pick up all their people from there. The manager of the branch of the Alliance returned to Yunwan. He says there should be problems with his breakfast. The guy says if Wu has problems, then of course he will have a disorder of the stomach and tells him to play it safe. Wu does not understand what the young man has. The man looks excited. Yunwen says if the territory around the pavilion in Jianan will be free, then there will be no problems, and asks Wu will take care of this. The man realized that the guy recognized everything. Wu says to anyone would not allow anyone to approach this place. We can say that the problem is solved and the guy is interested in how things are now in Murim. He asks because he only recently returned from the trip, and he is interested in knowing about the latest events. This is a great opportunity for Yunwan to get information about the Association of the Northern Blade. The man says the very last event is likely the operation to destroy the Syndicate of the Demonic Path. The story that Wu Henchen told was not much different from the rumors throughout Hangzhou. Nevertheless, Yunwen noted for himself a new information. The reason on which the demonic path settled in Murima was their foundation, which goes out of roots in the trade world. So in order to chop the roots of the Syndicate of the Alliance, Murim is trying to seize the commercial world. And they say that the conflict exists even in the Murim Alliance itself. They say that the Alliance of 9 Orthodox clans and the League of 5 clans are fighting on all issues with the Ark Hentitian. However, in addition to them, all the forces are under the command of the leader of the Alliance. So as the leader of the Alliance himself said, this will be a minor problem. Yunwan does not think so. He does not understand whether the leader of the Alliance really does not know the seriousness of the situation. He takes to memories of childhood. His grandfather asks the boy whether he knows that he can destroy a huge dam. Yunwan thinks something like a landslide for it. The old man says the boy is mistaken. He does not understand why. Grandfather is sure that a huge dam can collapse only from one rat. The boy does not think that one rat can lead to the destruction of the dam. Over time, Nora, which the rat dug to the construction of her nest, will turn into a large crack. Because of this small rat hole, the size of the dam is unimportant, because sooner or later it will collapse. The Great Empire is no different from this. The more insignificant the risk seems, the more you need to pay attention. There is a limit of how much enemies can be ignored, and Yunwan is interested in what Hentang will do. Wu asked Yunwan when he was going to join the Alliance of Murim. The young man looks bewildered. It is already getting dark, and the guy leaves the branch. The manager of Wu will pass the words of the guy, the leader of the Alliance. Yunwan still answered the man. He was going to go to the Alliance a few days later. Wu says the guy's power will come in handy for the Alliance Murim. Although the young man managed to dismiss, he will probably soon have to meet with the Alliance of Murim. But it's still good that he visited the branch. It seems Murim's alliance is not as strong as he speaks of himself. This information will be useful in the future. The guy returned to the pavilion and told everything to the owner. The man thanks him for being able to rest. Huanggu, using a sound program, wants to say something. Yunwen does not understand what is the matter and why he uses this art now. The guest visited them. The Heavenly Destroyer did not feel anything special. He also talks with Mr. Bao during the sound transmission. The monarch without a shadow asked the guy to be careful, because this man, having entered, said that he was his guest. He came from the headquarters of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path. The young man asks Mr. Bao not to disturb him, because he had a difficult day. He wants to relax. The leader of the syndicate should be in a hurry because he came to the pavilion without waiting for their meeting. He says the young man of rights just 10 days is too long to sit back. Yunwen in his voice thinks that this is a woman. He does not understand how Jueguan let her into this place so easily. The man says she was very polite. The guy is angry and reprimands his subordinate. Jueguan apologizes. Yunwen heard about how the Syndicate of the Demonic Path copes well with Murim's alliance. Despite the fact that they were driven into a corner, he was glad to hear this news. The leader of the syndicate says the young man of rights in only one. They really were able to crush those bastards from the Murim alliance, but he is mistaken, considering the girl a leader. The young man did not understand, because he wanted to talk to the leader. After confirmation, her personality Yunwen will probably change his opinion. He is stunned by the confusion. The girl's name is Zhuge Chaohong. She is an advisor to the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, and has a quite attractive appearance. Yunwen has recently been saying the name of the girl throughout Murim. For him, there really is a surprise to meet her personally. Zhuge says she herself should be surprised, given how bloody the guy has a story. She thought he looked more angrily. The girl considers him quite pretty. Began calls her the older sister and says what a cool master. Yunwen is surprised at this situation. He does not like that his subordinate did not tell him anything. He interrupts the discussion, saying that it is too noisy and the conversation should be held in another place. They must discuss this alone without their subordinates. Jueguan grabs Xiaoqian by the scruff and leads her off the room. The warrior from the shadow tells her to stop behaving like a child. The girl wanted to stay with the master and older sister. Zhuge and Yunwen are sitting at the table against each other. Xiaoqun should be worried about the girl, but the guy is also interested in hearing the story that the girl wanted to tell. Zhuge says Xiaoqun asked who is the strongest of Murim's promising talents. Yunwen thinks it just likes her, and asks what Zhuge answered her. The girl told her about 2 people. One of them is a star of the demonic path of the Heavenly Destroyer. Another star of the Orthodox Path's Jade Divine Dragon Wenyun. The guy is surprised, because these are his 2 personalities. Zhuge thinks, judging by the face of the young man, he heard about the Jade Divine Dragon. He answers her that he had heard something from rumors. In general, people in Murim began to call the leader of the Alliance of the Great Master, the Taoist Master of the Udanjiang Sanya Feng, and these 2 people of Murima. Yunwen first hears Murim's 5 heavens. The girl says this, obviously, because they began to call them so recently. Nevertheless, only the Heavenly Destroyer and the Jade Divine Dragon are interested in people. The guy does not understand why this is so, because in the 5 heavens of Murim there are 5 people, and are only interested in these 2. Zhuge says it will quite logically focus on the new talents that suddenly appeared. People are interested in who is stronger than the Heavenly Destroyer or a Jade Divine Dragon. Yunwen thinks how troublesome is due to the fact that there are 2 such personalities in it. He only masked his personality in order to act depending on the situation. And Murim was confused after Wenyun and the Heavenly Destroyer gained recognition as individuals. The Heavenly Demon asks the young man why he has such an alarmed look. The demon says these 2 personalities can become his weapon. The guy can change the crisis to the opportunity. Huinen says the Heavenly Demon again conceived something sinister. The demon says that he is not talking to him. The monk and the demon quarrel among themselves. The monk asks the Heavenly Demon to beat him someday with a wooden stick, and Yunwen considers the demon is right, if he will use it well. Zhugai tells the guy that she can tell him her story, since he has nothing more to ask. The young man agrees with her. She goes right away to the matter. The Syndicate of the Demonic Path needs the power of the Heavenly Destroyer. Yunwen knew that the girl would say something like that, and asks her why the Syndicate of the Demonic Path would not solve all the problems with the help of her resourcefulness. Zhuge says no matter what her abilities with the power of the Alliance Murim cannot cope with one person. Thinking about this from this point of view, he also becomes a person in his opinion. The girl says this is not true. She thinks not a person sits in front of her, but a star. The young man thinks this joke is completely tasteless. And Zhuge, on the contrary, was struck by his own game of words. She thinks the guy liked this. He flatters her, saying that she has a talent to laugh people, and the guy is interested in what they will do if he refuses. The girl will not be able to do anything if he refuses. However, if a rumor spreads that the Heavenly Destroyer is here, then the Alliance Murim will do everything possible to attack him. Yunwen thinks they will let a hearing if he does not cooperate with them. The girl says it depends on what he thinks. However, in any case, the orthodox path will suffer heavy losses, regardless of who he will fight with. And if it is beneficial to their syndicate, then Zhuge will do anything. The guy thought she was tender, but it turns out she is a rather terrible woman. He understands why Muram's alliance is experiencing such difficulties with her. And yet the young man is one who holds the handle of the sword. He does not know whether he should accept the offer or not. He asks whether the syndicate will fulfill any of its conditions. The girl asks first to tell her about these conditions. He has only 2 conditions. Firstly, no one can command them or constrain his actions. And secondly, he asks him to give him the authority to command the syndicate of the demonic path whenever he asks for it. Zhuge thinks, despite the fact that there are only 2 conditions, it sounds as if he wants to become a great master. Yunwen tells her not to complicate. He wants to become a great master of the demonic path. He is interested in what she is going to do. The girl agrees, but she has a response service. The guy thinks to ask him for a favor. It's shamelessly. Zhuge knows this. Even if she had to kneel, she would like to borrow the power of the heavenly destroyer. Yunwan is surprised and asks if she will do everything for the good of the syndicate of the demonic path, to which she says yes. The guy says, given what despair they are ready to listen to the girl, the current syndicate of the demonic path collapses from the inside. The Council of Elders, who controls the power of the syndicate, jeeper of the authority of the great master. Yunwan thinks the master could just eliminate them. It would be great, but now there is a war with the alliance of Muram, and if Zhuge, or a detachment subordinate to the Grandmaster, will take up the solution of internal problems, then their syndicate will be caused severe damage, and he will break up. The guy is surprised that not only the alliance Muram has, but the syndicate of the demonic path has problems inside. Yunwen realized that even if he takes the syndicate under his control, he could not dispose of him. The girl says this true, however, if Yunwen removes all the rot from the syndicate of the demonic path and reforms it, then everything would be different. The guy asks her, can he consider the syndicate of the demonic path to his own after he does it? Zhuge tells him to act as he will consider fit. She celebrates him with the great young master of the demonic path. Yunwen asks her what kind of position this is, a great young master of the demonic path. The girl asks for calmly with her, the place of the young man next to the great master. Even he cannot give the guy orders, and the young man has the full right to check and punish all the students of their syndicate. The guy is surprised because he is not a great master, and his position is equivalent to this. He knows that Zhuge is not a master and doubts that she can make such a decision. She cannot tell him everything in detail, but asks the young man does not worry about it. Yunwen asks her whether this means that they will not tell him everything. He thinks this somehow connected with their plan. The young man says, if this is what she wants, then he is ready to be part of this plan. The guy asks to say where their Ho is, and he will be there in a few days. He gathered his detachment and asks everything here. The guys are holding him. Xiaocun asks Huanzhe what the master will tell them. The guy tells her to just listen to the words of the master, and she will know everything. The girl tells the warrior from the shadows not to be so cold in relation to the girl. Yunwen watches their quarrel. The guy asks Juiquan to figure it out. The man tells newcomers to shut up, because their master will now begin speech. Now that he offers everything in the assembly to go right to business. He told the members of the heavenly demonic cult everything he knew himself, as well as what he recently recognized. Yunwen told them about the Jade Divine Dragon, and revealed his personality and significance of his pseudonyms in Muram, as well as the story of the syndicate of the demonic path. As a result, his team will also have to change depending on how Yunwan's position and status changes, but there can be no mistake. Juiguan guesses that they will also have to use the art of transfiguration. The guy says that Zhuiguang, Huanggu, and Uyan will use the art of transfiguration, and since Xiaoqin cannot use it because of his weak qi, it will only accompany it when Yunwen is in the guise of a heavenly destroyer. And when he is a Jade Divine Dragon, let him pretend to not know him. The girl does not understand how to do it. Especially many people already saw how she accompanied him in Hangzhou. Yunwen says they have not been on the Central Plains for so long, so everything is in order. He simply asks to be their care from this moment. He asks her not to be upset and simply not be with him when he is in the appearance of a Jade Divine Dragon. And as always, they should not act recklessly without his order. The guy indicates Juiguan to be especially stupid, because his skills are very different from others. The man is surprised. Yunwen does not scold him, but simply asks him to be more careful because he is very strong. Juiguan seems to be embarrassed by the praise of his master. He asks the guys whether they know any martial arts of the orthodox sects that you can use. Huanggu knows them, but Ushan has not tried it yet. He asks Uyan to try to detect the martial arts of orthodox sects based on her specialization, a quick sword. The girl is also glad to praise. She did not think that the heavenly destroyer would remember her specialization. From now on, he prohibits the use of demonic martial arts without his order while they are on the central plains. Yunwen considers her definitely not an ordinary woman and thinks the beast lurked in her heart. Jueguan asks his master what he means. She told him that their syndicate is located under the Lake of Donging. The girl assures the guy that he would not regret his decision. The guy thinks their location they chose, knowing that a fight with the Alliance of Murim would begin, and this is their strategy. When the Orthodox sects became stronger, they always tried to suppress the demonic path. Zhuge was simply preparing for the future, thinking about the past, so she does not think that this could be called a strategy. Yunwen says she is incredible, and he heard that she was a descendant of the prestigious Zhuge family, and asks why she wants to turn off the Orthodox path. She says there is a person whom she wants to kill, and at present he is the leader of the Orthodox path. The guy realized that she was talking about Henten's arc. Jueguan is surprised, because the name of the arc Henten is too often flashes. Yunwan says the leader of the Alliance Murim, truly amazing person, and it seems he wants to make his enemies the whole of Murim. The man asks the heavenly destroyer who are those people with whom they will meet. Yunwan is tired of listening to this question all the way. He says these people of his benefactors. Jueguan simply cannot restrain his curiosity about who these people, whom the master calls him his benefactors. Yunwan tells him too curious. He is interested in how the Gemini Knows are doing. The manager John says that the brothers are already waiting for him in the reception. He enters the room, and Huan No drops his cup of tea with surprise. The guy asks how the old people have business. They rush to him and embrace. The twins say everything is fine with them, seeing that their lords are so energetic. Huan No says the dejected expression on the young man, which he saw on Mount Tai, completely disappeared, and he again found his light. They cry with joy. Huinark does not understand how he can communicate to a guy except His Majesty Emperor. The guy asks them not to cry so much. They make him cry too. The Azure King of the Demons Hunpo also arrived with the Nox brothers and welcomes Yunwan. He was surprised at how great Hunpo became. He is interested in what training the azure-faced king of the demons received, and why he was still without clothes. The man survived the time that does not even want to remember, but all thanks to the mercy of Yunwan. Jueguang is jealous of Hunpo to his master and does not understand how he dares to speak so heavenly destroyer. They collide among their foreheads. Yunwan orders them not to spoil such a beautiful day. Men obey him. The beggar Pang is also welcoming the young man here. The guy asks how he is doing. The old man says he cannot be unhealthy when he spends time with his granddaughter of his sworn friend. Suelin enters the room and asks the guy if he feels good. Suelin tells the guy that he had not returned for so long after he said that he would return soon. Youngwon could not do anything about it, because he here and there fell into trouble. The guy asks the lady how she feels. She replies that thanks to him, the girl lives quite comfortably next to the great leader of the gang of beggars. The old man interrupts them and offers to start talking about what they all gathered here. The girl asks Pang as he could be so insensitive. After that, a meeting began, in which only those to whom Yunwen gave Dabro participated. Pang says the situation in Murim is currently very serious, since Murim's alliance oppresses those who rebel against them under the pretext of destroying the demonic path, and the alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of 5 clans turned into simple assistants. This is an obvious political scheme. But the young man does not understand how the alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of the 5 clans ricked themselves so quickly under the influence of the Association of the Northern Blade. The old man says Nadezhda is not lost because a new organization has appeared. This is a secret organization created by young promising talents from the alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of the 5 clans. Its goal is to keep the leader of the alliance and certain forces in UES so that they do not abuse their power and do not show tyranny if the alliance is alive after victory over a demonic path. The guy is a little stunned, because Henten's Ark is not one of those people who will allow such a secret organization to exist. Pang says the leader of the alliance not only there is no reason to confront their organization, but also, according to rumors, they received significant support from Henten's Ark. Young masters of the Northern Blade Association also participate in it. The old man asks Yunwan whether he knows how Henten's Ark is dealt with his enemies. The guy says if possible, he will eliminate them. And if they cannot be destroyed, he will try to make them his allies. If the young man was in his place, he would do the same. Pang agrees with him. He says the leader of the alliance at first could be said to insist on their creation, endowed them with authority and encouraged their activities. He planned to make them the leader of one of his people. But since there are quite a few outstanding people in the organization, they refuse to accept anyone as their leader. His plan failed. The leader of the gang of beggars thinks the Ark Henten now sleeping badly. This story is a solid interest to Yunwan, the independent power in the alliance of Murim, which is opposed to him. Moreover, the position of leader is currently free. The guy did not expect less from the best gang in the world. No one knows better about the situation in Murim better than a gang of beggars. The Gemini No Think Pang wants to capture all the attention of their master. The old people have prepared a special detachment for Yunwan. They secretly collect and teach orphans for more than 30 years, and now their number is approaching 1,000. The young man says this quite a lot and is interested in their current level. They say an outstanding expert among them, but one person accumulated 120 years of inner chi. Yunwan praises them, saying that they did an excellent job. He knows that this is definitely little in comparison with the heavenly demonic cult, but there is no doubt that this is a great power. The beggar Pang asks the young man what kind of relationship with Lady Zuilin has. The guy says they just acquaintances. After the young man left her at the King of the Poor, she constantly asked him about Yunwan, so the old man thought for them some special relationship. The guy realized that he should change the subject, and he asks where the woman who was next to Zuilin all the time went. The old man says this HBS disappeared. The guys are already going to disperse, and Yunwan asks them to repeat them again about what he asked them all about. He ordered Hunpo to secretly collect the practitioners of the demonic path, which are not members of the syndicate of the demonic path, and create an organization, as well as expect further orders. He asked Panga to mobilize all members of the gang of beggars and investigate the actions of forces in the trading world and the movement of forces behind the Great Wall. He ordered the Blizers of Nox to monitor and control the cash flows on the Central Plains through the Golden Toad Bank, and beware of forces trying to close contact with the Imperial Palace. And they must also combine the forces of small and medium-sized merchants and secretly shake the trade world of the Murim Alliance. He offers them to finish the meeting, and we'll see it again next time. After the meeting, the elderly continued to tell each other stories that did not have time. Zhuiguang says Humpio that the next time they meet, they will arrange a real battle. The man agrees with him and does not forget the ugly-faced Zhuiguan. Zuelan wants to say goodbye to Yunwan. She does not know when they will meet again. Yunwan does not know what the girl thinks about him. But since he still has a lot of work, he does not know if he can live up to her expectations. She says because Huan's has not yet returned from her mission, and the only person whom the girl knows in the gang of the poor is the leader of the gang. She must have missed the guy more than usual. The old man says Lan still does not know about the disappearance of Huan's. It would be difficult for her to realize that the person to whom she trusted and who was supposed to be gone. Yunwan is sorry for the girl. He should have taken care of her better. She takes off her necklace and asks the young man to accept him, and she will be satisfied if the guy thinks about her every time she sees this accessory. The guy says for him this is too fashionable accessory to take him. Zuelan replies that everything is in order and this is just her stubbornness. The girl asks does not worry about it. Yunwan is not the point of this, because it is burdening to take things with him, but he will think perfectly if he places the decoration on his hand. The girl kindly agrees with him. The Heavenly Destroyer, leaving his acquaintances, arrived in the Yangtze Channel. The Shadow Warrior asks his leader what their next destination. The guy recalls his conversation with Panga. The old man told him that after his long-standing friend, the Hidden Emperor, disappeared, he could not find any traces that he left the Association of the Northern Blade. Yunwan thinks Pang, meaning that the Arch-Gen never went beyond the borders of the Northern Blade Association. The old man says this is the conclusion of their gang of beggars. Although the fact that the Emperor of Hidden Dragons is still in the Association of the Northern Blades was not confirmed, they consider this a true statement. The month of Huan's penetrated the organization of the Northern Blade to investigate this matter, and in the end, it went missing. The guy thinks something wrong with the Association of the Northern Blade, and they should first look into the association. Pong says, even if a young man does this, he does not think that they should contact the Association of the Northern Blade right now. And before that, there is one place that Yunwan should visit. The young man is interested in what place is this place. He is currently transferred. The Shadow Warrior asks his master why he thought so deeply. Yunwan asks the guys whether they have experience in the fight against the blade. Huanju does not understand him. The guy jumps up and tells his team to prepare for the battle with the blade. He jumped directly onto the mast of the ship. The captain tells him to go down immediately. The young man says their next destination coalition of the Southern Blade. Yunwan with his company floats on the ship. The guy asks the boatman what kind of song he sings. The boatman says strangely that the young man does not know the song about the heroes. He asks a man if he can tell him what heroes he sings about. The boatman replies that he is not difficult. 5 Heaven Murim, the head of the Alliance Murim, the Great Master, Zhang Sanfen, as well as the faithful novice of the Heavenly Demon and the Heavenly Jade Dragon. In addition to them, there are 4 ruler. The King of the Sword of the North Sea, the envoy of the Blue Sea, the head of the worship of false vicious blood, and the emperor of the Heavenly Palace. The guy remembered that the cult of false vicious blood attacked the sect of the Heavenly Demon, and is also interested in the king of the Sword of the North Sea, the messenger of the Blue Sea, and the emperor of the Heavenly Palace. The boatman explains that 7 miracles are the best warriors among 36 units of the alliance of 9 orthodox sects, and the League of 5 clans, 4 dragons, and 2 phoenix are the outstanding beginners of Murim. And the pair of emperors calls 2 great warriors among the 5 heaven of Murim. Yunwen thinks in vain, he asked, thanks the man for the explanation and asks to stop. The guys arrived in Udon, the coast of the Yangtze River near Mount Shansen. Here is the famous pavilion, which has been here for centuries, the Tower of the Yellow Crane. An employee of the institution informs the Yunwan team that they have no free places, and even it is quite difficult to book a place with them. Now he is even more sorry for Xiaochun, who had not yet mastered the transfiguration technique. She had to wait for the rest in the branch of the Golden Frog Non. Juiguan tells his master why they will not go directly to the Union of Southern Blade, and not make stops on the way. The guy says do not use an unnecessary hype, and this time they have no good reason for this. Namgun Hurakrina notices the young man. He says their meeting was destined by fate. Hayomi and Ian also welcome him. Tan Yongwu, Tan with Yang, and Fino Chunhong also find themselves in the pavilion. He is glad to meet with them and asks how they lived since their last meeting. Hukryun asks Yunwen why he does not enjoy the local cuisine. The guy replies that they did not boot the table, and there are no free places. Besides, he is not alone here. The Hukryun looks surprised, and Ian looks in love with Yunwan in love. He notices that Juiguan is an incredibly strong person. He thinks the young Master Wen should be and does not know what people accompany him. The guy offers Yunwan to join them. As the last time, the youth of the League of 5 clans booked a large table, and Yunwan's satellites can also sit with them. The young man again thanks the guys for courtesy. The heavenly demon tells him better he bit his own saliva. People hear their chatter, pay attention to the young man. They notice one of the 5 heavens of Murim, the heavenly jade dragon. Yunwen notes that they are in the spotlight. The guy says the guy, as always, is modest. It is not surprising that so many views are turned on them, because the jade dragon sits at the same table with them. However, Kokryun considers it not entirely comfortable to talk. The guy asks the guests of the Tower of the Yellow Crane not to shit their eyes, because they want to spend time in a friendly environment. People reacted to his request with understanding and noticed that he was the heir to the clan Namgun. Yunwen thinks Hukrin has not changed at all and is still polite. After the words of the heir to the clan Namgun, the atmosphere in the tower became more pleasantly. The guys began to ask Yunwan. Hikren was insulting that there were no news from the guy, and he had never visited the League of 5 clans. It is a pity to the guy that it happened, but he needed to go abroad. Hukni thinks this should be an important occasion. Well, it was just a joke. Ayin asks her brother why joke. Hemi chews and says that the girl again sides the young man. The guy is interested in why Yunwan here, and it seems he has a guess. Yunwen tells Hukryan that you can't hide anything from him, and he really arrived at the coalition of the Southern Blades. In the Union of Southern Blades, a competition will be held, which should collect the talented warriors of Murim up to 40 years. The winner of the competition will be able to marry the adopted daughter of the elder of the Union of the Southern Blades of the Heavenly Royal Jade Phoenix. Yunwan asked Pang why it is as important as the victory over Murim's alliance, and why should he be worried who marries this girl. The old man does not say this at all. They say that the son of the elder, who was supposed to become his heir, went crazy and is now no good. So Henton wanted to sell his daughter to this madman. Pong says that Yunwan has nothing to worry about. He heard it from Lan herself. Of course she did not tell him any details, but the old man seemed strange. Previously, the coalition of the Southern Blades and the association of the Northern Blades treated each other with caution. But the decision on such an important event as the beginning of cooperation through marriage was made very quickly and secretly from everyone. Pang is still trying to find out the details of this event, but in addition to the crazy son, the elder has only an adopted daughter. The one who will marry her will become a son-in-law of the elder of the coalition of the Southern Blades. Yunwen thinks there is no suspicion, and this is in the order of things. Strange for the old man are not competitions, and not the reasons for their holding, but his suspicion causes something else. All the orders of the elder were voiced by his adopted daughter, and the elder himself did not even show up in public. Yunwen notes that it looks like a former leader of the Northern Blades that is a sleeping dragon. Pang says this happened with the organization that could withstand the associations of the Northern Blades. Besides, the elder knew the king of the Gang of the Poor would not have done so, so the old man hoped that Yunwen would go to the coalition of the Southern Blade earlier than the association of the Northern Blade. The guy realized that if everything turned out well, then the Union of the Southern Blades could act on his side in the future, which will lead to the defeat of the Murim Alliance. More precisely, this will be a defeat of the Association of Northern Blades. Yunwan thinks Hukran too decided to fight for this right. The guy replies that he was the heir to the Namgun clan, and he is just interested to look at strong warriors. They say that 2 of the 4 dragons showed up for the competition. Moreover, since Yunwan showed up in Marima, it is interesting to see how he will show himself in competitions. The young man says he did not think to participate, but he would marry so much more. Ayan is glad that he arrived here not for the sake of competition, and Hokren does not understand what Yunwan went here then. The guy thinks this even quite well, because he needs an excuse to penetrate the coalition of the Southern Blades for the investigation. But if he simply enters them, then he will be recognized immediately. He will be allocated from the crowd. And if he is in the company of the youth of the League of 5 Clans, then it will not be so bad. Against their background, he will not be very striking. Yunwan says that he arrived here on some cases. Since the last time he visited the Association of the Northern Blade, he decided to visit the coalition of the Southern Blades. A great idea came to his mind and wants to go with the guys. The servant of Chusa coalition could not hurt why the device was such a noise. There was something important there. Another young man explained that this time influential guests arrived. Their visit was of great interest to all present. By the way, the guy was called. He heard that among the guests is the heir of the kind of Nagun, and a man with a jade face, whose name he forgot. But just as the dream heard about a jade face immediately realized that it was a divine dragon. Meanwhile, the usual fuss prevailed in the street market, but the hero was not in the mood. He was constantly ignored, and because of this, a conquered transfiguration art that just brought problems. Immersed in reflection, he suddenly paid attention to the strange scene that unfolded nearby. In his eyes, an adult has grossly offended a little guy without letting him go inside. And it was at that moment that he realized he was not one who was left away. The little one assured the owner that in the future he would definitely not be lower, perhaps even becoming much more important. In response, he brazenly called him a snot and threatened that if he had grabbed the main leader, he would have been a corpse. But he did not have time to register how a hefty man grew up. The fright instantly clasped him. The tongue stuck to the palate, and the thoughts were scattered. Without any warning, he got a powerful slap simply in the face. The formidable voice behind your back thundered, "How do you laugh to be lazy? Can't you cope with a simple one and even arrange a booth under the store?" It was anger due to the lack of customers. He ordered everyone to climb inside and take work without delay. But when he turned, a baby hand with a bowl appeared right in front of his nose. The small stretched him an empty vessel, holding it gently with both hands. He asked at least a few tablespoons of cold rice. At least today. Watching the side, it seemed that this beggar was completely crazy and still pleaded. What will happen next? Will it be a good way to agree and give a little rice? But everything that happened after testified to the opposite. He leaned and just spat in a bowl of the guy. And then he called him a blunt freak. They say, "What you climb here, it would be better to fall under the bridge, as it should be lower." It annoyed it well, but she restrained. The master forbade the noise. Meanwhile, the little one was shaking. He pleaded with the general leader at least a little. She even clenched her teeth from her experience. If he does not hold back, he can be brutally beat. Frequently, he just robbed again, ordering the little one to get away. But what could he answer? Will it explode now and show all its rage? However, no. He just smiled, said that the spit would be completely saturated with his stomach, and asked for permission to stay in the store. Fat did not even realize the end that the little one just asked. She also could not believe her eyes. This boy was already considered a brilliant beggar, frequently raised a heavy hand into the air ready for impact. He said ominously that he would now fulfill his desire, at least what it may be. But he was convinced that the only desire of the little one was to die, and he cut him so that the cheek was crunching. The blow was so powerful that blood was splashing from the boy's nose. Looking at his hand, he saw oily, she is all in the blood. He seemed disgusting to him, as if touched something nasty. Annoyed even more, he wanted to continue mocking. But suddenly he lowered his hand and the little powerlessly fell to the ground. "You have to understand what I will say now," he said with a call. But immediately he rushed forward, murmuring that it was necessary to wash his hand urgently. He did not even imagine that someone dared to grab him for his clothes. But a small, trembling hands clutched in a coat said, "You have no right to just go. Give something to eat. At least a little food. How can you just go after you beat me?" Due to the fact that the lower to touch his clothes, the fat instantly reached for the weapon. Lifting it up, he came. "You will pay for washing. Your life." She could no longer look indifferently. The boundary was crossed. Seeing as he swung his sword, her patience finally broke. In order not to recognize it, she immediately made a mask just on the run. She was rushing forward, determined to stop this scum. Even in the air, she began to prepare a devastating attack. Her reception was called the Palm of Asura, which cuts heaven. It was by this powerful blow to the side. The fat immediately lost a good portion of blood, like a ship with a hole. A few bloody drops were splashed from the mouth, and then threw it directly into the wall. The little one could not sink. How is he still alive after such a blow? Now, looking at him, the guy heard from the girl an explanation. She just restrained his strength. Time was floating. They did not delay and rushed to flee as soon as possible. The fat was only released because she kept a blow and did not put her full power. For a few more minutes, he could not get rid of. Where did the freaks that were just before him? Remembering their faces, he whispered to himself fiercely, "I will find you and kill." Slow. I decided to immediately report the coalitions of the South Blade, but suddenly someone grabbed him by the shoulder. This hand was full of power, and immediately a powerful slap in the cheek flew behind. He was cut down on the spot. He was lying unconscious, and it will remain for a few more days. Before him was a monarch without a shadow, a bang. He did not endure the disorder, and at least passed by he could not keep silent. He only hoped that his luminosity would forgive him to intervene in this worthless work. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Ujan, she attracted the little one here, to a safe place, and immediately she began to scold, "Why was it to be stuck if you are weak? Be careful." And instead of apologizing with a smile, he called her a pretty sister. Like, so beautiful, even strong. These words made her stretch. She thought, maybe he really understands in people. And as soon as she voiced it, the guy agreed with a smile. "Yes, I'm special. Although, however, you have a little mistake." He added that she was grateful for her for salvation, but had her own plan. And it was in the moment when she asked that for the plan, a strange fisherman suddenly appeared near them. She did not even notice how he was near. A shadow appeared. Now her only desire is to find out who he really is. It was a king of vagrants, Pun Chong Ho, a legend which was talked about. Even the little one was stunned by his appearance. He did not expect that. But even more shocked it was that this old man is the king of the Vagrad. Looking at the little one, she realized they were in front of them. The teacher once mentioned that he saw him in Hanzhou. She also knew what the little one did not know. The man he accepted for his grandfather is now in Hanzhou. But at once a voice came. "Yes, it's me." She was silent for shock. In this case, sorry. Small also bowed low. However, I immediately turned to him with a reproach. "You destroy the sect of the vagrants." Chong Ho's pun could not understand where such aggression and why, he said. "I also wanted to join," Little explained, "but I was told that I did not fit. And what, even the Vagrams now have standards? It turns out that these wanders are only lower, although they are no longer so. And you, if their leader, is to blame for this. Because real lower and poor, they do not count with them and can even be beaten. And the wanders only play the role of the poor." Listening to these words, the old man sighed, seemed to meet the sage, and asked how to become a real lower. The little one looked into his eyes and answered, "Being lower. It's proudly to look up into the sky, even when you are despised, and remind others of their dark side. This is what we look in the eyes of people, to give them courage. Because even in poverty you can be happy. That's what it means, to be real." Hearing these words, the old man did not know that he was just silent. Silence reigned for a few seconds. He clenched his teeth, struck by the depths of his soul. He realized that this guy will grow up by a big man, and he acknowledged, today, he really enlightened. Suggested that the little one go with him. But the guy answered briefly, "I do not want to. I am not from the Wanders, so I will not leave." However, the old man did not call him in the Vagrad sect. He invited him to the logo 1,000 Winds. Now she was confused. She saved him. Why now her grandfather wants to pick him up? At this point, he appeared and advised not to argue, but to trust the child with a more experienced man. The king of the Vagram just smiled. "I do not consider myself experienced. I am just old. But I wanted to know, who is this gun? I am a servant of Heavenly Jade Dragon. The gentleman told you a lot." "My name is Kukun Hun," he replied. The vagrant king felt immediately. This young man really has a powerful inner force. He is a new follower. After a brief conversation with the grass, they decided that the beggar will go with the king of the vagrants, which was very upset by Sob. The king wanted to find out the boy's name, and it turned out that he had no name. The old man immediately suggested that there be Ji Cancer Man, but it did not seem too good. At that time, Sun Hun gave him a name, Bukan So Van. She said she was her farewell gift for her sister. This version of the guy liked much more. He sincerely thanked her. In response, she asked not to get sick and said goodbye to him. So the story of Sora Hun and Soban ended. Everyone went their own way. Meanwhile, Mu Jonchi, the real name of Kukun Havan, hurried. His movements were clear, quick, and confident, no step away. A little earlier, in the guest pavilion of the Union of Southern Blades, he was explained. Any carelessness and can be tracked. In order to avoid suspicion, he was asked to go through the outskirts of Uman, to erase the traces and return, as if nothing had happened. He understood everything. If the enemy was looking for inside, you can be exposed. But if the traces are driven from the outside, everyone will decide that the attack came from there. After returning to the Union, he was instructed to gather as much information about the elder, his heir, and a foster daughter. But now, when he was in the new environment, he has begun to doubt. He has never questioned his skills, and will they be enough in Chongvan? The senior saw his excitement. Everything was written on his face. I do not know if I will cope. Maybe it is better to trust this master of demons, not me, Monyan muttered. But the mentor had a different opinion. It was he who was assigned this task because he was believed, and asked that he also believed in himself. And he added, "Because I believe in you, sincerely." And immediately after that they sounded confident words. "I will never destroy your faith in me." As Wen Jun said, Mu Jun really had the technique of hiding traces. He explored everything inside the alliance of the Northern Blades, remaining invisible. He first went to the cities mentioned by Wen Jun. He approached the room of the crazy heir. She was absolutely empty. It seemed suspicious at once. It was too quiet. Another detail was surprised. Why the guards of the Union use one blade, not two? Year-olds? He then went to the opposite direction, where he seemed to him the foster daughter of the elder lives. And suddenly his face changed sharply, his eyes rounded. He accidentally hits the incredible beauty. The scene, to put it mildly, it was not for other people's eyes. From embarrassment and shame, seeing a half-naked girl, John felt a powerful spike in internal energy. This explosion did not go unnoticed. One of the guards had already followed the shadow. John realized that he got into a real mess. The situation was almost hopeless. Caribal gave up, and at the same time asked loudly, "Who are you?" The girl immediately heard the noise and reacted. The gut was so loud that even the games in the hall could not block it. "Is there no warrior in the Southern Blades in the Southern Blade that goes the way of Tao?" asked John, looking at the sufferer just in his eyes. "Maybe," he answered, exposing his knee with acutely attached to him. But he immediately added, "And what a difference when I still kill you." Meanwhile, the girl repeated one name. Say in, what's going on?" This is how the guard was called. He reassured her. "Don't worry. His name is translated as Reign of Death, and it suits it." For Ion, such self-presentation sounded at least strange. And not hesitation said, "From the rain do not escape. From death, too." He meant a death that is coming suddenly like a rain. Instantly, he got several dozen sharp blades and threw them into the Ion. John was straining immediately. The speed was incredible. However, he was not lost. He answered no less with a rapid reaction. Saw you move to the next step. I went forward with pressure, but it became clear. It was only a distracting maneuver. Blood appeared in the air. Has the Ion suffered a deadly blow? He realized, distracted, and it was a fatal mistake. Saw you already stood behind his back and whispered creepy, "Do you see? It didn't work out. It's time for you to die." A shrub. Saw you raised his hand high up. The moment of decisive blow came. His attack came from the elbow, to which the blade was attached. That's right. Jonah flashed into his head when a brilliant blade was thrown in the eye. So I die. He did not regret anything. Unless the split between the Bookmake, Elu, Damde, and Gyan, the four main families of the sect of the Heavenly Demon. It may seem that this sect is kept on strong blood ligaments, but in Chongvan it is quite different. After conception of the baby, whether it is from love or for pleasure, a man and a woman just diverge, without attachment. If a woman is pregnant, the child receives either her name or father's name. However, several people are raised. Just like other children of the sect, he grew up not in his family or clan, but among a large community. From the very beginning, they were part of one large community, instead of a narrow family circle. In such circumstances, the concept of I went to the background, and at the age of 6, it seemed that life would pass as a moment. He understood that there is no point in this life. "Mom, I, like you, one day I will leave this world." Suddenly, without tears, he talked to the Sahel, who considered him callous. He did not say goodbye to his mother, but simply said that he did everything as it should. How soulless you are. She gave you life. Isn't you sad at least? To die is to die. And the point, the cold answer sounded. This was what his attitude to life and death was: cold, restrained, without sentiments. But now, competing with this scum, he couldn't believe. Is it really an end? Isn't there any left of what to regret? And at the same moment he remembered the words of the young man. No one but you is able to fulfill this mission. No one will reproduce the technique as clearly. He also said, these techniques are like hands and feet, and losing your hand or leg is painful. Therefore, you need to get to the end. Come back. That is why, looking at the blade in front of him, John could not agree with the phrase, to die, to die. He said, no, I survive. And I will come back to the Supreme. With determination in his voice, and even when everything seemed lost, he found the strength to perform the technique. A red steel wheel. It looked like a pathetic attempt for Kain. He thought that the enemy had already lost too much blood. Excuse me, but I'm not going to die here, Jan replied, clenching his teeth. He activated the technique of Heavenly Demon, decomposition of traces. The end was close, but not for him. Sa Yu was amazed. He did not understand what was happening just before his eyes. Where did the ion disappear? He just had a serious injury, but there was no trace. Is there such a strong masking technique? Meanwhile, the Union of Southern Blades. There, the spirits, similar to children, muttered and quarreled again. He answered them that he would rest a little. When they asked why he was not asleep, he replied, it was only necessary to wait for a fever. In silence, he suddenly ordered the spirits to silence. He heard someone approaching. He saw Guan with surprise and did not understand why he was here. Yes, I decided to restore the internal energy by the Taoist method while we are waiting for a hole, he said calmly. Once I have to play 2 roles in Chanvo, it is better to start with the basics. And the basis is the ability to restore energy, he added. Then Yun looked at him and first saw seriousness. Although he thought that he was only interested in entertainment, one of the spirits addressed him, asking him to convey his words. Chu Gavan suddenly noticed. He was talking to the Heavenly Demon. Yun confirmed. He only translates the words that the demon spoke through him. With the technique of vision of the Heavenly Demon, he expelled the enemy and made him complete obedience, the message sounded. Guan, it seemed like the technique of conquering the soul. But he did not understand why he was told. Yun explained simply, because there is nothing fun in the workouts. And he added, and after all, it will still have to be done. Thus, Wen Jun and the Lord of Demons began to study the technique of vision of the celestial demon. But Yun began to worry. It has passed 2 hours, and the hole still did not return. He decided to wash at least, but he thought, the problem of Jonah is doubts. He lacks confidence in his own power. Suddenly, he escaped something. Just under his foot lay a stone. Yun leaned carefully to look better, and with every second he began to understand what was before him. Walking a few meters forward, he saw on the ground an unconscious hole. He lay without signs of movement. After a while, the hole was already lying, fixed but alive. Friends were standing around him, hoping that he would get out. He had deep wounds. He stopped the blood on his own, blocking the energy points. But it only worsened the condition. Any attack in this condition could kill. Nevertheless, he returned here to the wounded. His friends only whispered quietly, "Hand, why did you do it?" Yun understood clearly. The hole tried to escape from the pursuers. He got full, but even then, he did not lose concentration. Supported the effect of hidden traces, so good that even Yun himself did not notice when he returned. He tried to carry out the impossible. At the same time, Mu Rin handed him a letter he held in his hand. He thanked her and hid the letter to read later. Even then, Guvan suggested a radical step, to kill everyone from the Union of Southern Blades. But Yun stopped him. It is not time to hurry. A fever still needs to be recovered. Then he got a special token and ordered the Guan to contact the Golden Frog Bank and ask for help from the brothers. Seeing this token, they will not be able to refuse. Murin was instructed to look after the traveler until the Guardian's twins arrive. Yun himself at this time unfolded the letter and began to read. After reading, he said quietly, "It was enough for me to just return alive. Everything else was no longer important. The main thing was that he returned alive." Guvan immediately felt a powerful energy that emitted from the owner. Even Rin was frightened. It seemed to her that a moment and she would lose control of herself. Then the owner said he was going. Guvan immediately realized that it was the technique of hidden traces of the heavenly demon at the peak level. The fleece is also strong. But the Supreme struck truly. It was the force that caused reverence. This confidence came from the compressed reports he read. They had both facts and what failed to find out, everything supplemented with personal grades and conclusions. A brief report was intended for the Emperor, and it was he who had to make the final decision. Yun has never seen such ideal reports, even in the palace itself. The anger that he swept the young man when he saw the wounded hole a little subsided after reading the document. That is why he activated the technique at the peak level. But he did not in order to destroy the Union of Southern Blades, but to finish what did not have time to finish the festivities. When Yun knew. Only in this way he would be able to facilitate the burden lying on his heart. He carefully curled the letter. 95% of all the information you need was collected in it. He only had to collect the rest of 5. This is what he took on. He accepted this duty without hesitation as his personal mission. And in a moment, his silhouette dissolved in the darkness inside the enemy. Indeed, Yun was convinced of the words of the hose. This place is not just with corridors, floor, and ceiling, but a true ambitious maze, as stated in the report. So, this is the residence of the son of the Elder. But, according to the records of Hiss, there should be no soul. And here was a stranger to him. Yun could not understand who she was. Before her stood a familiar to us. She asked if he found traces of that guy, but he only apologized. Now Yun realized, this is exactly the warrior from the Union of Southern Blades, who wounded the hose. And this girl, whom you called the Lord, was not someone else than the Heavenly Royal Jade Phoenix. She stated that the guy was unlikely to be here by accident. He was looking for something related to them. Yu assumed that he was either from the cult of false durable blood, or one of the 3 warriors of the northern edge behind the large wall. But he assured that he had a serious injury, perhaps even fatal. Hearing this, she raised her voice. Are you again about deadly wounds? How did he then manage to disappear so easily? He could not even track. At the same time, she did not leave an alarming anticipation. It was worth noting about it to a great sword. But the young man surprised another. Why not to report directly to the Elder of the Union? She ordered the SA in the return. They say this case is no longer resolved. And yet she decided to strengthen the patrol. Left alone, she murmured under her nose. My guard was so useless, he took his nose, and even a rat could not catch. And yet, in this situation, something worries me even more. Maybe it's worth doing something to change your mood, she whispered thoughtfully. After these words, she spoke. She slowly approached the mirror. At first glance, it is a regular mirror, but she pressed the hidden button. The glass threw and began to slowly slide away, opening the passage. Is it a secret room or a hidden mechanism? Yun mentioned the report. There was no word about it, but there was no time for reflection. It was necessary to follow her, descending down the steps. Below it was a dark, spooky corridor, from which ants ran through the skin. It was a prison. It was there that she went. In one of the cameras sat a man of a man. A man. He pleaded to give him medicine. Poor. Look at yourself. How could you imagine that you are the son of an elder? She said mockingly. And he asked the medicine again and again. And Yun began to guess. This man, and is a true heir to the Elder of the Union of Southern Blades. Suddenly several pills fell on the ground. These were medicines that caused true madness, the addiction that distorted the mind. He immediately grabbed them with trembling hands and began to throw them into his mouth one by one. And as soon as the pills were inside, wild power broke out in his eyes, immediately visible. It is not a natural force. The dark veins were boiled throughout its body, pulsing threateningly. Even Yun, who saw a lot, was truly shocked by what he saw. And she, watching the top, only glanced at him and grunted, "In such a pig only becomes louder." She approached, kissed his disgusting lips and screamed, "Tang out, idiot! What the hell is taking away? Here's going on?" But what did her kiss meant? Immediately after him, bright red veins crawled across his body. Something was activated inside. And in the next moment, the body was faint and heavily faded on the floor. Under her red hair, the same veins were flashed, the same as he had. And walking, she said with a smile, "I will find the use of your born true yang. And then, let's move to the next place." The spirits watched it, stunned. Their world was overshadowed. Mir's desires can be truly ugly. But Yun only noted that there is no time to surprise. It is necessary to act immediately. He ordered the spirits to continue tracking without stops. Just think, they have made their way through so many underground moves. Where does she go now? Yun did not stop. He continued to follow her step by step. But what he saw further threw him into a state of shock. Before the eyes of the young man opened a gorgeous hall. Everything was glowing with gold. Gilded figures of lions, exquisite chandelier, majestic charos. And she stood in front of her husband on the throne. She turned to him gently, asking how he feels, and called him his father. Yun immediately realized, if she calls him a father, he is the leader of the colony of the Southern Blades. He was struck by this meeting. Even with the technique of masking, he doubted that he would be able to deceive such an experienced expert. But the demonic spirit, which was nearby, whispered, "Don't worry, everything will work out." Yun asked where such confidence came from. He only said, "Look in his eyes." And looking closer, Jun saw a man was also poisoned. The same drug as that young leader before. The woman was named Jun. He addressed her with the words, "You are shameless. After destroying me and my son. And you still have it?" "Of course, father," she replied calmly. "I want me to be remembered as the greatest woman in history." The man trembled, and despite his condition, he pleased. "Do not forget that you can also go down in history as the most lecherous and vicious." She did not hide. Everything follows her plan. The first thing she reminded him. It was not necessary to go against the will of the great master. And she asked not to keep her evil. With a smile on her face, she turned to the true reason of the visit. She spoke about his son, whom she called her older brother, and with cold confidence she said, "He will die in the next 10 days. But she added, "Don't worry, its end will be happy, in my arms." "You evil bitch," he said, shaking at rage and powerlessness. It was painful to look at it, to think only that even a person like the leader of the Southern Blade Coalition can suffer so much. But the spirit explained, it is the result of the influence of unusual poison, and the very fact that he is still alive is already a real miracle. But how can she treat those who are both the master and the foster father? More intriguing, what power does this malicious woman hide? Now the spirits were interested in another. What is the one going to do next? Each of them had its own version. The demonic spirit believed that it is worth waiting. The old one would die soon, and then it would be clear who stands for this woman. The other spirit was categorically opposed. It is an unworthy behavior for the true absolute. Yun had to make a decision, to help them and save the coalition of the Southern Blade, or leave everything as is, and focus on revealing the true face of the heavenly aroma of the Jade Phoenix. The demonic spirit advised to look at the situation more broadly, but the second denied again. It is not necessary to listen to demons, and it was at this moment that both spirits heard an unexpected answer. "You are both mistaken. The coalition or supporters of the Jade Phoenix is indifferent now," Yun said firmly. "I came here to complete the unfulfilled mission, and when he finished her, it's time for revenge." I am confident in each of his words, Yun returned to his comrades, and Guvan, kneading his fingers, already knew. Milord would not leave them. Revenge of Huang's is now his personal duty. "Blood for the blood," Rin whispered coldly. In her eyes there was a single way out. Revenge. By dawn, starting with the Pavilion of Heavenly Aroma, which I have already mentioned, we will destroy only those who mastered the dark arts. This should be done as soon as possible, and at the same time go unnoticed. Everything must be completed before the first rays of the sun. Dawn was approaching. The one whom they called the Knot was already woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw a real hell. There was a bloody scene in front of her. Seeing the mountain of corpses, she rushed to the underground prison. Standing there, nervously biting nails, it seemed that even it could be frightened. Finally, the same scum appeared. She immediately rushed to him with the question, "What happened?" He answered with only one phrase, more precisely, the figure. 671. Just so many bodies were found. And even after the check, the figure has not changed. She, stunned, could not believe. Who could arrange such a slaughterhouse in the middle of the night? And are there any hooks? But now they have found only a few details. The bodies of the dead were divided into exactly 3 types. The first type, 162 people died with bloody traces clearly in the middle of the forehead. Here's how it happened. The security guard stood in the place indicated to him, not suspecting how suddenly he heard a female voice. It was not a second as his head pierced through. Instant death. Rin was not going to spend time on chats. She killed at a distance. 1 accurate sword blow. Then the annoyed redhead asked about the second type of dead. The answer was even more creepy. 205 people were killed by a full fracture of the body. Cruelty beyond the imagination. 2 such bastards sat, preparing to eat quietly. Guvan walked behind, grabbed both of his heads, and instantly killed without any effort. He didn't even use the sword, he just squeezed his fists. And all because he did not want to dirty the blade about such abomination. One of the men offered her to look at the body, but the redhead only waved. "Take them away. The sound of what you say is already disgusting." One thought was spinning in her head. 671 people were killed in one night, without any witness, without any trace. And if everyone was killed in different ways, 162. died from a cross stroke between the eyebrows. 205, with crumbs broken to crumbs. There are another 304, and what can it mean? She thought. And suddenly she realized that these 304 people were killed by one person. All. Without exception. At that moment, he did not fully understand what was happening to him. Everything seemed to be blurred and incomprehensible. The first who noticed he woke up was a gun. She went quietly into the room. The first thing the guy began to worry about was whether the owner received his report. But she knew nothing. But he knew Guvan. It was he who explained that the owner received a report, and had already read it. Both sat next to him on chairs, conducting a calm but tense conversation. The whole felt the inner shame that he was blowing from the inside, and even a simple question could not find the answer. There was not enough strength. Then Guvan conveyed the words of the owner. Listen carefully. He wanted me to tell it personally. The mission performed by Han was completed brilliantly. Don't be worried. But even after these words, the sludge lowered his eyes and admitted he cannot forgive himself. After all, he could not finish everything to the end. And it was at that moment that the owner of Yun himself entered the room. He did not doubt that Heiss would not release this situation so simply. Looking straight into his eyes, Yun said, You have done the task perfectly, but the thoughts of the hose were not silent. Why is the Supreme Fund such a failure as I am? I can't do anything with me. And again, lowering his head, he apologized. He confessed. He deserves punishment for his failures. But Yun reminded Homan, You returned, as promised. And it was the most important. So Hun is no doubt talent, he began. Murin is speed, reaction, prayer. Guvan is an explosion, pure power, without restraint. And you, the whole, you are an embodied secrecy. Even if you are not visible, you are always around, and you can always rely on you. It was in this friend that they confessed to him. They value him. They like it as they are. Therefore they asked, Not be so harsh to yourself. After all, he did more than enough, for everyone. The fleece could not stand. Turned his back even to the host to hide tears, and through the squabble and gurgling of nozzles, he tried to mutilate. I do not cry. I do not cry at all. Meanwhile, the red-haired discussed the victims of the third of the three. She was interested in what was the cause of death. He just shrugged. He would call it a natural death. Hearing it, she reacted with distrust. It seemed to her that it was some kind of evil and stupid joke. But he himself could not fully understand what had happened. After all, the bodies are neither external or internal damage. You will not explain their death otherwise. It was incomprehensible, almost unrealistic. And here is how everything really was. He did not use the rude power, but something much worse. These scums only saw the flash of light. They didn't even understand what it was. And this incredible energy was stretched by their circle, like a wave of the end of the world. Yun asked the heavenly demon, They won't see me, even if I do it? He only nodded. Yes. And then the death of them stopped. Perhaps even better that they died without feeling anything. 3 swords of heavenly demon, the third form. Destruction, destruction, heaven. Everything they could see is a bright, dazzling glow. And after him, everyone was already dead on the ground. The heavenly demon liked this tactic. It was pure, elegant, without traces. It was the real punishment of the heavenly demon. But the other spirit perceived everything a little differently, with anxiety and reflections. Yun, hiding the sword in the vagina, briefly said, We go. There's nothing more to do here. And the redhead just sighed. There is no point in listening to him. After that, she briefly stated, I have to go. But before you go, she asked, Were there any cars among the corpses? But she did not receive the answers. Many bodies had distorted faces, so she could not understand anything. Did you have died? And tomorrow the tournament will take place. She thought only for one thing. No one could destroy the day that she built so much time. And here's the second day. The events unfolded on the eve of the very beginning of the competition. Marima warriors could not stop discussing the bloody massacre that happened last night. The Union of Southern Blades tried to get everything, but the guests who came to their territory were not blind or deaf. And at the time of open selection of participants, the suspicion only increased. Despite this, the Union themselves behaved as if nothing had happened. The opening ceremony began. It appeared in a sophisticated outfit, beautiful than ever, the embodiment of grace. A loud bell came in the air, an official beginning. But while everyone admired her charm, someone watched closely at each of her movements. The one who watched her was convinced again. She confidently goes to her goal. Now she plays the role of the head, and makes it unmistakably. They sat on the stands watching the ceremony, and here he addressed the young Red, asking if he heard of yesterday's different, about 300 soldiers who allegedly died natural death. And at the same time, he did not even suspect that the killer was sitting nearby. Deep in the soul, Yun heard the voice of the demon. He poured with compliments. You so refined their lives. Considering everything that happened last night, Yun did not want to draw even more attention. He looked down again, checking whether there were familiar faces. And so, they were. The first one he noticed was a military advisor from the Northern Blades. The three-sided Chon Ak, known as the Heavenly Thunder. His appearance was dissatisfied, almost gloomy, and a few more faces attracted the attention of the young. One of them is a warrior with a giant sword. He raised his hand to the hand and began to speak. It was Ron Gin, the elder of the Union of Southern Blades. He solemnly announced the competition. Then he began to represent the judges who were to evaluate the tournament. His first gaze fell on a Heavenly Thunder. And then, on the bald judge who frankly yawned just in front of the public. The elders of the Union did not like any of them. In addition, even the heads of the Union were not present. The young man slid further. On the stands, where representatives of different factions sat, Yun noticed that he was recognized by one of the audience. He was a young Master Yun. He turned to him loudly, taking attention. In response, Yun just smiled and laughed quietly. However, for the majority, he still remained unknown. But as soon as the elder he gained his gaze, he was immediately pointed out. You do not have to sit here. Please, go to the rostrum of honorary guests. Damn, I did my best to go unnoticed, Yun thought with annoyance. After a while, he was already sitting on the podium for special guests. The red-haired one still could not be tired. Why did the boy so warmly call the boy young master so warmly and Ron? Who really is he? And then Jin came to the young man and personally invited him to take part in the tournament. I want to present you a special guest, a real decoration of our competition. One of the 5 Heaven Marima is a young master Wen Jun, Heavenly Jade Dragon, Gin said solemnly. As soon as the audience realized who before them, the applause exploded. Everyone applauded with wide eyes. Even the red-haired one realized. She came to the same one she only heard of, and Yun himself did not know how to respond to it. All the attention was focused on it unexpectedly. Some even envy, because even among the most outstanding warriors, Marima is not suitable for everyone. Jin, meanwhile, continued, announced the rules. Traditionally, one of the strongest warriors had to start competitions. And of course, better than Wen Yun, it was not necessary to look. Now everyone knew his face. It will not be possible to hide your presence anymore. Finally, Gin officially announced the chief judge of today's competition. It was a Heavenly Jade Dragon, a young master Wen Jun. His friends sincerely welcomed him, from his soul, without envy. When everything was ready, responsible for the internal affairs of the Union of Southern Blades gave a signal before the beginning. He was called herself. He asked all the participants to leave the arena. Wenyan was still struggling with a slight embarrassment. There was too much attention. He heard the votes. Next time, be sure to come to us to the association. The earth began to tremble when the giant was approaching the arena. Its steps were heard from afar. Having gone into the arena, this real health of deftly predicted, name your name, the leader of the Gonshan detachment, the sword of the Great Spirit. To the guns, the answer came. The audience kept breathing, and a genuine surprise was written on the faces. Red-haired only skeptically glanced. Do they think that I decided to hold these competitions without preparing a counter-commission? Gin also seemed that the first fight should end very quickly, with such a rival. Wen Yun even asked, is he really so strong? The answer was clear. He is one of the most famous Swixers of Shandun. The young who can win him are one. Is it really a miracle? It was now supposed to show the battle. The giant with a broken face lay on the ground, defeated. Jin just didn't believe his eyes. What happened here just... The audience was also shocked. How did such a thin guy be able to overcome a real giant? In addition, he won, without even using weapons. And when asked about the name, he only answered, Cho. Jin looked closely at the guy. It should be an experienced fighter. At first glance it seems weak, but it clearly hides great power. They raised the box with the announcement. If the next fighter does not reach the arena before the 5th blow to gong, victory for a young master of young man. But immediately they flew up 2 hands with a cry, I'm next! These were 2 brave guys, both are ready to fight. To decide who would come out first, they were offered to pull a lot. But one of them confidently took a step forward. I'll go. My name is a bloody dragon. Mamon, he added, saying it as if challenging the whole hall. With the help of poison, he lightly understood the first enemy. Even for Gina, his methods remained incomprehensible, though it was thought that he was superior to many. Among the 4 dragons are the most famous. the Black Wind Dragon from Shaolin, and the White Heavenly Dragon from the Shaman sect. Only their names are known about the other two, and nothing more. Yun has already understood that the next one should enter the arena with a bloody dragon. But instead, he suddenly turned directly to the most celestial Jade Dragon. Friends sitting behind the young man were barely holding back. The atmosphere exacerbated. I only believe that I see with my own eyes. And I do not intend to listen to the one who invented the nickname, the Yawned Dragon through. But for this, he immediately got a sword under his throat. One of the audience reminded, "We are in competitions." However, with a slight and accurate movement, Mamon knocked his sword out of his hands. He quickly approached the opponent and whispered, "From today, there will be not 4, but 3. He threw it back with a powerful blow, and in a moment, a flash of fire that burns life itself. The audience and judges were shocked. No one understood what had just happened. But one thing was obvious. One dragon dropped. The Yawn Dragon is dead. He was killed by the Dragon of Fire Destruction, Chang Il. He stood, confident in himself, and thought, "Now no one will hurt me." And the next, as he decided, has to die. Heavenly Jade Dragon, that is Young. Yun, as an experienced participant, was well aware that the competition had clear rules, and did not remember it forever to be officially served. Moreover, this brazen did an unexpected murder without even introducing himself. Although he participates in the election of the head of the Southern Union of Blades. Is it his courtesy? This is what Yun paid attention to him. His question hung in the air and he stood silently, not knowing what to say. Subsequently, he just laughed and grunted something incomprehensible, in his corporate weird style. His justification was that the first lifted the sword of a poisonous bloody dragon, targeting the blade in his neck. Then he asked if he was not mistaken, but he did not wait for the answer. He was forced to call himself. He announced a loud name, Chan Il, a dragon of fiery destruction, one of the 3 dragons of Marima. After calling, he turned to the young man again. "They say, now your turn is to answer." The answer was simple. Was Yun ready to go against him in a duel? If someone thought that Yun would refuse, in vain. His answer was short and decisive. He accepts the call. Without the shadow of hesitation, Yun confirmed. He is ready to fight. On the eve of the competition, Chan held a postcard. It said that at night, half of the 600 participants were killed, probably natural death. But Chan refused to believe in it. At the depths of his soul, he decided, if this bitch turns an alliance into a mess, then according to heavenly plan, he should become a real master. Although he guessed that there was a Jade Dragon behind everything, Chang offered him a duel without delaying. His plans were to kill Young just here and now, so that yesterday's massacre could be written off in an unfortunate accident. Having killed this guy, Chan not only wanted to win, he wanted to perpetuate his name as the most original Heaven's Chosen. The judge was already summoned to the arena, and everything was ready for battle. Yun added with a smile. "I just announced the beginning of the battle, but did not say that I was involved in it, isn't it?" Such words from his mouth surprised everyone. It was unexpected even for those who knew him well. The attendees were reviewed. No one could understand what he meant. Even Chan looked confused. To relieve tension and make clarity, Chan solemnly named the name of the one who really came out. He put his hand on the Hole's shoulder, silently passing the right to speak. The Hole came out confidently, not showing any fear of the enemy. However, he was angered by the decision. How is it possible for someone to exhibit a subordinate instead? Yun did not even pay attention to this indignation. It was part of the plan for him. By the way, Yun himself suggested that the Vat himself join the competition. He has long suspected that this guy could be a messenger of the Heavenly Royal Phoenix. And if you click on it now, it will make him act openly. Moreover, this insidious Knot was sitting with a bored face, as if before the beginning she knew who would be the winner. Yun constantly thought about it. Even after the night fighting, the tournament still happened. So the reason should be significant. As Jun said it aloud, as if he saw, he also understood. The Heavenly Royal Jade Phoenix had already ahead of them in the struggle for power. According to the plan, the prepared fighter had to reach the arena, brilliantly win, and therefore to ensure control of the tournament. According to official procedures, this would make them easily seize power over the Southern Union of the Blades. The woman who had been sitting with an indifferent, bored face changed instantly when the Dragon of Fire Destruction announced her participation. Meanwhile, the audience turned to the Hole with a request to name their real name. The bunny suddenly sweated and frozen in place. He had no answer. What to say? What to say? What to say? This thought was spinning in your head without stopping, and the first thing that escaped from his mouth was the name of the new lord, Where-to-me de Guan. The crowd laughed aloud. No one has heard such a bizarre and funny nickname. Yun, covering his eyes, plunged into reflections. Earlier, the whole seemed to him smart and serious. But now this impression was completely scattered. The judge again declared the rules, after which the bell of Ganga rolled out in the arena, marked by the beginning of the battle. The Ore girl in the crowd reflected whether she was lucky, because Heavenly Jade Dragon was involved in the tournament. She believed the holiday. Her young Mr. Chan does not lose this worthless enemy. And the whole, on the contrary, already imagined how humiliating this bastard loses, and how he will be severely punished. At this point, the Vat looked at the whole with surprise. He did not expect to see such a fun, smug smile at all. The Ore girl could not understand what happened to him. Something was changed in a minute, but she did not understand what exactly. The hand of the whole without fear reached for the sword, as if it were not a weapon, but a continuation of his will. He filled the blade with such powerful energy that it broke out the flames and immediately went on the offensive. Chan was certain. The subordinate was confused and did not have time to do anything. "Walk," he exclaimed, "blaming the one who sent you to death instead. Feel the power of the sword of fire destruction." His reception, Great Fire Easting, turned the arena into a burning field of battle. A powerful explosion split the surrounding area. The ears were painful from the moon. Chan already mentally celebrated the victory. Everything seemed to be over, but something went wrong. Anxiety appeared in his eyes, the same as before the battle. The explosion only tore clothes on the boy, exposing his muscular body, and did not harm. And most importantly, the look of the hose. He became cold, determined. It is enough for one look to understand. Now his turn to act. And then the counterata began. It was so spectacular and skillfully that the spirit was intercepting. He attacked without words, with only one thought: "I will destroy you." Chan immediately realized all the jokes were over. Now this is a real battle, and there will be no mercy. He did not have time to understand where the opponent disappeared. As he felt his back, the hole disappeared and a shadow appeared. He did not even need a sword. His own arms became his own hands. Remaining cold-blooded, the hole was virtually attacked by his fists, destroying any chance to answer. Chan's face was skewed with fear, so pathetic that it was even difficult to imagine that he was still pride. Did he really hope to gain recognition of the Supreme Master in this way? Of course, no. But he managed to know one thing. He realized that he faced not just a warrior, but a true monster of martial arts. In despair, Chan began to hesitate. If everything went so far, maybe it is time to use the same forbidden reception. But what if someone recognizes him? After all, this martial art has not been used in the world of Murima for over 1,000 years. At this point, the heavenly demon turned to the young man, pointing to the hole. "Look at him. Is this a sword technique still alive?" he asked with interest. Indeed, something incomprehensible unfolded in front of them. The hose sword was shrouded in a dark purple aura that emitted the power of a different level. Chan stood hard, putting his sword in front of him as a shield that he could no longer save. Yun wanted to know more about this technique. What is special about it? What should you look for? Once upon a time, there was a school that used a similar greeting in battle. The name of it seems to be Bloody Demons of Heaven, the name that frightened even the most bold. Their arsenal technician included techniques such as the Bloody Demon, just like that. And one day they tried to capture me, but I destroyed them all. Hearing this, Yun could not hold back. He wanted to ask one more question. Why did you destroy the Bloody Demons of Heaven? Was it not just for the sake of entertainment? The Demon of Heaven just smiled slightly and replied, "Only the name coincided, nothing more." And it was at this moment that Yun realized everything. It is not just a spirit before him. It is a real crazy, full of strength and madness. He whispered quietly, "Provoke him. Remember the words, Bloody Demons of Heaven. It can knock it out of balance. And one more, be careful with this sword. He is not like others." The traveler immediately listened to the advice of his master, and without hesitation fulfilled the order. Bloody Demons of Heaven are not ordinary warriors. Their skills were so powerful that they even threatened the heavenly demon. At that time it did not matter, because the heavenly demon was still in power. But he felt a threat in the future, so he decided to destroy them on ahead. The young man was interesting. Was there a problem to kill them all in one night? But the demon explained that among them were 3 extremely strong sorcerers. One of them is the same with whom they are dealing with now. At this time, Chan has already completed the preparation for a decisive blow. He reached the boundaries, activated the sword of the illusion of a bloody demon, forbidden equipment. A black fog thickened before the eyes of the audience, thick, heavy, anxious. The blade suddenly shook from the darkness, as if death itself looked from behind the scenes. In a few moments, such blades appeared several. They flew, cutting the air. A figure similar to a hedgehog emerged from the darkness. but on her back long dark blades like demonic needles. The bun was looking intently at the silhouette and felt, although this technique was reminiscent of the secret sword of their sect, but it is completely from another world. It was impossible to predict at what angle and when the next blade flew. So the whole decided not to wait, but to jump simply deep in danger. At this point, Gin wasting his breath. Would the festival be the victim? Will he find a way out of the situation? The decisive moment is close. Suddenly, the whole was as if in another dimension. Dark, stranger, where time and space lost meaning. Everything around was absorbed by a thick black fog, which completely hid the opponent's figure. But nevertheless, the vat still had only one sword, and only one body that he tried to mask. "Do you hide how the pitiful rat soul of your school?" said Han, looking calmly into the darkness. Suddenly, a Vagan emerged from the fog and, as if proclaiming the sentence, exclaimed, "To die from the sword of the illusion of a bloody demon is a great honor." He appeared right above his head, exactly where he decided to look at it. It was not just a hit, it was an intuition that worked instantly. And again, for the third time, the expression of shock and panic has frozen on Chan's face. A completely different picture was on the face of a whole. He was quietly waiting for the moment when the enemy would finally show himself. Thanks to his skills, he stopped the blade, just with one hand. A powerful wave of energy released from his body immediately dispelled all the fog around. And it is important, Hamon's hand was unwavering, did not even shudder. What can you say about the sword itself, which trembling in the air? Yun, keeping closely at every movement, could not help but estimate the level of Has, and seemed to be amazed. Honey has extremely sophisticated use of martial arts. Accuracy, calculation, and no extra movement. It was at this moment that the difference between the fighters became apparent even to a third-party observer. To resist the fire dragon is one thing, but to feel such a tremendous abyss in the levels of skill is quite different. Even when Chang got his last trump card, he still could not oppose the enemy. The whole literally demonstrated, here he is, Dad, the master of this ring, and all the rules, his. In a panic, Chan remembered the words of his teacher. This sword cannot be destroyed. And what of that? Even this legendary sword had no power against the whole. It was absolutely helpless. The fleece struck dozens of blows in a moment, so fast that the eyes barely had time for him. And all this is with cold confidence, saying, "Come to your senses and confess your defeat." Chan's face was pouring from the loud blows that fell on him from all sides. From the last blows, his legs were literally bent. He barely kept on his feet. And on his hand the blood was clearly coming. A sign that the end is close. The audience, holding their breath, watched the spectacle. Mixed emotions did not allow even applaud. But speaking of incomprehensible emotions, it is still softly said compared to the reaction of a red girl who has barely restrained. And the whole. He stood over the vat, looking from the top, calmly, with the look of the one who had already issued the sentence. The referee asked loudly, "Who will go to fight this warrior?" But after all that has just happened, who dare to go against him? Suddenly silence was broken. One girl from the crowd quietly said, "Hooray!" Her voice was picked up, and hundreds of people were shouting with her. Their enthusiasm ignited the crowd. All of them chanted the name of Humhan, Chu Guvan, as he introduced himself. From now on, it became heroic. Who could imagine that a guy who was once locked in a dark room was cut off from the world, once standing in the center of glory? That's all he could say to his lord. Returning to the young man, the whole put his hands in the bow and calmly said, "I coped." The competition ended with the solemn sound of 5 gongs, the final chord of a big event. The unexpected appearance of the Lord of 5 Demons announced the birth of a new absolute master. People whispered, if the subordinate is so powerful, what level does the Lord himself have? And if such a strong Guan, what is the terrible, the true heavenly jade dragon? And what did Or feel? She seemed to be in the dirt on her ear, and she could no longer hide it. Meanwhile, Jean went forward to the exclamations of thousands. Glory to the Southern Union of Blades. Long live the Alliance. Stopping, he launched an official letter in one movement. The crowd's eyes were chained to him. After a few seconds of silence, reading into the text, he solemnly announced the winner. It was Juan. Gin officially declared him a new young head of the Southern Union of the Blades, and called on all the representatives of Murim present to witness this event. Although it was an order from the young mistress, the Jin himself never thought that it would be such a great responsibility, and here, in the Central Plains. While he was aware of it, Jean continued solemnly. Tomorrow, by order, there will be a marriage of the Heavenly Royal Phoenix, a student and a foster daughter of Lord Union, with Guan. At this point, he still waved the crowd with his hand. But as soon as he heard these words, his body stopped instantly, and his head turned sharply towards the voice. Then he slowly turned his gaze to his mistress. He threw with a slight ridicule. "What if I took part in the competitions and won? What about this devilish girl?" Han asked hopefully, trying to hear from the hostess at least a hint of cancellation. But in response he heard only calm. "Everything has happened. You will not go against my words, right?" The whole finally understood. It was an order. And he really was trapped. Late in the evening, in the Chonhyan pavilion, silence hung in the air. She sat in front of the mirror, unable to understand. How did it happen that the dragon of the fiery destruction, the second student of the great master, was defeated? Moreover, he was not even one of 5 dragons, but only a subordinate. Her teacher has always repeated, no martial art of the central planes is able to destroy the 3 great malicious magicians of the original heavens. Even if a young vat did not achieve perfection, it was broken so easily. The reason that the initial heavens have not yet captured Murima have been in a strict ban on investigations. They were ordered to wait for the cassette of the heavenly demon to remain within Murima. Is it not the only organization that should be extremely cautious with? She still didn't understand. But when she got up from the chair, she firmly thought, it is enough. Everything is ready. If everything continues in this spirit, it will be as if you give a perfectly cooked dish not to this man. She clearly realized that the only thing that is needed now is to stop everything until it is late. Meanwhile, in the remote extension of the Southern Union of the Blades, in the hall where the Destroyer of Heaven was located, Yun, sitting in a lotus pose, deeply immersed himself in meditation. His thoughts wandered in chaos of anticipation and guessing. He thought, who are these people actually? Are they really the real descendants of the bloody demons of heaven? In the vision of him, the spirit of the heavenly demon appeared, and Yun asked, what would happen to the dragon of fire destruction if he had properly disposed of the 3 great malicious magicians? If you master the art of fencing a bloody demon, the spirit replied, you will get the power of an unintentional sword that has no form, but carries death. And if you destroy all 3 great magicians? Yun asked further. The spirit did not know the answer for sure, but shared a guess. He believed that such a person would not yield to even the dark martial arts of his own sect of heavenly demon. With a cunning smile, the spirit suggested that the young man be mocking from that girl, the heavenly royal Jade Phoenix, but Yun did not share this thought. She still remained the outer mistress of the Southern Union of Blades. To give it up is like to renounce the Union itself. He understood. You need to see a wider picture. Think strategically. 3 swords. Heavenly Demon Sect. Murim Union. The strength that I have where to me. And 2 more cults. The cult of false vicious blood, the doctrine of the Heavenly Emperor, the Ice Palace of the North Sea, the Royal Fortress of Chonghae. The most dangerous forces are those that are hiding. And above all, you need to wait for everything that the hidden will finally come to light. And then the moment will come when you have to block the path of the bloody demons of heaven. Finally and irreversibly. Even the heavenly demon did not fully understand, listening to the young man. Could not an independent organization now honestly compete with others? Why choose such a difficult way? Yun had a different point of view. Only force is not always important. If you can win in one battle, but you lose 10 small ones, your advantage loses meaning. And sometimes one and only fatal defeat is enough to lose absolutely everything. It was that Yun felt especially acute, not theory, but experience. The next day, he turned to another spirit, to the east, which was silent lately. That is why Yun wanted to know what it means. He answered calmly. It means not to be associated with words. Enlightenment is not transmitted in language or letter. It goes from heart to heart. But the spirit warned, when the time comes, then let's talk again. And here was a day, like an instant, the day of the wedding of the Lord of Demons and the heavenly Royal Phoenix. They announced that the ceremony would be in a closed format. All those present were asked to enjoy the treats and come to understand. It was a subtle hint, and in fact a direct indication. Only the selected ceremony was invited to the main ceremony. 2 hours later, the head of Fina faction from Hebei was already nervous. He still did not understand when the wedding would finally begin. And all because the head of the union conveyed, today, he will not be able to be present because he is bad. That is, you want to say, he was indignant, that the head of the union refused to come to my daughter's wedding? The servant stuttering replied, yes, and the lady is not ready yet, so please wait. They were outraged that they were first invited and then disregarded. Did they come as the official representatives of the Alliance Murima? Isn't it neglect for the Alliance? The servant was visible. He was tired of justifying himself and he did not know what else. Then Yun asked permission to say, "Even if I am only an unknown minor, you do not think that you are too disrespectful to treat the respected alliance guests? Moreover," he continued, "my subordinate has just become a young head, and I, as his mentor, are genuinely offended." Meanwhile, the heavenly royal Jade Phoenix, as if tightening the drama, still did not appear. But Gin felt, as soon as she turns out, everything would not go at all. It was Jean who was the first to apologize to everyone. And so, finally it appeared. Its appearance was like a thunder in the clear sky. All the views were instantly concentrated only on it. As she came out, she apologized with seeming courtesy, they say. She did not plan to detain guests for a long time. But unexpectedly for everyone, the young spoke sharply. Directly in his eyes he expressed his indignation, and also reproached her dress. "Marriage is officially announced," he said. "Do you appear in this form? You are not like a person who goes to the wedding. Do you show disrespect? Could the delay be deliberate?" She already wanted to answer and call him a vile, but Yun did not give her a word insert. "If the question of continuity is solved by the leader," he continued, "can he not change his decision at any moment? It was he who made the choice, therefore, and to cancel it has the right." She only replied that she had received the consent of her father. They say there is nothing to worry about. But Yun interrupted her again. "I am curious to hear it from the mouth of a true union leader, not from yours. You are not officially a head." His words, as a jade dragon, found support among all present. All that remains to her is to strain her cunning face nervously, trying not to lose control. But the decisive position of the heavenly destroyer and the support of other Murim representatives did not leave her choice. She had to retreat, though she only wanted to win a little time. Most of all, she was embarrassed by the fact that the head of the branch from which she was waiting for support never said a single word. The reason for this silence is the events of last night. After all, she sent a letter to the bloody demons of heaven with the help of a postal dove. A message asking for help. However, it was June who caught this dove. The message did not even have time to leave the territory of the Southern Union of Blades, all thanks to the heavenly destroyer. Yun, as if predicted in advance, immediately intercepted the dove, even before he had time to climb the sky. Now, looking straight into the eye of the lady, he calmly asked, "Did something happen to your father?" For those present, it sounded as a thunder in the clear sky. All were shocked by an unexpected turn. Even a Jinn, who usually kept calm, now was waiting for her explanations. But she felt unbearable weight of a situation from which she no longer knew how to get. In her head, a full panic, a brilliant idea appeared. To pretend to be stupid, and she began to laugh nervously, making the appearance that she did not understand anything. Then, it seemed, he agreed to help and suggested that they take them to her father. However, she immediately set the condition that only the young master of Yun and Homan can meet him. She politely asked everyone to apologize, and in a moment they climbed the stairs of the side wing of the building. Behind her back, the boys whispered. What she was upset, it was something really happened. They did not even realize that it wanted to destroy the Southern Union of Blades through official procedures. Yun intended to release his leader by the same methods. It took very little time, and they were already standing in front of the door of him. Before them are gorgeous rooms, the real inner chambers of the great ruler. The head of the Southern Alliance, Zhang Youhei, known as the Levin King, was genuinely pleased with one of the representatives of the Five Heaven Marima. But suddenly in the head of the young man came an inner voice. "Head, do not show anything. Just listen." The double exit technique used by Yun was in a cunning question. Does the head really intend to make him his subordinate, his successor, because he won it? Further, Yun whispered, who already knows about the hidden illness of the leader, and it makes no sense to pretend. The Lion's King was confused, without understanding at once, a dream or a reality. So striking was the truth heard. It has come to him. One of the Five Heaven Marima releases a helping hand, a chance for which he hoped for many years. The head barely restrained tears. The expected liberation seemed so incredible that the moment could crumble like a dream. Heavenly Phoenix, not understanding her father's tears, decided that he was raster to marry her very thought, and she was angry. His words struck her more sharply than the blade. They flashed like a blade, although the hidden content of the girl has not yet realized. Having mastered himself, the Lion King in the Royal was interested in the winner's name to know who gave her hope for the union. The guy bowed and called the lady where, confessing that, being a humble man, worries whether he could lead the Southern Union with dignity. While there was a polite conversation, Yun quietly reminded the head, "Everything will end soon. Please listen to the requests of the ladies, wear to the end. The Lion King aloud assured that he listened carefully to the guest, masking the conspiracy under the usual dialogue with the future leader. Ginyo Hai, known as the Lion King, once invincible ruler of the South, now looked exhausted and pale. The figure that never bowed her head lost his former grandeur, like a lion, tight by invisible chains. He clung to life, suffering from humiliation from a woman who was once a student and a foster daughter. The reason for his weakness was simple. In the veins of the Lion King pulled a powerful toxin that slowly sucks forces. It hurts him to see the union of blades, to which he gave all his life, has turned into a cheap cost resource for someone else's intrigue. Clinging to the fragile life, the Lion King only dreams of maintaining the honor of the union and conveying power to the one who is really worth trust. Zhang Youhai did not hope that his desire would come true until his first real ray of hope was shown before his eyes. He stretched out a rescue hand, and he felt for the first time a heavy chain of power was weaker. This hand was presented by Yun, becoming the support that the Lion King has been looking for in vain for many years. Summarizing the conversation, Yun noted that his personal meeting had erased all his doubts and anxiety, returning the clarity of the goal. On farewell, he whispered, "Before the short meeting, everything will be good," leaving in the heart of the head of a feeling of rest. The Lion King insisted again and again. The marriage should happen immediately, so do not want to spend a minute. The wedding was quickly spent, and each participant hid true intentions under the mask of a polite smile. Despite the hidden tension, the very fact of their union has become an indisputable reality recognized by all parties. On the first day, the newlyweds had to undergo a ceremonial ritual to formally fasten new statuses in front of the community. The dinner, which was called the ladies, was nervously swallowing saliva, because every step could give a carefully woven lies. She felt better than lost in the assumption why everything went in such a strange way and what would happen next. The whole mentioned the advice of the young man. If you manage to break Phoenix's consciousness-forbidden technology, they will reveal all the secrets of the union effortlessly. But only the aroma of her perfume was enough to become dizzy, forcing him to doubt her own determination. It was only necessary to look at the whole with a look to understand. The attractive appearance was hiding a complete newcomer in relationships with women. Sickly smiling, she invented a game for a moment, which would make him aware of every cell of the body. The first movement, she slightly carried her fingers on his chest, leaving lace of electrical touches on the skin. Gently purring, she whispered that he is no longer able to restrain himself, a sweet man, giving a helpless temptation. The furnace was numb. He could not pronounce words. Thoughts froze, like butterflies, moved to consciousness by shame and astonishment. Her warm lips touched him, and a short, pulsating chum passed through him with a lightning, shaking her body. Seeing in his eyes a confused passion, she was fine to allow him much more. Having released a powerful yin, the girl showed how he conquers men, a thin, invisible flow of energy. But this time she clearly underestimated his opponent. For years, the fracture of the heavenly demon has kept the ocean of Jan stable under the skin. All his power did not disappear. The flames of Yang patiently waited for the moment to flash. After conducting it through the lower energy channel, he sent the flow to the crotch, preparing for a counter, offensive. Adding his own Jan, the whole made the energy lock in the circle, turning the wave back to the girl. If she needed strength, he is good to give it in full, showing who has set the rules. After answering a more passionate kiss, he poured a burning wave of Yang, from which she took a breath. The cheeks had a heat when he felt in response to his passion in his chest. The flames flashed even more. Following this, such a passionate kiss illuminated the room as if a miniature star had flashed inside, chasing night darkness. From the yard, it became visible as the whole building was shining with soft light, as if under the dome kept a wave of heavenly energy. The next morning, Jun, entering inside, could not understand what happened here for the night. A sweet, drinking aroma wandered in the air. He had to throw his gaze on the face of the Jade Phoenix to understand the cause of this magical mess. She, to the Poyas, was drowning in tenderness, hugging the hole and rubbed against him as if she could not breathe without him. How did he manage? Meanwhile, Han solemnly reported to the Supreme that the order was fulfilled. Phoenix's consciousness is now open to any information. Smiling, Yun sincerely congratulated him with success and joked that it was probably the warmest wedding night throughout the South. A gentle piece of meat on the fork did not hold for herself. She lifted him to the lips of her husband with care and glowing eyes. "Eat more, dear," she asked gently. Taking care of the strength of the newly made man had enough for big accomplishments. Yun mentally noted that such a scene literally radiates happiness, but himself did not seek to be in such captivity of feelings. The boys were whispering, thinking how miraculously a miracle was able to curb the one that seemed like a relentless witch yesterday. To check if the eye of a celestial demon was really working, Yun decided to ask the girl a simple but demonstration question. Looking in her eyes, he asked quietly, "Do you know who I am?" She replied without a shadow, "You are my husband's master, and therefore our common master." Yun asked sharply, "Who are you by origin and what rank you have in that secret hierarchy that manages your sect?" The girl calmly confessed, she is the third student of the ruler of heaven and belongs to the sect of Bloody Demons of Heaven. It was the name Bloody Demons of Heaven that made everyone around the shudder. The truth that came outside instantly disrupted the veil of mystery. Even the spirit of the heavenly demon was astounded. It was certain that the sect was destroyed, and Yun immediately asked to sound the full hierarchy. She listed the rank. The highest is the owner of heaven. Under him 2 lords of death, then a great master, a second master, 3 keepers of Dharma, and 20 elders. Yun specified further what number the order has and how many people have already settled in the Central Plains. She replied that the whole sect has about 34,000 fighters. 3,000 south of the river, 5,000 to the north. The rest of the plains are scattered. The whole, counting, realized stunningly. He only has a sect of heavenly demon has almost 20,000 soldiers, while the rest of the bloody demons have long been rooted in the heart of the continent. Yun asked about the mysterious great master who commanded the invasion. The girl confessed that she had never seen his face. It is only known that he holds the headquarters somewhere north of the river. But even she is unknown to the exact city. Then Yun asked the key question. Who exactly forms the backbone of the bloody demons of heaven, and what does they drive? She said with reverence, "The owner of heaven is our unconditional master. In the initial heavens, it is no different from God himself. However, the owner spent the last 10 years in the closed area, and even she has not seen him since then. As soon as it comes out, the real invasion of the Central Plains will unfold at full force." Yun suggested that the ruler either dissolved the temple or immersed himself in a new improvement, perhaps because of the threat of 3 great magicians. She confirmed that since the Lord has locked up in the temple for harsh practices, his strength is steadily growing, as if a flame, fueled by divine wood. If he reaches a new top, it is unlikely. Despite the fact that her consciousness under the control of the eye of a heavenly demon, the girl does not lose reverence in front of the owner, and calls him incomparable. Realizing that such an opponent will not fall from the frontal attack, Jun decides to develop a carefully thought-out multi-level strategy. It is also necessary to decide what to do with Phoenix. Leaving it in this condition can be suspected in a hostile camp. Hearing this, the whole was frozen, sincerely frightened that he could lose his wife, who had already managed to become his way. Phoenix himself seemed to fall in love with real fell in love, and this thought made the situation even more difficult for all parties. It is decided to temporarily maintain control of Heavenly Phoenix in order to restore the cultivation of the Lion King and to strengthen the power of the Union. In the end, she is the wife of the new leader of Chuan. Her loyalty will give him undeniable legitimacy in the eyes of the clans. The first step is to find a doctor who is able to remove the poison and return the head without unnecessary publicity. Yun goes to the residence of the Union, where the Lion King lies, in order to start treatment in person and control the process. A little time has passed, and Yun is already in the restraint, concentrates in the palms, preparing to pour it into the weakened body of the ruler. Attaching his hands to the king's back, he gently leads to the energy of energy, and in the old man's breasts, a long, faded spark. Suddenly, the body of the Lion King shuddered, as if through him was a lightning, and Yun felt a slight trembling pulsation. The reason was the tears of gratitude and relief. The ruler did not restrain them, feeling the lost could be returned to him. Yun, noticing the trembling of the ruler, gently asked if he did not feel that pain or other discomfort after overflow of powerful vital energy. The Lion's King, without holding back tears, confessed that without mercy, the young Union would have long become a prey of a prodigy, and died. So he did not imagine how to thank for salvation. Yun assured that the help was not unilateral, because the ruler himself once promised to support him, and added that he was glad to distract the trouble before he had time to sprout. The ruler solemnly swore that in the right moment he would return the debt of honor and will thank in full when the Union would stand again on strong legs. Left face to face, Yun asked if the head of the head at least something about the forces that secretly penetrated into the Southern Union of the Blades. He sincerely admitted that he did not know the true face of these people and cannot even appreciate their real power. However, he is certain. For decades, they have cherished the ambitions to conquer Marima, and have already performed many preventive operations. In his opinion, in the world, Marima has almost no places where their roots have not yet sprouted or released deep shoots. Yun asked permission to ask another question that could be the key to the future strategy. Have these intrigues penetrated even into the top of the Murim alliance? He asked, watching the interlocutor's reaction carefully. The Lion's King sighed deeply and admitted that he had several alarming information about this. After a tense conversation with the Lion King, Jun goes into the yard, inhaling the cool air and arranging the chaos of thoughts. The information obtained should be checked to the smallest things to cut off the false traces and traps of the enemy. By combining the data of the celestial aroma of Phoenix and the leader of the coalition of the Blades, Yun outlined the overall picture, and the details were still lacking. So he decided to use the available information and current schedule to create an effective plan. The day has passed when the delegation of the League of Five Clans left the territory of the Southern Union of the Blades. Sending them, Jun shouted after, "Are you already going?" Zrania, and heard a short, affirmative yes. The guests were warned. They soon relocated to the capital of the Alliance, Marima, preparing for a conflict with the Syndicate of the Demonic Path and need reinforcement. This news was just hardened by the young man. He took up a new passion. The first step to growth is to recognize your own weaknesses and turn them into force. Yun firmly believed that he could surpass himself and become much more powerful. 2 hours after their departure, Monarch Bzatini returned with Hu, bringing alarming news. Suddenly, Rin ran out, and Yun strictly asked who allowed her to come to the forbidden area. By order of the Celestial Destroyer, the Jade Phoenix ordered the Palace of the Head to be surrounded by armed detachments. Meanwhile, the old doctor stood near the Lion King, holding his wrists and listening carefully to the pulse. Yun, not understanding the causes of confusion, eagerly sought to find out what was really going on. The doctor explained that the poison had penetrated into the bone marrow, and as not to bring it out, about martial arts and about a normal life, it will only be possible to dream. Yun immediately asked if there was at least a tiny chance to completely cure the ruler and restore his former power. Hearing this, the Lion's King shot down and swallowed dry saliva, as if he were afraid of a sentence that could destroy the last hope. The healer reminded the case when he treated such ailment with leaf instructions, and this time he decided to act in person. He got thin silver needles and asked the young man to keep the room for at least 2 hours so that no soul would prevent treatment. At the end of exactly 2 hours, the sorcerer Hu completed amazing therapy, filling each meridian of the ruler pulsating these. Once the vital energy returned, the Lion King recalled the duty that he had to fulfill in front of his savior. Without hesitation, he kneeled before the young man, hitting his forehead in the floor, as if paying for years of helplessness. Stunned by such a bow, Yun took him by his shoulders and pleadedly asked to get up, because the ruler was proud to stand. "For many years I have defeated justice, but without power, it is smaller than someone else's ambitions," the king admitted with a bitter smile. "I myself did not know what I wanted until I received a new hope today, and did not realize why I fought all my life." Raising his head, he solemnly called the young warrior, worthy of leading Marima through the darkness of the coming storms. "The storm is approaching," he warned, "and only the most suitable will withstand his fierce breath. In order not to die, the coalition of the Southern Blade from now on swears to follow the divine dragon with a jade face," the ruler proclaimed. "Yun has just warned, the service he will once ask will be enormous, and will demand from the Union of complete dedication. Once upon a time, the head was on the threshold of death, and since then, rejecting greed, he swore to do anything for the Union, even sacrifice himself. They remained alone to talk frankly without other people's ears and shadows. Yun warned that the son of the ruler will just end the treatment. He and his people will immediately leave the coalition. The leader was surprised, thinking whether only those spies that penetrated into their ranks were guilty of this. Yun advised to look more broadly. The real influence of these forces may be much greater than they imagined, so it is better not to rush with alliances. The ruler asked what the next step to take in order not to make a mistake and lose everything again. First of all, not to stop. Now that the heavenly aroma of Phoenix is on their side, she will follow the enemy and support the right moment. Hun, although he felt discomfort next to her, unquestionably agreed to execute the young order. Late night under the icy glow of the moon, they said goodbye. The quiet wind swayed the lanterns, echoing the steps. Yun wished the ruler to protect himself and the alliance holding on his shoulders, like a mountain on the route. But suddenly he asked him to stop for a moment. The last, most important conversation remained. The ruler, sighing, said, "I will fulfill any of your request if it happened. Over the years, I learned to distinguish true force from misconception. They say you have achieved perfection in the Shaolin arts, but it seems only to the tip of the iceberg. Who are you, actually?" he asked. Yun smiled with a corner of his lips and said, Do I have to open all the cards, dear leader of the coalition? Suddenly the silence stretched the cry of Guy's elder, the guard of illusory blade. Leader, where are you? Where is the head now? And the anxiety cut the night like a blade. The elder, getting rid of his breath, reproached why a respectable warrior raised such a noise at night. Like an incendiary young man, and that's in his years. They turned over and suddenly realized Yun disappeared without a trace, leaving only a barely tangible breath in the moonlight. The double surprise was bamped. A moment he stood side by side, and now he melted like a shadow that swallowed his own light. Meanwhile, Yun with the society flew through the night sky, sitting on a giant eagle that was opening clouds like an arrow. The bird developed a frantic pace, and every blow of the wings opened under them silver plains scattered with star glare. The student looked back to the master and asked quietly where she was leading this time, and what trials were waiting in front. "We are waiting for the appointed meeting," said Yun calmly. "We will first fulfill the promise and stand in front of her." He added that it is worth visiting one of the main forces of the Central Plains in order not to lose the chance to strengthen the position. It was about the syndicate of the demonic path, the center of shadows and ambitions, which wrapped up the continent of the web of influence. The reincarnation was completed. Monarch Bejin Bigun Hu, Dantai Kvitka Diana, and the student of the destroyer appeared in new, unrecognizable likes. In this form, a mad demonic monarch was leaving a legend that came to life and seeks new casualties. Their appearance has changed to the bones. Other faces, other manners, and other breathing. To reduce enemies from the panther, the destroyer of heaven explained that the course is kept directly in the heart of the demonic path, where the decisions are made by blades and poison. Since this is their first visit, he suggested entering with a friendly smile and postpone the swords to the right moment. "After all," smiled Yun, "the difference between orthodox and heretics erased where the winner dictates the law of power." Yun stated that there was no division into orthodoxy and apostates under the sky. He seeks to cover everyone without exception, and from his comrades only requires close supervision at every step. All three, without hesitation, answered in unison. "Listen, according to Tao Hun, the Dunton Lake Nishchin is a thick spiderweb of hidden eyes and ears, ready to convey every foreign movement directly to the superiors. The delay meant to give the enemy time, so Yun ordered to go immediately in order not to become a topic of an urgent report. Before the travelers, a huge lake stretched, which lost its horizon in a silver smoke and seemed an endless ocean of fresh water. Without a clear plan, they could not wander the shores at random, risking accidentally seeking another spy. Therefore, the destroyer of heaven and satellites directed the way to the city of Yuan, which lay northeast of Dunton. Only a few hours passed, and they have already stepped onto a cozy pavilion, illuminated with lanterns and a tart aroma of jasmine tea. Some grunted at endless hotels, and Yun explained that in order to get valuable information, you should go to where people and gossip are most. Meanwhile, the mysterious change in the behavior of Guan after leaving the coalition worried comrades. He became silent and unnoticed. The student suggested that the usual love-longing was guilty, although she could not finally believe it. The next day, despite the vigilant duty, they could not establish at least one useful contact. Boredom and expectations were pressed when a conversation of fresh rumors suddenly broke out in the pavilion. The traveler told that the Jade Divine Dragon headed the coalition of the Southern Blade, causing a furore among the clans. The interlocutor said, "They say it is a dragon with a jade face, behind which is already more than 10,000 devoted warriors." The interlocutor whispers added an even more interesting detail. "Now that the coalition of the Southern Blade is under the rule of the non-Fritic Divine Dragon, the balance of forces is shaken. If this dragon joins the Murim Alliance, the world of martial arts may change on recognition, since no faction is equal to such a power. The Alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of 5 clans already openly support the Jade Dragon, recognizing it with a new beacon. And now he also has a coalition of the Southern Blade. And for unknown reasons, there was a movement that promotes the great warrior Venya to the role of the Alliance leader." Suddenly, a deaf fall was heard. Looking back, he saw the body of a murdered man who lay on the ground. A warrior with a bloody sword stood above his body, maliciously saying, "You ran perfectly, but did not hope that I would wait here." All in tears, the girl leaned over his father's body and asked continuously why he was caught such pain. Why again and again? Why? The abuser raised his voice and stated that her father was a scoundrel who, because of greed, betrayed a friend and caused the death of a whole family. The girl refused to believe heard, but for the warrior it did not matter. His heart had long been dark. Now he wanted to pay off, to disgrace the girl, selling her immediately to the brothel, considering it fair compensation. But suddenly from under the darkness she had a leg, lightly intercepting the executioner of the executioner and stopping his attempt. The stranger cleverly put the soul on the wrist of the attacker, as if nailing the blade to the ground. "Is it fair to translate the father's blame to your daughter?" Quietly, but he asked firmly, looking straight in his eyes. He added that the accusations operated by the executioner are far from the truth and need evidence, not blind revenge. An angry warrior grabbed a rescuer by the collar and robbed. "Do you not know the unwritten rule of Marima? Not to interfere with other people's affairs?" The stranger calmly replied that in the world where strength reigns, true law is not a rule, but the courage to protect the innocent. Then he turned to a young man who watched unnoticed, and asked in a fallen voice, "Let's move to a quiet place to avoid unnecessary eyes." He suggested talking where the cold moon would not witness the blood and the truth that they would soon be shed in their dialogue. The subordinates were asked to go to the next room so that his luminaries could be accepted alone. When the outsiders came out, the man could not gather with the spirit for a while, and then he asked Ju Junwana to look at the letter received from their advisor. It was a letter from the great young master. At the beginning of the letter, he apologized for being welcome. As she expected, the advice of elders has serious resistance, so she had to resort to this way for their safety. The Grandmaster has already given the Celestial Destroyer full status and authority, but the Council of Elders officially stated that she did not recognize it. As a result, they were going to send hired murderers as soon as they found it, so visiting the headquarters was officially difficult. The woman sent 2 people to the Heavenly Destroyer. They are the key figures of the young generation of staff, and she asked to keep them in charge. It will greatly benefit his business in the future. That guy who was sitting opposite his light was called Li Shimin, and the second, Shen Guangzhe. They are the captain and the vice-capitan of the Thousand Fields. In a letter, a great young master asked Junwana Junan to enter the next day with these guys to the headquarters. She sincerely believes that he is outlined by dark clouds over their syndicate, and will wait for his arrival. Then the great young gentleman decided to give the captain the detachment the first instruction. He asked Li Shimin to hold him and the team in the headquarters, and was determined to deal with the lawlessness of what was happening. Next day, to get the place they had to cross Lake Donging. There was a Junna Juju, as well as 2 new subordinates. The young master was surprised that Li Shimin, who controlled the boat, led them not to the opposite shore, but to the center of the lake. He smiled and pointed to the rock in the form of a crescent moon to which they headed. The headquarters was now there. In the past, there was the main house of the old fortress of 18 pirates of Dunton. Getting closer to the rock, Li Shimin suddenly got a little whistle out of his pocket and blew into it. At this point, the stones in the rock went in different directions, forming a small passage. The water immediately rushed inside, forming a fast current, and the captain of thousands of faces advised everyone to hold on to a stronger boat. Only a few minutes and waves took them into a huge cave, including the majestic palace. The team immediately landed on the pier. They missed the gift of language when they considered a wonderful structure in front of them. It is incredible that a person is able to process a natural cave into such a wonderful place. A familiar face was already waiting for them. To meet them came out Jage Tso-hun, who was a great young master. First of all, she congratulated the Junna Ju and led him to her office. She was aware that she was not cleaned at the office, but she tried to hide her concern for friendliness. She tried to offer Young tea, but he came here not for it. He wanted to see the Grandmaster. But Miss Juga told him the bad news. A Grandmaster went to his own. At the same time, he transferred all the powers of the younger gentleman. Yunvin was not only shocked, but also indignant. The drowned old man decided to shift all the responsibility for him for important issues. The girl could only sympathize with him, and she asked if he thought about how to win the hearts of members of the Council of Elders. He seemed to think about it, but he was very sure of his decision. Cao Hun did not suffer to learn about his ideas, but he refused to explain. Better let her look at him in the case. And now he ordered the letter to be sent to collect the central forces of the Demonic Path Syndicate in one place. She nodded hesitatively and took up performance. Thus, the captain of the detachment of thousands of faces went to the syndicate of the Demonic Path to pass the order of the Heavenly Destroyer. He arrived in the headquarters that he who became a great young craftsman, and announced the call of all executives. The elders were angry. They believed that this snotty young master was already seriously crossing the boundaries. Therefore, on the same day, the Council of the Demonic Way, 7 demonic gods, gathered together to discuss recent events. All of them were annoyed that the newly owned guy was commanding them as he wants. They have never even recognized him with a great young master. Only one of the demonic gods expressed the idea that it is not good to oppose the new head and his team in the forehead from the very beginning. maybe he is not so bad, once deserved for such a title. But his opinion was immediately stopped by other gods. The chief elder, the emperor of the demon hell, Van Eddy announced that they had to force the boy to realize that he was only their puppet with a large title. Therefore, first of all, they rejected the call of the head to the headquarters. Let him be aware of his position in the empty hall of the supreme demon. The next day, Junven could not find a place from boredom. The high demon hall and empty, if not taken into account by the members of his team. Li Shimin said that only 7 minutes left before the plan was scheduled to collect elders with his head. But Junven realized that they decided to rebel, so no one came to the headquarters. The guy was still going to wait for them to the very end, but suddenly some strangers entered the hall. One of them was Zhu Yubai, and he was a leader of the 18 pirated fortresses of Dongting, an emperor of the Heavenly Tower. And the second, with darker hair and beard, Wan Fuyan, he was the leader of the Green Forest, the dark god of death. They are the only ones who came to the meeting with the Heavenly Destroyer. Seeing them in the hall, you can assume that there is an opportunity for reforms. But they did not even look at the great young master and behaved quite arrogantly. The Junven gradually began to end with patience. So he asked coldly those who came why they decided that this central table was intended for them. They finally paid attention to him and surprised his eyebrow. Then the guy turned to his assistant, Zhu Higuana. He got rude guys in a few jumps, and with one finger, he broke one of them, so that his head went around. The students of the great arrived master who just arrived were frozen. After one of the arrivals got on the head and fell from the chair, the other stood up from the table himself, so that the same thing happened to him. Ms. Juga also froze. And the young gentleman is not a miss. He behaves with the great Zhu Yubai as a child. When it was time to start the meeting, the guy ordered everyone to line up in front of him. The elders never arrived. Yunven announced that he became a great young master at the appointment of a great master. When he first came here, he had some expectations. If they were with him, the victory over the Orthodox Alliance, Musin, would not be a dream. But he was annoyed that the subordinates behaved so brazenly, and the Harm Six created the grouping, sharing with each other, fighting for power. He said that if fractional disputes are a priority over revenge for their brothers and sisters who were killed by Orthodox, then the great young master will politely abandon the title of a demonic path. However, since he is with the master, he will also treat his subordinates not as people but as dogs. And how seriously he threatened the heads shocked them. He said that if someone dares to bark in his direction or behind his back, he would beat them and show what they really take place in the cult. So they have a choice. Either they go against it, but they get a disgusting attitude to themselves, or become normal members of the demonic path. They immediately bowed to the young gentleman and caught his allegiance to him in the demonic path. It was the first success and meant that the guy would be able to gather strength, not even counting the advice of the elders who pleased. Miss Juzge was especially relying on a promising young master. She hoped that he would be a worthy leader. When the questions with the heads that were laid, Yunven addressed Li Shimin and said that he would have to work again. He asked him to pass to the executives who did not respond to the summons, which no longer needed to come. Those who have not responded to the call will now be excluded from the syndicate. When the news from the sect reached the elders' meetings, they almost gasped with their indignation. And on the same day, all 7 with their servants arrived in the High Demon Hall and stopped in front of their heads. The guy laughed that he had to resort to such rough methods that the elders came to some contact. The first of them spoke Van Etting. He said that no matter how the title there was a young gentleman, he has nothing to do with them. Yunven did not know them by their names, so Miss Zhuga suggested that the head of the elders spoke with the boy. He continued and stated that the elders had never recognized such a pine by a young master, so they had no reason to obey his orders. Such a reaction did not anger the leader, on the contrary, only pleased with her gap. Be that as it may, the most excitement among the elders caused the news of their exclusion from the sect. Therefore, Van Etten Threlly announced that they intend to throw a young man from the pedestal so that he could not remove them. But Van Etting had just made an irreparable mistake. He meant literally what he said. But for the Heavenly Destroyer who was thrown away in the past, his words were revealed by an old wound. Not only the leader but also his team was angry. Only Junven was angry so much that, without coping with emotions, and was completely felt by a frantic roar laughter, he acknowledged that the statement of the elders is bold enough, but they can only boast and swear loudly to all in a row, and is the strength of the demonic path headquarters. Yunven was February. While the elders were cooling, the Alliance Marima united, and the new generation has completed the training of military forces. In addition, there is a group of people who look at the Central Plains in search of the opportunity to invade Muri, and the elders will not be able to resist real opponents, as they could not resist even the power of the Orthodox path. Therefore, if the elders have a matter for the demonic sect, then let them give the way to the new generation, and do not continue to fight against their own, making the sects less and less strong in the eyes of enemies. They, like the elders, had to prepare the soil so that new young masters could root and protect the sect, rather than kill their selfish sect. Yunven was so angry and shouted so much that he laid his ears in the elders and almost carried the leader from his feet. Van Ating suddenly stated that if what the young gentleman is saying is true, then let him go from the post and allow them to deal with all the problems. They wanted to choose the successor of the great master on their own, and now Yunven realized why they were so doing. They have already prepared a nomination of a successor who could be easily manipulated. Yunven was right in his assumption, and Van Ating faded from it and tensed. He rolled them. Then the leader gave the elders the opportunity to bring his successor here, and said that if this guy wins him, he would become the new leader of the sect. But if their successor is amazed, then the elders will have to leave the headquarters and no longer interfere with the affairs of the sect. The successor to the elders was Master Khan Dan, one of Van Ating's associates. Yunven does not even need to fight on his own. Any of his team members could handle this young man. Therefore, for his part, the leader has nominated Mujob. He said that the guy may not be ashamed to use the martial arts of their sect, but must be purely. All those present went down to the arena of the demonic path to fight. The elder was outraged that his student would fight instead of the head. Then Yunven pointed out that the elders were committed in the same way that they could no longer say anything. The battle began immediately, and the first to attack Khan Dan. He was quite fast. Perhaps that is why he was elected for successors. But will this sword be able to get Mu? Khan Dan did not save strength, and used the secret modern combat equipment to entertain the elders. But the Junvan did not impress, because it created such a strong wall around him. The concentration of his internal energy that he could not touch any blow Khan Dan. Mu was very good instincts. This guy has a supernatural sense. What helped him in this battle? Realizing that the hidden equipment was not working, Khan Dan decided to resort to another way. But when he tried to strike another blow, he realized that he was disappeared from his field of view, as if not just evaded, but dissolved in the air. Attaching behind, he used the technique of a red steel wheel, which rolled the enemy by the murderous force. Khan Dan had to put the sword in the floor, because otherwise he would be taken out of his feet and threw it into the wall. It had considerable power, but the enemy did not give up. Khan Dana is called Demonic Dragon, is a flexible sword that uses the enemy's power and turns it back. Mu was sent to the opponent 2 more red steel wheels, and Khan Dan couldn't use it. He immediately stopped the spell of the Demonic Dragon, and he directed the blow rapidly. The torso of the energy monster intertwined with red steel wheels and changed their direction, throwing it back. The strike of the Demonic Dragon absorbed the strengthened chi, and Van Ating was happy. He naively thought that Khan Dan could now end the enemy. But Yunven knew that it was not. After all, it is also a master of concealment art. The leader has never seen someone using internal energy as free as his subordinate. Therefore, it moved again in space again and attacked the enemy behind, creating 2 steel rings even stronger than before. Khan Dan had no right to lose, but he did not have enough reaction to avoid this mighty blow. The victory of Mujan. In collision, the iron rings were torn by Khan Dana. The crazy force pressed him into the ground, completely depriving him of the strength even to get up. All present were panic. If even a simple subordinate at this level, how strong is their new chapter? Yunven went to the center and announced, Khan Dan, of course, is a great talent, but he still does not reach the successor of the great master. The body of people was a small trembling from what they saw. The leader said that the demonic path is undoubtedly strong, but enemies appeared even stronger. Considering how Khan Dana has now overcome, everything that Junven said did not raise more doubts about others. But Van Ating did not quench everything. He was the only one who got involved in the dispute again. He stated that even if Khan Dan is weak now, he can become exceptionally strong. Yunven did not argue, maybe so, but the enemies will not wait. He asked if the Supreme Elder has not yet recognized him with a young great master. The one, creaking his teeth, said he really could not accept it, but he said that he was personally his opinion. So he begged for the successor to leave the rest of the elders in the sect. They should not suffer through him. The leader took into account the words of the Supreme Elder, but wanted to hear the opinion of others. One of them said that even if the new leader is right, they still swore an allegiance to the Supreme Elder. They said that the head has the right to do as it sees fit. Let them take their lives as the necessary victim and lay the basis for the new demonic path. If so, there is no other way out. Mizujuga began to plead with the young master so that he did not kill the Sumeric demonic gods. He asked why not. Do they not oppose the great master? She said it was true that the council was always a problem. However, there is another reason why she wants the young man to keep the old life. The Supreme Elder ordered her to shut up and not tell her unnecessary. But she still said that the Supreme Elder was the father of the Great Master. Given the close affinity, he probably had no choice. Yunvin was difficult to believe that such a great person as the past master allowed the situation to get worse so much due to personal experiences. The demon on the guy's shoulder ordered him to kill them all, or they would be a problem again. But the angel on the other shoulder, though silent, looked convincingly at the young man, hoping that he would not do so. It is not so strange to this world. However, nothing in this world is eternal, and nothing can exist at all this emptiness. If Yunvin goes this way only to satisfy his greed, then this monk may have to make a choice. Thinking a little, the guy made a decision. As a young great master, he said he would not kill the Semirika demonic gods. After the meeting, he went to the waterfall to be alone and stay alone with his thoughts. The guy sat on a stone, closer to the water, and listened to her soothing noise. But he was not given a long time. The demon on his shoulders was indignant. Some horseradish happened in the arena. Why did the leader expel them rather than kill them? They are the leaders of the uprising. It was necessary to break them into parts. The guy agreed that the traitors should be punished, and in fact, they receive for their merits. Relationships between father and son are not unilateral. Just as the Supreme Elder was the father of the Great Master was the son of Van Ething. For the Supreme Elder, the emergence of a new section has become a kind of signal. As if, "Father, it's time to retreat." Yunven did not think that such a dear person, as the Supreme Elder, would act so recklessly without thinking about the consequences. But after he heard the words of Zhuge, everything made it sense. As it is upset, they were a father and a son. The demon laughed on his shoulder and said that the Great Master was an idiot. So Junven also should not soften. It will not live for a long time. The leader was annoyedly said that the situation was special. He turned out to be involved in the personal affairs of the chapters of the demonic path. He would not kill just 7 people. But the demon gripped and recalled that the guy was killed and more in the Union of the Southern Blades and on Mount Taishan. He said that on Mount Taishan did not count, because he was not in his mind. And the Southern clinics made it painful to his subordinate, so they deserved. The guy is not going to always be right like an angel on his shoulder, a monk. But that does not mean that he, as a demon, approves the murder for no reason. He will live as he sees fit. Every time Yunven kills, he becomes harder in his soul. The growing indifference to this is frightening. Subsequently, even the awareness of the fact of the murder is erased. And if it is not just dull, but disappears in general, it is evil. But the decision he made today, in relation to the elders of the sect, can be called altruism. Or even with sympathy. Perhaps the monk and the demon should not interfere with the guy's decision, but just watch him. For the first time in a long time, the monk suddenly decided to speak, but said only one word, Amitabh. And Yunven squeezed him because, besides, he did not tell him anything else. 2 days later, at the entrance to the hall of the great demon, on the stairs sat a drunkard Zhang Un, and something was screaming in the whole district. The leader's team suggested to reassure a lush man, but he said that he should not be Nightmare. In addition, Ms. Zhuzgi said she knew this person. It was the former commander of the Demonic Eye Detachment. He was the closest assistant to the Great Master once. But because of his straightforward character, he constantly conflicted with the advice of elders and became a sore on their eye. One day he committed a crime, for which he was deprived of his internal energy, expelled from the detachment, and turned into a regular drunkard. He is said to have killed a grandson of one of the elders. The leader alarmed that in drunken screams of a man he heard some characteristic hum, similar to the sound of the drum of complaints. He screamed so loudly without ceasing that Yunven could not leave it. So the guy took with him a drink and went to him. After taking the stairs, he introduced himself to a man and said that he was a new young master. But he was so drunk that he hardly understood what they were told. However, the Heavenly Destroyer joyfully offered drunkards to drink and chat together. He could not refuse before the drink, so they spilled alcohol on the glasses and solemnly clung. But the most amazing happened after. Because this feast lasted 5 days, the leader could still neutralize the toxins of his inner chi alcohol. But drunkard had no internal energy. How did he generally drink 5 days to a row? But he is probably too used to such a way of life. He stated to the master that while he has the willpower, there was nothing that he could do. Yunven told him that the man has been repeating it for 2 days. What is really impressive? Even though it looks as if it are faint now, it still holds on. The guy finally laid the cup sideways and said it was time to stop. But Zhang Yuan just laughed. The leader had a plan, and for this, he was specially so much drunk and rubbed into his trust. Then he ordered the demons to take away all strangers from the yard to talk to Zhang Unu alone. Therefore, everyone was driven to the High Demon Hall. When they left, Junven was able to start the next step of the plan. According to the order of the Heavenly Destroyer, Even ants were not allowed to approach the yard at this point. Suddenly, Yunvin looked at the man strictly and, shining his red eyes, said so to stop pretending to be a drunkard. Maybe a leader and not a great fan of alcohol, but he saw a lot of lives destroyed by him. Drinkers have one thing in common. Alcohol does not allow them to do what they really need. At first glance, Zhang Yuan looks like a hard-working drink, however. He drank a lot, but still continues. If he were a real alcoholic, he would have fallen off his feet and slept. The incredible willpower allowed him to drink 5 days in a row, despite the fact that his internal energy was destroyed. Apparently, it means that it has a more important goal than just drinking. Zhang Yuan at first only laughed, not knowing what to say, and, instead of recognition, he asked if the young master threw out all the elders from the council. Yunvin confirmed the rumors, and then Zhang Yuan shouted that the leader had made mistakes. The advice of the elders, of course, did not help the sect, but they were the only force capable of keeping those guys in the knot. He asked if the leader knew why the elder chose Khan Dana as a successor. The guy thought it was because the old man conceived an insult to the great master, but although the high elder and the great master, father and son, they are able to separate personal and work. It would be simply impossible to eliminate the great master because of such a banality. Therefore, there was some special reason. Zhang Yuan doubted that it could have happened, but clearly felt it. The great master turned into another person. The leader demanded evidence of this statement, but the drunkard did not have them. The physical evidence was, but there were indirect evidence. Zhang Yuan was the closest assistant to the great master. As soon as he felt that something was wrong with the great master, the supreme elder too became hostile to him. If what a drunkard says, however, it means that a great master is a self-assembly. However, indirect evidence of a man lacks convincing. Then he bowed his head and confessed that there were some evidence. He suddenly got up and walked back. The man said he would now become a strong proof. Because he told everything to the leader, they will definitely kill him. And then he went away, no longer saying a word. The leader sighed heavily. He thought that the drunkard was just running, and in vain he spent these 5 days. But the next day, the unexpected happened. Everything happened as the drunkard said. Zhang Una was killed, and a deep cross was cut on his back. The heavenly destroyer took Yuna body to look carefully. It had deadly wounds from the blade. There is no doubt that it is the work of a real master. He also learned from his subordinates that there were no masters in the sect who have a stock for 360 years, as there are no signs of invasion. What was strange? Ms. Zhu asked if the guy was suspected of killing a great master. He said it wasn't. If she told him that the great master went to train alone, he would trust her. He said so, but such wounds could only have the skills of someone who trained over 360 years. If the killer spared him, the stories of this drunkard would be considered a common delusion. But he did his best to kill him and demonstrate to the leader how bold he is. Is it a matter of the hands of those who were spoken by Zhang University? As he predicted, his life became proof. After this event, the guy went to the waterfall again to meditate. Zhang Una's death has become of great importance. Mrs. Zhu may also be suspected, but not just about it. Where is this strange sense of wrongness of what is happening? At this point, a demon and a monk appeared before him, which in fact began to quarrel. Suddenly the guy shone something. The enemy they should face is not the demonic path, and not orthodox sects, but some external power. Now it is clear why he felt that something was wrong. The heavenly destroyer left the master of the demons as a representative of the young great master, and left the demonic path. Other members of the sect also ordered him to help him support the current state of the sect, and he went to the sky in a dangerous way. The first impression was horrible, so he hastily called the Union of Northern Blades an enemy. It was his mistake. First of all, he should take the Union of Northern Blades under his control. Imperial Tomb, Group Staff. Yunvin broke there as a thunder in the clear sky. King was insanely surprised and frightened by the appearance of a young man. He, without explaining anything, ordered to gather people immediately. He had urgent news. When other representatives of the group were pulled up, the guy shocked a sudden statement. They thought he was about to attack the Dak Chan, but the guy said he was going to only remove it, which is a little different. He intends to remove the Union of Northern Blades. He had recently taken control of the Southern Blades, so the Vagrani group did not understand what his new plan was, and they do not yet know that he has a demonic path and a sect of heavenly demon. Just at this stage, they are not included in the plan. Therefore, Yunvin asked the Wanders the question, what he should do to eliminate Khan Chan. The king said it would be difficult to do this in the conservative organization. The Alliance Murim is literally combining orthodox sects. If the heavenly destroyer could win the hearts of different fractions that gathered inside him, it would be possible to eliminate Khan Chan and capture the Union. But it's easier to say than to do. First, the Dock of Khan clan and the Union of Northern Blades cannot be divided, and even if the leader attracts all other forces on his side, the Union will still remain the basis of the Alliance Muri. It is similar to a firmly closed castle. That is why, to open it, it takes 4 keys that the young man knew about. 4 keys. The main 4th that will solve the problem with the Alliance Muri and the Dock Khan Chon. When they finished the conversation, the Wanderers went outside, and they were looking at the guy who flew away. He was either a genius or full of insane. But even when he heard such an absurd plan, the king of the Vagrad could not worry about him, but only laughed. He, on the contrary, felt relief and not excitement. The 4 keys plan is what only a celestial destroy can do. At this time elsewhere, the young guy and the girl slowly made their way into the rocky hills in the forest. The girl was called the Dock Solon. She was a wise beauty of the Union of Northern Swords. She was tired of sitting in the Emperor's tomb, so she went on a trip with a young master, though it was difficult for her. He did not even imagine how she was happy when the master called her with him. They went to the first of the 4, and they arrived at the Shaolin estate. Given how far in the mountains it is located, it is logical that they went for so long. Also, the map given to them by King Lord was very crooked. Going to the gate of the palace, the guy shouted that they came to a highly respected Jihan, and then the gates opened sharply. On the threshold, a tall and strong master of martial arts appeared, and a whole detachment of warriors ran behind him. They immediately surrounded the strangers, sending their spears on them. The Mane asked who they were, and why they were so carelessly remembered the name of their abbot. Looking at everyone around, the guy was just surprised that Shaolin had a long-haired monks, looking at brief warriors. The main of the audience was the long-haired jock. The dragon is in the clouds. He was one of the 4 dragons of Marima. The guy heard this name from the recess hack Ren. Now it is clear why a man is so arrogant. However, this did not give him the right to score on manners, because the guy himself is the successor of the 6th Patriarch, the heavenly jade dragon, Wenjun. Then the body of the warriors ran through the ants. It is so young and already a jade dragon. At this point, a highly respected Juge, a mentor Shaolin, came into the yard. He congratulated the great warrior and invited him inside. John Hack was amazed by the fact that the mentor was the first to bow his head before this snot. Therefore, he followed his example and also bowed to the young man. When they went inside, the guy said that he wanted Shaolin to support him as a representative of the alliance of 9 orthodox sects. According to him, the tyrannia of the Alliance Murim went too far. The negative impact of the alliance spread by the Central Plains is virtually different from the influence of the demonic path. If they do nothing right now, the situation can be irreversible. Will not become a shameful history in the future that Shaolin joined the alliance. The monk acknowledged that in his words it makes sense, but decided to ask one question. Only he was appointed not a young man, but Mrs. Dock. How is the daughter of alliance leader Murim? Whether she agrees with the words of a great warrior. The girl lowered her eyes and said she was not sure so far. His words mean that he will not only try to shift her father from the position of alliance leader. This revolution can also cause his death. The girl was well aware of this. The monk asked, did her and her father there be no family feelings between her and her father? The girl said it wasn't. She does not want everything to come to such consequences. The monk suggested that even if the Jade Dragon decided to act radically, she would not stop him. As he said, the girl has no sufficient strength, so she doubted the last. Noticing this, the monk wanted to express Shaolin's position. But at that moment, a guy from the corner of the hall, which was not heard or visible before, voted. It was one of the important people of Shaolin. He appeared in the room so quietly that no one caught his presence, though he heard the whole conversation. The girl said he was looking younger than a highly respected Jigon, and asked who he was. But instead of answering, he suddenly thought. The guy smiled widely and said that Doki's face told him that a sudden death was waiting for her. What was very angry with a jade dragon. Then the monk slammed sharply in his palm and, laughing, told them to relax. He was the rector of this place, Ziyu. He heard that War Wen wants Shaolin to lend him his power to overthrow the alliance leader Muse. The guy confirmed. He was surprised that the man knew who he is and without imagination. The man laughed and said that a large meeting took place through a large warrior. However, for the successor of the 6th Patriarch, he came out of a strong smell of blood. The guy did not understand what the remark was about. The man said that Shaolin's detachment would give him his strength if he promises something. The guy has to promise that he will never do the murder again. But the Jade Dragon said he could not say that. The soar tree should be cut down to survive the forest. Therefore, he will do what is needed. In this case, Ziyu decided to repeat the issue of Tsihan. If, in his opinion, a diseased tree should be cut down, or does it mean that it intends to kill the alliance leader Muri? Ms. Doka looked at her satellite, swallowing hard. The guy said he used to be, but now he thinks differently. He was asked why he changed his mind. The event that changed his opinion happened a week ago near the Emperor's tomb. There he met with Mrs. Doki at night to talk. He did not want to start this conversation so suddenly, but he had to discuss one important point with her. Wen confessed that he wanted to remove her father from the post of Alliance Leader Muse. She herself realized that one day everything would come to it. She is not so stupid that they pretend that he knows nothing about rumors that they walk around Muri. But she reproached Venia for his cruelty. Why does he tell her about it? Is it waiting for her to kill her father's murder? The guy replied that no. He wanted the girl to tell him something. Mr. Doki was her father before he became the head. Therefore, she wanted her to tell her father what other people do not know. Together, they sat on the stump, and the girl confessed that she did not recognize her father at all. After all, it almost sold it to the Union of Southern Blades for political marriage. It became the last drop for her, and allowed to decide on the escape from the Union of Northern Swords. But her father was not always like that. He gradually changed. Probably this began after the grandfather and brother died. The sudden need to head the Union of Northern Blades, apparently, could change it. In the past, it did not differ in particular kindness. But even despite some sharpness, it undoubtedly felt it. She could look at her childhood for a long time, as she trained, cheering him. The tired has not fallen asleep. Then he covered her with his sweatshirt so that his daughter slept calmer. He was not a very good father, but the girl still felt his love. Probably it is difficult for others to imagine a good, natured Dak-chan. The girl turned to a friend and said that the master looks like her father from children's memories. Before he began to suffer from the role of the Union leader, he was betrayed exclusively by the sword. He was a free and strong person, and so she loved him the most. The guy was a little embarrassed when he realized how he got on her and listened to the story attentively, so he concluded that she apparently raised a wonderful person. For him, his grandfather was such a person. They made a little more than their older relatives, and then both plunged into their thoughts. Wen could not change his opinion about the Alliance leader, based only on the girl's words, but he listened to her story. He became convinced of something. Although he wanted to shift him, he did not decide to attack the Dak-chan. Because after all, he did not want to upset the Solalan, and made a solid decision on this. And then he suggested that the girl go on a trip with him. If there is a ghostly chance, he wants to save the head of the Alliance Muse. What did he say to J.U.? The man was surprised that the Jade Dragon sees not the enemy to get rid of, but a man who needs salvation. That is why he needs the help of Shaolin. It is absurd that all Shaolin will follow a person only because he is a successor to the 6th Patriarch. Ji-U believed that she wanted to take possession of the Alliance, guided by her own greed. But this guy aroused genuine interest in him. Dak-chan may have been a good father for his child, but anyone knows that this smile is hiding a person with a knife. Moreover, someone like the Celestial Jade Dragon, perhaps, was most suited to checks and persecution by the Dak. Still, he really wants to save the Alliance leader. If this guy is not just a naive idiot, is it not the path of Buddhism? Zhiji thought that the dragon here to learn the technique of palms of Bodhisattva Guanin because he was the successor of the 6th Patriarch. But the monk did not expect that the guy would get such enlightenment. To turn to the human heart directly, to see your own nature and to become a Buddha. Do not rely on writing, not dependent on words. Knowledge of nature is the only way. The man bowed to the great warrior, expressed his respect, and said that from now on, Shaolin would follow him. The guy was very glad and said that all the details would inform them later. And at the same time, he asked if he remembered that there was a mountain nearby. He was confirmed, and then he suddenly stood up and approached the wall of the room, which in the direction pointed up the mountain. He pulled his hand forward and roared a fiery seal. This is a gift he decided to leave them before leaving. Going closer to the wall when the guests went, the monks thought that the dent in the wall was just a joke of a great warrior. Is this little sign in the form of a Buddha? And is there a gift? But Ji understood everything and told the old that the real gift was not inside, but outside. The real fiery printing went through the wall and left a huge sign in the form of a Buddha nearby. The monk appreciated the ingenuity of the young master. Now he and Miss Daka have headed for the League of 5 Clans. Despite the fact that the road is heavy, the girl was doing well and they were inspired. She thought about the guy's words that he wanted to save her father. And she was glad because she was not mistaken in this person. On the boundless Central Plains, only 2 mortals were honored to bear the sacred title of the Divine Sword. The second was called the Supreme Blade of the Union of Northern Warriors. However, the events of our story take us to the magnificent chambers of the great Namgun clans. There was the first of the Divine Swords, the Guardian of the Blue Skies, who bore the proud name Namgun Hui. This renowned warrior from the legendary League of Five Clans simultaneously led the mighty Namgun family. At that moment, the appearance of the celebrated swordsman expressed extreme concern. His son begged the respected father this time to refrain from strange antics and reckless deeds. The young man even had to draw a solemn oath. However, the head decided to verify. Was the date in the message he sent indeed today's date? It seemed the person they awaited was to arrive by noon. Even the younger sister began to question her brother. Had he made a mistake? And would the honored guest really arrive on time? And then, quite unexpectedly, they heard someone's voice behind their backs. It was the great warrior Wen Yong, who politely greeted the young master and inquired about his well-being. The sister was surprised. While waiting for the arrival of the young master, she had not at all expected to see Doka Solon beside him. At that very moment, the noble son of the Namgun family introduced his respected father to the great warrior. Understandably, following ancient customs of decency, the young man bowed in a respectful bow. He introduced himself as the Celestial Jade Dragon. As Namgun Hui had assumed, the gaze of one of the 5 luminaries of Murim was truly worthy of his owner being called a deity of the orthodox path. The patriarch of the family warmly welcomed the young warrior and confessed. Only the news of the arrival of such a worthy youth made the blood in his veins boil with anticipation. Therefore, without much hesitation, he proposed to the great fighter to duel with swords. Understandably, the hero felt extremely embarrassed. He did not even know how to politely decline this offer. As is known to all Murim, the divine sword of the blue sky was famous not only for its unparalleled swordsmanship but also for its unpredictable, sometimes eccentric actions. Its strange behavior was expressed in the fact that upon meeting a worthy opponent, it preferred to exchange blows instead of the usual greetings. A friendly duel was a special way for the divine sword of the blue sky to show hospitality. The son of the renowned warrior perfectly understood. If the father wanted to exchange blows, then he had developed a sincere sympathy for the great warrior. However, the heir reminded his father that he was behaving rather rudely, as he had already given a solemn promise. However, the hero hastened to reassure young Lord Namgun. This ancient custom of exchanging blows was older than any laws, so he willingly submitted to the desire of the clan leader. The patriarch of the family was very glad to hear such a response. They immediately set off for Namgun's training grounds, a place most suitable for a noble duel. Doka Solon, understandably, was worried. Would her companion be all right? Considering that the leader of the League of Five Clans called himself the deity of the sword for a reason. However, the young great warrior was fully aware that he would concede in this confrontation, and therefore was not afraid of the outcome at all. The very next moment, the respected heir of the Namgun clan asked everyone to prepare at his command. As soon as he waved his flag, Namgun Hui swiftly charged at the young man. The mighty echo from their clash was so colossal that everyone present was literally thrown back by the explosive energy emanating from the crossed blades. Both warriors fighting finally began to grasp each other's true strength and realize their sacred titles were not worn in vain. After exchanging blows, the hero respectfully thanked the league leader for his invaluable guidance. In turn, he was deeply moved that the great warrior agreed to this duel. After the fight ended, the patriarch's son immediately ran to his father to make sure he was unharmed. However, it seemed the famed swordsman had never felt better than at that moment. Therefore, he suggested everyone go inside, as they had long prepared for the arrival of the great warrior, so everything was organized at the highest level. When everyone settled in the spacious hall, the hero told those present about the plan of the 4 keys. However, since none of those present had heard of such a plan before, the head of the family asked for details. It turned out that the alliance of 9 orthodox sects, the League of Five Clans, the Southern Warriors Union, and another force he could not yet reveal were to join this plan. The essence of the plan was to unite 4 mighty forces and stand against Doku Han Chon. Wen Yun wanted to know the opinion of the clan leader. In principle, the patriarch understood. It would be wonderful if this plan worked flawlessly. However, earlier he decided to find out how the other 2 participants felt about this idea. Shaolin and the Union of Southern Blades had already agreed to follow the hero. If Namgun Hui could hardly believe such a thing, he could read the message brought, which was sealed with the seal of the Honorable Lion King and Ziwu. When Namgun Hui unrolled the scroll, the content of the letter confirmed the rumors that Wen Yong was the true successor of the 6th patriarch, and that his subordinate had become the leader of the Southern Swords Union were pure truth. Nevertheless, the patriarch still felt that this confirmation was insufficient. Undoubtedly, the fact that 3 largest orthodox sects were following the young man was already a good sign. but this was a sufficiently weighty reason for decisive actions. Wen Yun was surprised because he believed that the very suffering of those tormented by the Murim alliance was already this reason. However, Namgun Kui was convinced there must be a much more important reason. First of all, the patriarch asked the great warrior to listen to his story. He asked Doka Solan the same. This was a story about how he first met Doku Khan. It happened back when the Union of Northern Swords was led by the legendary Sleeping Dragon. The story belonged to the era before Doku Khan became the head of the Union of Northern Warriors. At that time, rumors spread throughout Murim that the son of the Union ruler was a very skilled swordsman. However, Namgun Hui, who did not believe these talks then, decided to fight him first before believing in his strength. When he learned about this person's title, to be honest, he was deeply impressed. A conflict inevitably arose between the two noble warriors. Both held the sacred title of the Divine Sword. Since there cannot be two suns in the heavens, Namgun Hui sent a letter of challenge to his rival. In 3 days, between 9 and 11 at night, a sword duel was to take place before the imperial border. Only the winner would be able to use the title of the Divine Sword thereafter. Namgun Hui was not the only one who had this thought. His opponent also decided that one strike was not enough. They arranged not a training skirmish. Both true swordsmen risked their lives. The strange thing was that they were not inferior to each other at all. The result could not be decided in advance. In the end, they put all their inner energy into their final strikes, but the result was a draw. Since those times, Namgun Hui had a scar on his hand, received from a wound. Then his opponent also received a serious injury, which he usually covered with a bandage. A huge scar adorned his forearm. This scar was like a badge for both of them. They called it the Scar of the Divine Sword. After that memorable duel, they agreed that both would use the sacred title of the Divine Sword. However, returning to recent events, Namgun Hui addressed the Northern Swords Union to express opposition to the unilateral decision of the Murim Alliance leader. During the conversation, they began to argue. Passions flared because Namgun Hui was angry that no one was listening to what he was saying. When the patriarch tugged the interlocutor's sleeve, and he sharply pulled his hand back, Namgun Hui noticed that the scar of the Divine Sword was no longer on his hand. Therefore, Namgun Hui seriously doubted. Was the current leader of the Murim Alliance really the same person they all knew before? Understandably, this made Wen Yun think deeply. After all, he could not have imagined such a thing before. He recalled the conversation with that drunkard, who admitted that he clearly felt the current Great Master had turned into a completely different person. Therefore, jumping up from his seat, the hero asked Namgun Hui to prepare a message for Shaolin and the Southern Sword Alliance. It was time to start a general uprising. Thus, the Heavenly Destroyer shared with the representatives of the 3 orthodox forces what he had managed to find out. Finally, everyone began to grasp the real reason why the leader of the Northern Sword Alliance behaved so strangely. The hero understood. They needed to hurry to expose the crimes of the Murim Alliance leader. He hoped that everyone gathered had not forgotten the promises made to him. However, Namgun Hui decided to take the floor, hoping that the hero would listen to the proposal. The patriarch offered the young man to become the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad. The hero heard about this union for the first time, so Namgun Hui explained. It was an organization created by young promising warriors of the Murim Alliance to prevent the current leader from making unilateral decisions and to stop the Northern Sword Union from abusing power. The hero had indeed heard something similar from the King of Vagabonds. According to him, the leader of this organization had not yet been determined. It turned out that due to the specifics of the union, gaining approval from a few but capable people was not an easy task. Therefore, the Murim Alliance leader could choose the hero as the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad. After all, rumors that he had headed the Southern Sword Alliance had already spread throughout Murim. From this perspective, instead of opposing the hero, it would be wiser to recruit him to their side by any possible means. This theory sounded quite plausible. This meant the leader would want to appoint him to this position as one of his men. For this reason, Namgun Hui insisted that the young warrior accept the leader's offer and, so to speak, join him. Meanwhile, they would prepare the attack. Obviously, the leader was not a fool. He had probably already noticed the suspicious actions of the Alliance of 9 Orthodox Sects, the League of 5 Clans, and the Southern Blades Union. The current leader had not let anyone into the pavilion of the Divine Sword for some time. Moreover, the entire pavilion was guarded by the Hall of the Heavenly Sword, which housed the best assassins of the Northern Swords Union, the Hall of the Bloody Sword, and the Hall of the Demonic Sword. The hero was surprised by this name, Essentially, combining the hieroglyphs blood and demon makes it clear that these people were most likely mad bloody demons who had very little to do with the orthodox path. It was for this reason that Namgun Hui insisted that the hero accept the offer to be appointed commander, persuaded the leader to organize a festive event, and invited everyone to the pavilion of the divine sword. And while everyone gathered, they would reveal the true identity of the false leader. It was truly a great idea. The more witnesses, the better for their plan. Therefore, the hero decided to convince the leader to arrange a lavish celebration and asked his allies to wait for the messages. After all, he was the first to set out for the Northern Swords Union. As a result, it turned out that Namgun Hui's assumption was very accurate. As he predicted, the leader of the Murim Alliance welcomed the Heavenly Destroyer with open arms and expressed his intention to appoint him as commander of the Orthodox Path Squad. In addition, he promised to hold a grand celebration to congratulate the Heavenly Destroyer on his appointment as commander and entry into the alliance. So after the messages were sent, everyone understood. What they had been waiting for would happen in just 3 days. However, many were puzzled. According to the hero's plan, there were supposed to be 4 keys. Who the last one was still remained unknown. At the same time, the hero himself was calmly resting within the walls of the alliance. He still recalled the leader's reaction when he promised to arrange a wonderful celebration and asked the hero to rest in the pavilion of the divine sword. This man behaved too suspiciously. He allowed the hero to step even a step beyond the pavilion's boundary. Over these past 2 days, the young man had become quite tired. However, for some reason, since yesterday evening, he began to feel something very strange. The divine entity felt the same, and the demonic one only laughed at the fact that the hero was so foolish that he only just realized it. It turned out that underground, beneath this pavilion, there existed some kind of space. Moreover, the demonic entity sensed the presence of many people there. Understandably, the hero hoped that the heavenly demon also felt this and knew where the entrance was located. It turned out that the owner of this building, who was also the leader of the Northern Blades Union, had placed the entrance to his secret place where it was not supposed to be discovered. As a result, the hero decided to trust his feelings and head to the only possible place, the hall of the Union leader. He understood. They needed to return within an hour. Fortunately, the heavenly demon's concealment technique allowed passage even through the tiniest crack. And the hero indeed noticed a crack in the floorboards through which he could pass. Therefore, he immediately applied the heavenly demon's concealment technique and slipped through this crevice. However, the space he entered turned out to be truly enormous. It led somewhere deep underground. When he landed, he saw many people in black cloaks guarding an underground prison. Moreover, for some reason, they emitted the same smell as those suspicious killers from the Union of Southern Swords. This meant that the rumors about the sects of the bloody demons of the heavens were true. The hero needed to find out exactly what these people were guarding, what they were hiding in this vast dungeon. At the moment, the bloody demons of the heavens concentrated their forces in 3 main places. The largest number of guards protected the sleeping dragon Dokujong. The second largest group guarded the flying sword, the heavenly dragon Dokumu. The hero quickly realized these 2 in worn clothes, guarded by so many mercenaries, were probably the grandfather and brother of the young lady Doka Solan, who, according to rumors, had gone to the Union of Northern Swords. As a result, as the King of Vagabonds predicted, they never left the Union. The smallest detachment guarded the one Wen Yun did not expect to see. It was Lady Huangsa. Next to her lay a torn magical pill, the same one the young man had already seen in the Union of Southern Swords. Unfortunately, the hero could not free them now. If anything went wrong, their lives would be in danger. The demonic entity, of course, asked, could he really be going to abandon them? But the divine understood. They had no choice. Resistance now would endanger the hostages' lives. Therefore, Wen Yun had to leave with the understanding that everything would happen tomorrow. Then he would finish off all these scoundrels, so the prisoners only had to wait 1 day. At that time, Doka Solan was in her chambers. Her grandfather came to bring her new clothes. The girl really liked him very much, but the old man was pleased to see that she had become so strong. Shortly before she said goodbye to the hero, he warned her about the last key. This last key was Doka Solan, the eldest daughter of the family and the true heir. Now she was going to reclaim the right to the Union of the Northern Swords. Finally, the day has come. The festive banquet began on the occasion of the appointment of the Heavenly Destroyer as the leader of the Orthodox Path Squad. As if to demonstrate its power, the Murim Alliance, and especially the Northern Swords Union, was splendidly decorated. Solemn music played everywhere. a multitude of people from Murim gathered in the Union. Under normal circumstances, the Union would not have allowed outsiders here. However, on this momentous day, they decided to open the gates of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword to warmly welcome the guests. This was done at the urgent request of the Heavenly Destroyer. Clearly, there were also 2,000 demons from the Hall of the Heavenly Sword. The people celebrated. It is very creepy to have fun when the entire territory of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword is surrounded by these malicious freaks. The main events unfolded in the large hall of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword, where even many chosen guests were allowed to enter. There, for example, was present the military advisor of the Northern Sword Union, the three-eyed Heavenly Thunder. Also, the elder of the Murim Alliance is the Divine Fist of Destruction, and the head of the Iron Blood Hall of the Northern Sword Union. Of course, the leader of the Alliance first gave the floor to the Heavenly Destroyer. He, stepping forward, admitted he was a man with many flaws. However, he could swear before heaven and earth that he would do his utmost to help the Central Plains. Immediately after his brief speech, everyone began to applaud, praising the great warrior. Already at the festive table, the leader of the Alliance decided to find out from the hero what he thought about the current situation in Murim. This question surprised the young man quite a bit. However, he explained that all the forces of the demonic path disappeared after being expelled by the Murim Alliance, so they needed to be cautious with the remaining hostile forces. In the leader's opinion, Wen Yun was surprised at how well informed the hero was. However, he warned, in reality, factions in Murim constantly unite and then break apart again. There is no guarantee that their alliance will maintain its current structure for long. And therefore, if circumstances require it, he considered it reasonable to cooperate, even while being on the orthodox path. Of course, the hero had to agree with his crazy words. However, he was impressed. The current false leader was ready to simply take and discard all these high ideals. At that moment, everyone heard the announcement of the arrival of the long-awaited guests. The hero knew perfectly well who these people were, and the simple inhabitants opened their mouths in amazement when they saw the leaders of the three forces of the orthodox path. Amid the clanging of bells appeared the head of the Union of Southern Swords, also called the Lion King. Beside him followed ladies who danced the Dance of Blades, which made everyone open their mouths in amazement. After that, to the sound of a flute appeared another accompanying procession. With it walked the head of the League of Five Clans, the Divine Sword of the Blue Sky. Everyone was impressed by their restrained manner of appearance. It was no wonder why Namgun Hui headed the current League of Five Clans. After that, with prayers, Shaolin also appeared along with its abbot. And he was the most surprising, as no one expected the head of Shaolin to arrive personally. Obviously, the rumors that the great warrior held the highest status in the alliance were the purest truth. Even the leader himself rejoiced at the arrival of such honorable guests. Therefore, he proposed to officially start the banquet and celebrate the hero's appointment. However, at that moment, banging their sticks, the Union of Vagabonds declared their arrival. Clearly, no one understood why they came to the festive banquet, disrupting it. After all, everyone thought they were supposed to arrive later. But the leader of the alliance panicked, for he had undoubtedly asked the King of Vagabonds to treat the event with understanding. However, this bunch of beggars invaded in the midst of the celebration. Therefore, he shouted loudly, demanding that the head of the Council of Elders appear and explain what this disgrace was on a festive day. However, behind the backs of the vagabonds appeared none other than Doka Solon. She did not understand why the leader was shaming her so. After this, in the dead silence, the true heir of the Union of Northern Swords appeared, who was also called the Wise Beauty. The chief, of course, pretended to be very glad to see the girl. They had all been searching for her, but in reality, he was eager to know where she had been hiding until now. Doka Solon was outraged that he was uttering such nonsense in front of all the honorable guests. After all, he probably forgot the undeniable fact, only a fake wearing her father's mask. Obviously, the crowd immediately opened their mouths in disbelief at the accusation against Doka Solon. It seemed to them, either she had gone mad or she was telling the pure truth. The driver then began to spew curses, calling Doka Solon all sorts of names. He did not know where she had been hiding until now and why she had crawled here now. However, he accused her of mental confusion. Otherwise, she would not have started uttering such nonsense against her own father. Moreover, he considered it extremely rude of her to appear in the dragon mantle. After all, she was literally the symbol of the leader of the Murim Alliance. Honestly, these words only confirmed that the man was actually an impostor. First of all, her father always told her. This mantle was the symbol of the leader of the Union of Northern Swords, however only formally. Every member of the Union of Northern Blades had the potential to become a dragon. And to prevent them from straying from the path in these difficult trials, Doka Solan had to become their guide. Thus, the rising dragon mantle worn by previous leaders was not a symbol of the chief. The leader wore it so that no one would forget this promise, to make any sacrifice in the name of the guide's duty. These words struck the hearts of all present, the most heavenly destroyer, the false leader, and even representatives of the three forces of the orthodox path. Well, of course, these words deeply struck the very union of the northern swords. As a result, when the man realized his hopelessness, he immediately armed himself with a sword against his so-called daughter. However, at that moment the hero intervened, using Vajra fingers that could become stronger than metal. Obviously, the chief immediately demanded that the great warrior not interfere in their family relations. But unfortunately, Wen Yong could not stand aside. After all, the chairman's lawlessness had to stop here and now. He reminded of the man's crimes that led to the disruption of stability, order, and peace. It was a crime that compromises the union of the Northern Swords, a crime that consists of intimidating other members of the orthodox path. So the man threw the central plains of Murim into chaos, and the hero believed he had already counted enough crimes of this degenerate. He could also remember those people whom he imprisoned underground. After these words, the man panicked especially, not understanding how this upstart could know about the underground prison. Because of the war, there was no choice left. The same one shouted, demanding from the hall the divine sword to destroy all these freaks. His accomplices armed with demonic art immediately rushed into battle. As a result, everyone there realized it didn't matter whether he was the real leader or not, but he was insane. So they had to engage in battle. The captain reminded his warriors, a crime committed in the name of the Northern Sword Union could only be redeemed by the Northern Sword Union. So they had to protect the lady and the great warrior. Thus began the battle between all who could wield a sword. And the false leader panicked extremely. After all, the plan he had been preparing for 100 years could collapse because of some brat. As a result, he ordered to destroy everyone to restore the Murim Union. No one was to be left alive. He especially targeted the Celestial Jade Dragon and Doc Solon, unleashing the forces of Asura's black flame upon them. At that moment, behind him appeared a monster of terrible size. It began to destroy everything around and scream wildly. With just one wave of its voice, it stunned the surrounding people. Obviously, everyone panicked, because they did not expect such a monster to dwell in the Northern Sword Union. It was Asura's black flame, which had no trouble dealing with these sword-wielding insects. So the leader decided to retreat and return when everything was over. The hero noticed that he ran away. However, he was just waiting for this, after which he was able to calmly aim at this huge monster. Aiming straight at his face, he attacked him using the supreme immovable palm technique, nailing the monster to the ground in one strike. Honestly, the young man himself did not expect it. In battle, the monster relied solely on its size, but in fact, the difference in their skills was too great. As a result, the bloody massacre between the Murim Alliance and 2,000 assassins of the Divine Sword Hall ended with the complete destruction of the latter. The so-called fake leader took advantage of this chance and fled. After the tragedy, all eyes were fixed only on the person. After all, it was necessary for someone to explain and resolve this situation. And of course, the Heavenly Destroyer knew exactly what people desired. He announced, "The dark clouds that hung over the Murim Alliance have now dispersed." From the joyful shouts of martial arts masters celebrating their devastating victory, the earth trembled. Thus the impostor's plans were crushed and a new power emerged. The events then moved on the same day to the Pavilion of Burning Waters. There the hero pulled 3 prisoners out of prison and introduced them to Lady Doka Solon. He explained, by the order of the impostor, it was commanded to lock these 3 in the underground prison of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword. Understandably, Doka Solon hardly restrained her sobbing, looking at the condition in which her grandfather and brother were. The elder hurried to explain. The reason they were barely alive lay in the anger and effects of the narcotic drugs. However, the damage to their internal energy was fatal. Even if they were saved, they would exist in a state similar to zombies. Fortunately, thanks to the treatment, at least Lady Huansa could recover within a month. However, it was unlikely to heal the wounds in her heart. Understandably, the girl hoped to find at least one way. She had just reunited with her relatives, and she could not say goodbye to them so easily. Moreover, even the hero himself did not know what was best to do. After all, if they were saved, those people would turn into walking dead. But fortunately, his dark spirit knew one way to save them. Understandably, Wen Yun immediately began talking to the spirit. However, only he could see it. Therefore, the confused doctor did not understand whom the young master was speaking to and was in extreme bewilderment. The spirit had already explained. They could send their souls into these bodies. If they entered these shells, they would not only be able to prevent their transformation into living dead, but possibly even save them. The probability of failure was practically non-existent. However, even the dark entity was confident about the outcome. The light entity explained, since these two benefactors were in a state almost equivalent to that of the dead, it would be easier for them to enter their bodies. With Wen Yun's current abilities, he would not be able to send them there. Therefore, they would act on their own and could not guarantee the result. There were several possible developments of events. If they take full control of the bodies, they will borrow the shells that the souls leave them. Therefore, those will die. This meant, at least their bodies would remain alive. On the other hand, it may happen that the souls of the destroyers of the heavens will exist together with their souls. If they manage to awaken consciousness, the soul of each of them will take control of the body. In this case, they will be able to return to the spiritual kingdom again. Clearly, the hero thought deeply. No matter which way you look, they lost nothing. If everything goes well, he will gain two wonderful allies. Even in the event of an unsuccessful development of events, Doka Solon will be able to return to a normal life with her family. Well, at least this will be able to stop her tears. However, if these spirits return to the spiritual realm, they will have to say goodbye. During the entire time the hero spent with them, it would have been very difficult for him to say goodbye. As a result, he agreed that they should act as the celestial demon suggested. However, this was to remain a secret for Doc Solon. In case they fully take control of these people's bodies, they must become a grandfather and a brother to her. Moreover, he awkwardly asked them to try to stay with him. It was still too early to return to the spiritual realm. The dark spirit asked the hero not to worry about anything. Even if he returns to the spiritual realm, he will not take away the sect of the heavenly demon from the young man. No one was surprised by his words. After all, at first the celestial demon desired to possess the hero's body. But watching his growth, he developed a different desire. He no longer wanted to remain a lonely higher being, but longed to meet a stern adversary. After this, these two inhabited the bodies. As a result, they disappeared. The doctor inserted the elixir needles into the physical shells. The heavenly destroyer filled their blood vessels with internal energy and began to await awakening. The fact that he could no longer hear the voice of the heavenly demon and the bright spirit in his head caused emptiness. 3 days passed after these events. The events again moved to the pavilion of the divine sword. Everyone gathered, understanding. Now that the events had somewhat subsided, they needed to choose a new leader. Everyone believed that he should become the hero. However, he had neither the experience nor the abilities to take on such an important role. Therefore, he wanted to appoint someone worthy to this position. But, of course, no one knew where to find someone more worthy than the great warrior himself. For this reason, he invited the lords to enter. And then, behind the open gate, appeared Lord Sleeping Dragon. And beside him walked Doc Solon's brother, who was also called the Sword of the Blue Rain Dragon. Naturally, everyone immediately bowed and respectfully greeted the great Sleeping Dragon. The hero calmly explained, during the incident with the false head, the Doc family suffered the most. The head of the Union became a victim of a conspiracy and died, and Lord Sleeping Dragon and his grandson existed in hellish torment. But that is not all. The Union of Northern Swords, which was created with blood and later, was also stained with disgrace. Therefore, he believed it was worth giving them a chance to restore their reputation. It is clear that no matter what the hero said, everyone still considered it was Wen Yong who made the greatest contribution. However, he, in turn, fully wanted to dedicate himself to helping the leader of the Alliance as the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad, and he hoped that everyone would accept his decision. First of all, the leader Namgun spoke out, who believes that there could be no better option. Others leaders joined him, and then the entire crowd greeted the new leader of the Alliance and immediately began chanting his name. Time passed, and finally the Murim Alliance gained stability. Obviously, this was due to clear instructions from the Heavenly Destroyer. The relevant organizations were preserved to reduce unnecessary losses. The leader's power grew. The authority of the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad also strengthened. Of course, this increased authority was by no means abused. It was used exclusively to punish those who committed crimes under the cover of the existing Murim Alliance and the Northern Swords Union. And thanks to these actions, the Heavenly Destroyer earned enormous trust from Murim and the Central Plains. Finally, the events moved to the Divine Sword Pavilion, to the residence of the Heavenly Destroyer in the Murim Alliance. There he gathered everyone to discuss where the false leader had gone. According to reports, he disappeared in Jiangnan. Soon news was expected from Huang Sa, who was pursuing the impostor. The hero thought, when the fake leader ran exactly there, maybe he planned to join the Heavenly Jade Phoenix, so someone needed to be sent to the Southern Sword Alliance to warn about everything. Clearly, Brother Doka Solan decided to go there instead of appointing another person. However, the hero did not forget to remind the celestial demon. Now he was only half human, so such a task would be extremely dangerous for him. The bright spirit, who is in the body of the sleeping dragon, suggested to his comrade, the venerable celestial demon, to listen to the decision of the heavenly destroyer. As is known, the ritual of summoning and binding the souls of these two has already reached half success. At night, the celestial demon and the bright spirit became the masters of the bodies of these two. However, from sunrise to sunset, the bodies returned under the control of the sleeping dragon and the sword of the dragon of the blue rain. But since the celestial demon and the bright spirit did not return to the spiritual realm, and the precious relatives did not turn into living dead, both ended up winning. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the sleeping dragon, as its body belonged to the master. The problem was precisely with the celestial demon. He was outraged. The hero does not send him on this mission, as if underestimating his power. However, Wen Yun had to be reminded. The heavenly demon only commanded this body at night, but during the day, the host could die. Moreover, as the heavenly demon warned, everything he did and said at night was remembered by the body's owner the next day. If so, it was better for him to practice martial arts every evening as if his life depended on it. This was his task, to strengthen his body. Then the hero also asked that the bright spirit, which governs the body of the sleeping dragon, also go to rest, for the people of the Alliance should not stay here too long. As a result, only the celestial destroyer remained, who was outraged that he, a great demon, had to train. If only he had known that his brother Doka Solan was so weak, he would probably have possessed the body of the old sleeping dragon. The only advantage of his new body was that it was quite young and looked very decent. Perhaps it was not even useless. Therefore, when the celestial demon came up with some plan, he agreed to follow the will of the celestial destroyer and unconditionally obey his orders. Of course, this seemed strange to Wen Yun. He realized the dark spirit was up to something, and he only got angrier at the scoundrel hero who always doubted him. He swore one thing: now that he had a new life, this time he wanted to set a more sacred and noble goal for himself. He did not want to exist as a madman drowning in blood as before. And this, obviously noble goal was about women and all kinds of connections with them. In this life, he desired to share love as much as his strength would allow, so he asked the hero not to stop him. If he kept this promise, then the celestial demon himself would do everything Wen Yun said. However, to be honest, the celestial destroyer was even disappointed. Such a great demon had set himself such a pathetic goal. Of course, he was angered by such an address from the hero. The dark entity insisted that he give a promise not to interfere in his personal life and allow him to share love or whatever he wanted. However, Wen Yun could not deny. This demand was very unexpected, and others doubted too. Was this really the legendary celestial demon? After all, his behavior raised many questions. Nevertheless, the young warrior paid no attention to their speeches. Instead, he asked that the king of vagabonds find out how much alcohol they had in stock so that he could have a proper good time. And so the next morning, Brother Doka Solan began to wake up with a headache. When he looked back, there were 3 girls in his bed, as well as a pile of cups with drunk alcohol. He couldn't even remember how much he drank and with how many women he shared the bed. As a result, the outraged son of the Doku family reminded the Heavenly Lord Demon. Even if they were in the same body, he could not treat him so carelessly. Therefore, he decided to check on his grandfather as soon as possible. When he came to the sleeping dragon, he found that he was extremely sleep-deprived. Apparently, something had happened last night with the venerable bright spirit, and the grandson was right. The sacred spirit was quoting the Holy Scripture and reading all night without interruption. Therefore, the current owner of the body felt a bit tired. For this reason, it became clear. Both needed to sleep while there was such an opportunity. However, it was interesting. What to do next? Should they silently follow Commander Wen Yun? The sleeping dragon understood. Although it would not be easy, they had to come to terms with the fact that their life would differ from what it was before. However, the elder saw no reason for concern. After all, they had gained a second life precisely thanks to the great hero. At that moment, Doka Solan herself came to these two along with Wen Yun. The grandfather immediately, full of energy, jumped up from his place and greeted his grandson and the great warrior. After all, he was glad that he had also come. After that, The elder began showing the hero his garden, which had recently become the main hobby of the patriarch. Moreover, understanding that the hero was busy, he decided to get straight to the point and say he planned to remain under the command of Wen Yun. Honestly, the young man could not agree with this decision. After all, taking the Lord of the Sleeping Dragon into subordination was considered impossible in his opinion. However, the elder asked to understand Wen Yun. He was doing this for himself. He simply wanted the same thing that the hero himself was striving for. Moreover, now that they had learned about the light and dark spirit, they could not help but follow the great warrior. The hero apologized for making these people realize so much against their will. Besides, it would be his greatest joy if these two could support him. Therefore, he agreed to accept the elder as his subordinate. As a result, the sleeping dragon bowed, thus giving an oath of loyalty. But the grandson was furious. Even before their benefactor, one could not just kneel like that. As a result, the angry heir turned around and walked away, and Doka followed him, trying to calm her brother. The sleeping dragon already understood. The child who was following him closely was perhaps a little disappointed. However, he asked the hero not to worry about it. After all, the grandson would probably soon understand why he acted that way. Wen Yun understood. The fact that the young man was resisting was even for the better. Moreover, he was soon going to set off on a journey together with Dokumu. At that moment, the false leader was arguing with the celestial jade phoenix, not understanding how she dared to say such things to him. However, she was dissatisfied. The man took her proposals for cooperation with hostility. Therefore, she asked the Great Master to show more understanding. The false leader was outraged that the girl had become conceited while hiding in the Southern Swords Union, and now had begun to behave like his lady. However, what especially angered him was her undeserved arrogance. He reminded her, sooner or later a great master would appear here, and then the Union of Southern Swords would disappear from the Central Plains. Soon 50 members of the Orthodox Way detachment gathered together. On the chest of the clothing they wore were embroidered symbols Oath and Order, vividly reflecting the character of their organization. The heir of the Namgun family could not believe it. He would finally go on an expedition with the great warrior Wen Yun, and was ecstatic with happiness. The dragon soaring in the clouds from Shaolin tried to calm himself by thinking that they were using this outing as an opportunity for training. The ruler of the Heavenly White Dragon from the Wudang sect was curious to find out why the hero decided to lead the Orthodox Path squad. The most dissatisfied was Dokumu himself. No matter what merits Wen Yong had, the commander still did not like him. At the same time, this company looked like a bunch of hooligans. Therefore, the hero perfectly understood why the fake leader of the Union had an extremely hard time with them. However, since the young man entrusted the Murim alliance to the Sleeping Dragon, it was necessary to forget all worries for a while. As a result, he called the members of the Orthodox Path Squad and suggested that they all set out on their first mission. The events moved to the Hall of the Supreme Demon. The Demon King, whom the Heavenly Destroyer entrusted with the role of representative of the young master of the demonic path, has recently been feeling an extremely bad premonition. Although the Heavenly Destroyer ordered him to simply maintain the current status, the desire to help his lord by any possible means did not leave the Demon Lord. As his subordinate, he secretly investigated the terrible murder of Jong-un, but no matter what he did, he was completely baffled by the fact that he could not get even a step closer to the solution. Moreover, yesterday a mysterious message came to him from somewhere. The sender was unknown, but there was no doubt. This letter was written specifically for the young man. It said that some place had fallen into their hands. If he wanted to survive, he needed to leave it as soon as possible. Understandably, the young warrior was nervous, as he did not understand. What place? What were they talking about? At that time, the Lady of the Divine Jade also appeared to the Lion King. She made it clear the father should trust her, because everything she told him was the purest truth. When the Great Master appears, the Southern Swords Alliance will disappear from the Central Plains. The leader of the bloody heavenly demons had 3 disciples: the Great Master, the second Great Master, and the third was the Lady of the Heavenly Jade Phoenix herself. Although they share the same root, their relationships cannot be called very close. The lack of active information exchange among the members of the bloody demons of the heavens on the Central Plains was largely caused by the rivalry of 3 disciples. However, in this case, there was a clear difference in skill level. If the second Great Master is a vile and disgusting person, then the first Great Master is a terrible creature. Obviously, the Lion King wanted to know why the girl told him about this. Could it be because of the order of the great warrior Wen Yun? However, the girl clarified. The Lord of the Union and her lord as well. She received an order to assist the Lion King, so she was simply following him. However, the man noticed. If you put together everything the girl said, then the evacuation of him and the Southern Swords Union was literally a betrayal not only towards the girl's older brother, but also her teacher and principal. In essence, it was true. However, the girl had become attached to the Lion King, so she wanted to save him. Honestly, the Lion King could not believe it. It was completely unlike the same Cha-un who came here wanting to bring the Southern Swords Union to ruin. Now, since Cha-un had already answered the Lion King's question, she asked him to hurry and prepare. After all, considering the abilities of the Great Master, he could appear at any moment. However, the Lion King, despite the warning, was not going to flee. Obviously, the girl was furious. It seemed her father did not listen to what she was saying at all. After all, the Great Master is not someone he could fight. He would simply die a miserable death. The Lion King was not going to fight. His body was already destroyed because of Cha-un, so he could not fight such a powerful master. Honestly, she was extremely embarrassed by such words, as she could not justify herself. The Lion King was only pleased by her reaction. Perhaps she felt sorry for her father. However, he asked her not to worry. She did what she had to do, so she could not blame herself for it. Moreover, if the Lion Queen had to choose the most valuable thing in his life, he would have chosen the Southern Swords Union. Even compared to Cha-un, the Union outweighed much more, so he had to stay here. But if Cha-un was so afraid that she even told him about it, then this Great Master was truly powerful, and the Southern Swords Union would disappear like fallen leaves in autumn. However, the Lion King did not bear such a name for nothing, and he was ready to share this fate with the Southern Swords Union. Cha-un did not understand such a decision. After all, the Lion King did not resist at all when she tried to absorb the Southern Swords Union. However, the reason was that he simply had no one to trust his back to. Now the situation had changed. He had the great warrior Wen Yong. Moreover, Cha-un was on his side. A man who had lived a fairly long life, full of both glory and shame, wished to say something. He asked the girl to simply live. Whatever happened, she should try to survive. Honestly, it was strange to hear these words from a person who wanted to die together with the Union. However, the man simply calculated. Perhaps this was their last meeting with the lady. Therefore, he wanted to give her a lesson. Unfortunately, because of this, a certain awkwardness arose between them now. But in any case, the Lion King believed Cha-un would cope with all the trials on her path. He had already understood from his own experience. Sometimes hoping is the right decision. After all, you never know what will happen in life. Therefore, Cha-un had to continue living. Clearly, the girl still considered staying in the Union to be an extremely foolish act. The Lion King knew this. However, he believed that one who had lived a long life could sometimes allow themselves foolishness. Moreover, he was grateful that she came to him and advised him to run, and he called Cha-un his daughter. It was very hard for her to endure this. However, she did not accept thanks. After all, she did what she had to do. Then the Lion King decided to entrust her with another personal matter from himself. At this time, mercenaries along with the false leader were lying in wait on one of the roads, expecting the Jade Phoenix to run along this path together with the leader, the Lion King. The impostor was certain. Cha-un had not a drop of loyalty. Moreover, she had rejected the head of the Union as unnecessary trash. Furthermore, the real reason for introducing her into the Union of Southern Swords was not to restrain the Union or control the alliance. At this time, the Lion King explained, the cruelest martial art in the history of Murim is, of course, the martial art of the heavenly demon. But that does not mean there are no martial arts that could rival it. Therefore, he took her to a place that even Cha-un did not suspect. She had been in the Union of Southern Blades for many years, but could not even imagine that there was such a secret hideout here. The Lion King himself explained. This was the essence of the Union of Southern Blades. They had a secret passed down from head to head. However, he wanted Cha-un to fulfill his will and pass this swordsmanship technique to the great warrior Wen Yun. It was called the Demon Technique, the technique of the Thunder Blade of the Bloody Shadow. The girl recalled how 15 years ago she was told she had to join the Southern Swords Union. She needed to find and earn the trust of the leader. Then she was told, inside the Union was hidden the lost secret treatise of the bloody demons of the heavens. And it turned out to be true. Looking into Cha-un's eyes, the old man quickly realized she seemed to remember something. However, he asked her not to panic. Considering her affiliation with that organization, such a reaction was so astonishing. He also explained, The Thunderblade technique of the Bloody Shadow for Swordmasters is the best of existing techniques, and also the cruelest in the history of Murim. This is not surprising given that its owner was the Bloody Demon himself. This technique is a secret, carefully guarded, passed down from generation to generation only to the leaders of the Southern Blades Union. However, the man never thought that the Bloody Demons of the heavens knew about it. Therefore, he handed Cha-eun this book so that she could pass it to the hero. Of course, she understood why the man trusted her. After all, he knew she was a disciple of the Lord of the Heavens. It was like entrusting a fox to guard the geese. However, such trifles interested the old man little. The only thing he knew: their secret must not fall into the hands of the Lord of the Heavens. He asked her to pass this book to Wen-yun. If she found the King of Vagabonds, she could also meet with him. But the girl still could not understand. How could the Lion King trust her? He only smiled. There was hardly a father in the world who would not trust his daughter. Therefore, he asked the girl to hurry. There was no choice, so she, bowing, intended to leave and asked him to take care of himself. The man, watching her leave with a smile, remembered how he met her when she was little. She was a child who had nowhere to go. He really liked her stern look. As a result, from that day he decided, this stern girl must become his daughter. Perhaps the Lion King did not give her life. She was not his by blood, but he still regarded her as his true daughter, and her bright smile always made him happy. Even when she stabbed the dagger of betrayal into his heart, in fact, he was not that angry. Obviously, he had no idea what Cha-eun thought of herself. However, he clearly saw the lion living in her heart. Therefore, he hoped she would be happy and would no longer sink into the swamp of sorrow. Even if the man died, he would continue to beg the heavens for her well-being. Events again returned to those on the demonic path. The current deputy head was searching for the criminal by the demonic road, and although he found nothing, he gained several followers. However, even so, he was extremely ashamed to show himself to Wen-yun, considering that he had found no clues indicating the villain. At this time, the hero continued his journey with the Orthodox Path Squad. It seemed that all the warriors considered this some kind of recreational expedition. Therefore, they spoke cheerfully along the way. Everyone longed to gain recognition from the squad commander. They were all in high spirits because they heard from the Heavenly Destroyer the purpose of this expedition: to catch and finish off the false leader of the Union who fled south. Since this organization was created to stop the atrocities of the impostor, the excitement that they would finally end him with their own hands was too great for their young spirits. So, as a result, the hero could only hope that this company would not get into trouble because of their unnecessary pride. Therefore, when he noticed that the Namgun heir was talking to a passing coachman, the boy became curious about what they were discussing. So Wen-yun also approached him to find out from the young master who this person was. It turned out that he did not know this man. He simply advised him to be cautious on the road. Because of the rains that had not stopped for the last few days, the ground in this area had become loose. Therefore, landslides often occurred. Understandably, Wen-yun was glad to find that among them was such a calm and prudent person. So he praised the young man for his kindness and attentiveness. The hero thought, this was an extraordinarily unusual carriage. Perhaps inside was the daughter of some noble family. As the Namgun family heir had foretold, soon everyone heard a loud rumble. As a result, a landslide still fell on the carriage, frightening both its observers and the coachman himself. Fortunately, the hero was not far away, so he immediately rushed forward. Using the highest immovable palm, he managed to protect the carriage, destroying the stones falling on it from above. Everyone who watched this held their breath at the unique technique of the squad leader. It was incredible, and no matter how many times they saw it, it always seemed like the first time. It was also, coincidentally, the first time Dokumu saw the martial art of the Heavenly Destroyer. He knew that the Heavenly Demon and the Bright Spirit were unusual beings, but he did not want to acknowledge the one who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. However, before his eyes appeared the incomparable art of the Heavenly Destroyer, which deeply impressed him. The hero, as if nothing had happened, approached the coachman to make sure that he was all right and not injured. The man explained that he had already been warned that the ground here was weak, but he did not expect it to be so loose. He managed to survive only thanks to the help of the benefactor. He would very much like to repay somehow. Therefore, he asked Wen-yong to say his name. The lady being transported in the carriage also carefully observed everything happening outside. The hero, bowing, introduced himself. However, he clarified that he was only a passerby, so words of thanks would be enough for him. He hoped that the travelers would safely reach their destination. Clearly, the coachman understood. No matter how you look at it, the hero did not resemble an ordinary passerby at all. He began to ponder the young man's name. After all, he was surprised. A young master with such a level of martial arts skill was so modest. Some time passed, and evening came. The hero finally stopped at an inn-yard to rest. There he learned the people from the carriage, whom they had met earlier, were looking for him. Moreover, they asked for permission to stay at this inn-yard, since all the rooms in the area were occupied. They had nowhere else to spend the night. Clearly, Wen Yun realized they had caused inconvenience to ordinary people. Therefore, he asked his assistant to set everything in order and provide them a place to stay overnight. However, when he fled, the hero was surprised that the young man blushed so embarrassedly. At that moment, the heavenly demon possessed Dokumu's body and was extremely displeased. The young warrior was mocking him so much. He reminded him that they had already clearly agreed on everything. Nevertheless, the hero forced him to go on the campaign with those stinky soldiers. Clearly, Wen Yun tried to pretend to regret it. However, he reminded, this was the job he had to do. He should help a little, and that way he could return home faster. However, obviously the heavenly demon was outraged. After all, he desired to inhale only the scent of female bodies. Hearing this, the people outside were amazed by the preferences of such a noble person who spoke such hooligan speeches. At that time, the assistant finally returned to the travelers and explained that he had arranged with the squad commander to provide them lodging, and he hoped that the conditions would suit them. However, the lady who was hiding her face under a hat decided to ask the man something else. She finally took off her headwear, revealing her face, and decided to find out if he knew the successor of the heavenly demon, the heavenly jade dragon. The young warrior was surprised by this question. He was just about to explain that this was the title given to the leader of their squad, when suddenly they all heard a scream. Someone was reporting a problem. The hero, of course, immediately rushed forward to understand what had happened. It turned out that the southern faction of the Murim Alliance had been destroyed. It was too hard to believe. The assistant immediately said goodbye to the young lady and ran off to help with the matters. Upon arriving, he immediately said that he would take command and ordered the Orthodox Path squad to join him. They could not afford to lose, so they immediately set off to resolve the issue. However, Wen Yun urgently ordered them to stop, but no one listened to him. Everyone wanted to prove themselves and properly deal with the false leader of the Murim Alliance. The hero panicked at the behavior of these fools and was extremely worried. What had happened was the work of that impostor. When he examined the wounded man, he was very surprised, because the victim's hand was frozen with ice. Because of the war, there was no choice left. The hero ordered, gathering all the remaining members of the squad, to form a rescue team. It was necessary to find those who survived and protect them. After that, he ordered Dokumu to go with him, and the two of them rushed on the road. After some time, they found themselves on the edge of the forest. The hero decided to ask the heavenly demon, what was the ice on the wounded man's hand? It seemed to him that it was the technique of the demonic palm of the 9 yin sacred scriptures. It was a palm technique based on extreme concentration, and it froze absolutely everything. The 9 yin sacred scriptures are the purest boundary of martial arts, which strives for righteousness. It was created to ignore the human body. Any man has particles of yin energy. Any woman has particles of yang energy. However, the martial art of the 9 yin sacred scriptures suppresses all yang energy and gathers extreme concentration of yin energy. Then it instantly changes the direction of the compressed yang energy and combines it with the accumulated yin energy. In other words, it is a martial art that exists only in imagination. Obviously, the words of the heavenly demon claimed, this incredible martial art was revealed. The dark spirit did not know how far the process of mastering this martial art had advanced, but they needed to check it themselves for sure. Soon the warrior who stepped forward encountered a real monster in the flesh. It was a monster that threw everyone using its ice power, and no one could even wound it. Those who were already lying wounded asked the deputy commander to come up with something. As a result, since he was the only survivor, he immediately rushed at this monster, wishing to kill it. However, he froze his neck and knocked him to the ground, wishing to shatter him into tiny pieces like a real ice crystal. Fortunately, at that moment the hero who did not understand began to sing, "How dare this monster touch his people?" Immediately after that, he examined the wounded, understanding that they would not hold out much longer. As a result, he angrily demanded explanations from the deputy commander. He hurriedly confessed, "This bastard uses ice." Therefore, he asked the captain to exercise caution. But the hero was furious at his behavior. These idiots did not wait for him. Moreover, he did not understand. How could someone who held the rank of deputy squad commander remain calm? He did not assess the situation and did not care for those weaker than him. After all, many squad members died because of him. All that remained for these two was only to apologize to the squad commander for their short-sightedness. But the hero understood. They must ask forgiveness not from him, but from the fallen. He ordered them to gather those who survived, the wounded and the fallen, and to go all together. The hero was to stay behind to deal with their enemy. At that moment, Dokumu warned the heavenly destroyer. The enemy is coming to his senses. Soon he will attack. However, Wenyun was hardly afraid of this. He was just waiting for him to get back on his feet so the hero could ensure the monster fully paid for killing his people. At the same time, the Lady Jade Phoenix was also running through the forest. She understood. She had to board the ship as soon as she got out of the forest. It was necessary to flee as quickly as possible. But at that moment she was attacked, and only at the last moment did she manage to repel the assault. She suspected the second master would come for her, therefore she was hardly surprised. At that time, the entrance to the Lion King's hideout had already been breached. There operated the first disciple of the bloody demon Lord of the Heavens, or as he was also called, the first great master. Honestly, upon learning that the treatise was not there, he quickly realized Cha-ung, it seems, had betrayed them. As a result, he lost all interest in the Lion King, rejected him and intended to leave. Honestly, the leader was even disappointed by his quick departure. He warned, this could have consequences if the Lion King was left alive. After that, he drew the sword that lay behind his back and stepped forward against this man. Obviously, his hands were trembling, but he had more than enough confidence. Seeing this, the first great master decided to tell the man a moral story. After all, he liked that the head did not lose hope. Perhaps the man was just stalling. But he still decided to tell how they treated that girl in the homeland. Although she was called the younger sister, she was only a miserable servant who comforted the master at night. As a result, she expected only one thing, to be used and thrown away like the most despicable creature. Therefore, the first disciple found it extremely funny. The Lion King speaks of himself as if he really was some kind of threat. He was just a helpless, miserable, crazy old man, nothing more. However, the head knew perfectly well. Even if he really had no teeth, he could tear this insolent fellow apart with just his gums. And if that was not enough, he would give his blood and flesh to curse and destroy this scoundrel. And if that was still not enough, he would even die, wander through the 9 hells to find and finish him when a similar case happened. Honestly, looking at the old man who was not even able to lift the blade and hearing his empty curses, the first great master was even disappointed. So he decided to leave, so as not to soil his hands with him, and to allow the old lion to die alone. As a result, the enraged old man had nothing left but to use his secret technique. The first master warned that he heard a surge of some power, so he needed to protect himself, otherwise his body would be torn to pieces. However, even this did not bother him. After all, the Lion King could not be afraid of such nonsense. The first disciple was even shocked. Such great power was emanating from his broken body. However, the father had to avenge how they spoke about his daughter. He could not allow some degenerates to treat her like a miserable servant and a prostitute. Attacking, the first disciple prepared his dagger to enter the fight. To everyone's surprise, the Lion King managed to wound him. So he realized, the fact that the Lion King was called the best swordsman was not empty words after all. The man was severely wounded after such a surge of internal energy. Unfortunately, he was just one step short of reaching the head of this scoundrel. As a result, the first disciple warned. The king of the lion paths could have died his own death. But now he will die here and now. This will be the end of his path. The Lion King was already prepared to meet death with a smile on his lips, but the blow never fell on him. Suddenly, an unknown warrior rushed to defend the Lion King, whose bare hands became a weapon against the first master. Of course, the teacher had terrible power, and the first master immediately wished to find out the identity of this audacious opponent. The stranger introduced himself with a smile as the son-in-law of the Lion King. After which he unleashed a whole barrage of strikes on the enemy. His strong arms and legs turned into a deadly whirlwind. Meanwhile, the events quickly moved to another place, where the clash involving Cha-yun was unfolding. The girl was attacked in the stomach with such destructive force that the internal organs seemed ready to leave her body. The second master calmly reminded the young warrior that he was her senior brother from the school. Competing with him in martial arts was a senseless stunt. Moreover, curiosity did not give him peace. What was the girl so diligently hiding in her robes, as if it were a sacred relic? The elder brother tried to guess. Was the younger sister hiding a secret manuscript? And if his assumption turned out to be correct, he would gladly relieve Cha Yun of this burden. At that moment, the sect disciple finally defeated the first master. The young warrior even felt disappointment. Could the legendary fighter, whose name was spoken with awe and fear, fall so easily? The Lion King at that moment recalled the look of his daughter when she spoke about the great master. Her face was distorted with fear. She was not lying. The young man respectfully asked the leader not to worry. His son-in-law would solve any problems, so there was no need to be anxious. The Lion King himself was well aware. Although he possessed the technique of the lion sword, a deadly art of killing, in his current state he could not demonstrate the power of past years. Therefore, his strike was aimed not so much against the Grandmaster as to collapse the cave itself. The master was now wounded, though not fatally. However, a little more, and his life would have hung by a thread. The Lion King got the impression this boy was not the real Grandmaster at all. He recalled the words about Chauna before the attack, and the picture in the man's mind formed. Therefore, he ordered the so-called son-in-law to immediately run to the forest of the Flaming Dragon. Most likely, the daughter was in danger. At that moment, a noise sounded. Someone rose from the ground. It was the Grandmaster who made it clear he would not allow them to leave. Better let everyone rot with him in this cursed place. Chauna herself dared a desperate step. She asked her older brother if he would spare her life if she gave up the manuscript. He allowed her to live, but only on one condition. If the girl left the sacred scroll on the ground, then life would be guaranteed. All that remained for the young warrior was to make her brother swear before the observer. The observer was the Grand Master, who was angered by the fact that the younger brother dared to trade as if he had the right to do so. The Grand Master was outraged. The younger sister still nurtured hope to survive. It was very unfortunate that her sharp mind would no longer serve the cause. Truly a regrettable mistake. The girl shared this opinion but warned the brothers they would leave here empty-handed. The second master was outraged. The elder brother seemed not to understand at all what the third sister was hiding. After all, the secret manuscript was hidden in her hands. However, the Grand Master considered the younger one a real worthless person. He failed at one entrusted task, yet greedily reached for the treasure. Moreover, the manuscript was originally supposed to be presented before Tianzhou, but the younger brother wanted to appropriate it for pitiful ambitions. The elder master calmly explained they would not be forgiven when such intentions were discovered. Of course, the second master was furious. The elder was always such a bastard. It seemed he considered himself the best because he was the master's first disciple. Nevertheless, the younger brother was still burning with the intention to master this manuscript and surpass the elder. Although the first skill was now higher, he was still the true leader of their teacher. Besides, this manuscript was promised to the second master by the mentor himself. However, the first master reminded that the younger brother always chose the most reckless actions, so their teacher coming out of seclusion definitely would not continue to favor him. Therefore, the elder asked the younger to calm down. After all, they would both die today anyway. Of course, the first master perfectly understood. When their mentor returned from seclusion, he might be a little upset, but he would understand his student's action. The inner strength released by the first master at this moment literally tore the skin. Both were fully aware. Their death was inevitable, but they had to fight to the end. However, suddenly a young man appeared who offered Chayuni to give him the manuscript. Then he might spare her. Therefore, he considered it better to bargain with him, as he was more loyal. At this time, the hero's battle was in full swing. He watched carefully, trying to grasp the power of his enemy. Moreover, all the observers were impressed. Lord Doku Mu turned out to be so strong and swift. At that moment, even the heavenly demon realized Wen Yun was stalling in every possible way, so he could not finish off the enemy. And basically, he was not wrong. The hero was simply interested in examining the art of the Nine Heavens more closely. Judging by the state of the opponent, he was completely consumed by the madness of obsession. In such a state, even the greatest technique is just a weapon in the hands of a madman, so there was nothing to watch here. For this reason, the hero understood. It was necessary to end this futile fight as soon as possible. At that moment, the deputy reported to the commander. All the wounded had been gathered. Preparations for retreat were completed. Therefore, the hero gave the order to retreat, commanding not to leave a single person here. However, seeing the retreating enemy, the opponent immediately became furious. Shouting loudly, he lunged towards them, but could do nothing. The hero was knocked back by a single blow. This guy decided to arm himself with his sword, which had been hanging behind his back all this time. Dokumu understood. The hero deliberately recalled all the squad fighters to play with his sword. However, Wenyang simply realized that with such an opponent, a sword was truly necessary. Recently, the heavenly demon witnessed the hero suddenly resuming his training. The thing is, now that the light and dark spirits had left his body, he could no longer rely on their advice in battle as before. Therefore, he wanted to rethink his techniques and refine them in his own way. So now the heavenly demon was extremely curious to see what the hero was capable of without their help. The boy himself perfectly understood. The techniques he used were deep and complex, and his attempts still fell short of his former power. However, he would do everything to avoid being stuck at the current level. After all, he did not want to lose what belonged to him anymore. Therefore, using the dominion of darkness, he rushed at the opponent, splitting his body into numerous clones. After which he strengthened these clones, using the art of heavenly destruction. However, even these attacks were withstood by the opponent, who counterattacked, knocking the weapon out of the hero's hands. Immediately after that, he lunged at the boy, using his long claws, sharpened like blades. Recently, the heavenly demon explained that something can be cut without a sword, just as an artist paints not with a finger but with a brush. So the sword is used because the energy of the blade allows these to be easily released. Therefore, if the hero is fully capable of subjugating the body to his will, he can cut even without a sword. So now he released his energy, using his hand as the sharpest blade. However, the damage to the earth was simply colossal, so Wen-Yun needed some time to understand what his true strength was. At the same time, on the edge of the forest, the warriors were struck, feeling incredible waves of vibration, wondering what battle their commander was fighting. Nevertheless, the opponent was still alive. Although severely wounded, he was sitting on his knees. During the battle, he protected his body with ice. After all, although he was mad, his reflexes were simply amazing. Wen-Yun was also impressed by this. However, he understood. A wild beast that cannot control its own power must be destroyed. However, suddenly the same lady ran up, begging the hero to stop and not do something foolish. Of course, Wen-Yong immediately understood that this was the same lady who was in the carriage. At the same time, the heavenly demon had to be captivated at the sight of the woman. But the hero did not understand why the lady was defending this madman. Probably, she does not realize how many squad fighters have fallen by his hand. She perfectly understood that the actions of this person were unforgivable, but asked to be heard first, and then the hero could take her life if he deemed it necessary. At this moment, the fighters who had already evacuated earlier returned to their commander. They were very impressed that he managed to suppress this madman. However, they were surprised to see the lady. The deputy explained, "At least 10 people have died at the hands of this person. Whatever the reason, they are not going to release him." But the hero could still listen to the girl. Therefore, he demanded that she explain everything as it is. The girl turned out to be the elder from the Northern Ice Palace. And this madman who arranged the bloody massacre is her only brother. Everyone immediately whispered. The girl belonged to the outer lands of martial arts. No wonder he had such power when he was from the Northern Ice Palace. It became clear to the hero. The girl desperately defends this madman because they were bound by blood. However, this was not enough to keep him alive. And honestly, she was surprised that the hero was unwavering even before the younger lady of the Northern Ice Palace. Using sound technique, she explained, "The King of the Sword of the North, their leader, has only one son, her brother. If Wen-Yong spares her brother, a great opportunity will open before him." She heard. Affairs in the northern lands were very complicated. In such times, help from external lands and support from the Northern Ice Palace could become much more advantageous for him. If he, the great hero, spares her brother, then the Northern Ice Palace will serve him for a full 3 years. Of course, although it sounded like an excuse, her brother did not attack first. And naturally, Wen-Yong immediately turned to the deputy. He knows what really happened. It turned out that this madman sensed a sinister aura, and they really struck first. So the lady's words were not a lie. As a result, it became clear. All they did was awaken the sleeping fire with their own hands. For this reason, he turned to the squad to learn their opinion on this matter. The deputy understood. Although the lady's words evoke pity for this person, everything must be decided by the law of cause and effect. The numerous murders by this monster could not be forgiven for some reason. The heavenly demon himself felt that the hero was inclined to spare this person. Probably this girl made him an offer that was hard to refuse. Therefore, he decided to intervene and take the floor. He calculated, the actions of this person, although unforgivable, were still understandable, considering that his mind was clouded by obsession. It would be unfair to kill someone who is not even aware of their sins. Therefore, he proposed to heal him, make him aware of his sins, and it was just to call him to responsibility. As is known, the union of martial arts is the only force that preserves the spirit of the Midlands. If not them, then no one could help this person. In principle, the shaman agreed. The easiest thing would be to kill him now, but that would make the death of the fallen fighters pointless. But if the young man returns to his senses and repents of his sins, his repentance may become a way to soothe the souls of the dead. A Wen Yun, using sound transmission, explained to the lady. Although her brother committed a crime worthy of death, considering the circumstances, they can pardon him. He is obliged to pay due honor to his fallen soldiers. Therefore, it was necessary for the Ice Palace to grant him full power in the Middle Lands for 3 years and leave evidence. And thinking about this proposal, the lady realized there was no choice. Therefore, she had to agree. And Wen Yun demanded that until the end of these 3 years, her brother remain under his supervision as a guarantor. After that, he addressed his fighters, confessing that his heart was breaking at the thought of the fallen fighters. But they must forget that they were the last bastion on the path of justice. Therefore, they must render judgments worthy of this path. That is why he decided to follow the will of the young Lord Dokumu and the assistant commander. At that moment, the first master decided to find out from the newcomer. When exactly did the Jade Phoenix manage to make a deal with him? Even the second master did not know this. The young man explained, this beautiful lady, who was recently oppressed together, he had already sworn to protect. It was an agreement between the parties, so it was better for third parties to step back. Honestly, Cha-eun had heard about this agreement almost for the first time. However, if it helped to get out of the turmoil, she was ready to play along. But the second master still did not believe, asking the elder brother not to fall for the tricks of this scoundrel. After all, he is being deceived right now in front of everyone. The first master had no choice left. Therefore, when he had already gone through a similar path, he suggested to his opponent to cross swords with him. And of course he agreed. However, he explained, he had never taken on a task without a worthy reward before. The conditions were as follows. If the first master loses, then Cha-eun will go to him. This was quite enough. So he rushed to the lady and asked her to rest for a short while. When the opponents faced each other, the first master wanted to know the name of his opponent. However, he saw no point in calling him, but deciding to satisfy the enemy's demand, he asked to be called Chikorian. The first master was surprised. Before him stood a young man with very clear eyes. Looking into them, he seemed to be gazing into the heavens. However, he decided to warn. The person he serves is a person who considered himself similar to the heavens. However, obviously his opponent believed, if such a person who considers himself the heavens exists, then most likely he is simply a madman. And of course, the first master could not help but praise the commendable unwavering spirit of the opponent. He really hoped that the skills matched this spirit, and to check it, he attacked. And honestly speaking, the opponent was stunned. The first master believes that, without proper experience and support, he would start throwing around such words. The first master must not yield to him. After all, if he continues to swing the sword as he does now, he will be doomed to lose. As a result, the second master and the Jade Phoenix froze, watching these two fight on equal terms. Moreover, the opponent noticed. The first master is in a great hurry, as if someone is chasing him. Therefore, he asked to be more careful in battle. The enraged first master immediately attacked. His sword strikes became much heavier, making the opponent sweat a little. However, the boy decided to show his enemy that he was far from a simpleton, so he attacked, releasing internal energy with unprecedented strength. Cha-eun simply froze at the surge of power from these two warriors. She knew the strength of her elder brother, but she had no idea who the man standing before him was. After all, he calmly engaged the first master in battle, and did not even lose his breath. It seemed that if these two continued to fight, a true storm of destruction would engulf them all. As a result, the elder brother admitted, his opponent truly deserved admiration for his skill. The opponent politely confessed that the sword art of the first master simply amazed the imagination. Although if a warrior in the Central Lands dreamed of resurrecting a sword with the grandeur of the heavens of martial arts, the first master was no less than such legends. As a result, the elder brother acknowledged the skill of his adversary. Therefore, he gave Cha-eun to him. And although the boy thanked him for his generosity, he was amazed that he gave her away so easily. However, there was a condition that the young man decided to listen to. The condition was simple. He would also set out with them, both with Cha-eun and with the Grand Duke of the Heavenly Warriors from the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Of course, when everyone realized who was standing before them, they held their breath. They did not expect the Grand Duke himself to be here. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to understand how the first master had figured him out. As a result, everyone left, and the second master remained alone in the middle of the forest. At that moment, an old man appeared, who asked the young man to tell in more detail what had happened here. Meanwhile, Wen Yong was just saying goodbye to the lady. He promised to take care of her brother, and asked her to convey his words and conditions to the king of the Northern Sword. The girl, of course, gave her promise. After all, the Northern Ice Palace never forgot its benefactors. After that, they said their goodbyes and calmly parted ways. The hero, however, looked at her brother, who had finally come to his senses, and did not know how best to deal with him. Fortunately, Dokumu had a way to deal with his madness. It was a technique of subjugation through the eye of Tianma. Because of the war, there was no choice left. Therefore, the hero began to hypnotize the boy, demanding that he return his mind and submit to the will of the king. At first glance, it seemed that nothing worked, so they began to wait. And in the next moment, the smiling young man finally came to his senses, promising to follow the Lord. As a result, the technique turned out to be truly amazing. And although now the boy still looked like a madman, at least he was reborn as a faithful servant. The heavenly demon tried to explain to Wen Yun, although his condition was not encouraging, it was better than being a raging lunatic. As a result, the hero decided to think about it more positively. He asked that his new servant no longer commit senseless bloodshed and unquestioningly obey his words. And of course, he, smiling, agreed with the Lord. Now they only had to decide what to do next. After all, since almost the entire squad was wounded because of that scoundrel, only the two of them could set out on the road. The heavenly demon had already ordered the remaining fighters to return to the martial arts union. Moreover, he had already entrusted the matter to Chuguan, so there was no need to worry too much about it. However, unexpectedly, both the head of the guild and the young man appeared to him. As a result, they quickly secluded themselves in a room to discuss everything where their words would not leak outside. They told the hero everything that had happened to them. If it were not for the terrible strength of the younger head, escaping from the collapsing cave would have been impossible. Only they survived. The hero understood. The situation was not unfolding in the best way. The false Grand Master had fled, and the Empress of the Heavenly Aroma, who possessed the manuscript, had disappeared. Searching for Cha-Un was not the best path. Therefore, the young man believed it was better to ask the Lord for help. That is why they arrived here in advance to wait for him. The hero praised the youth for his cleverness, and promised to use all available means to help in her search. Honestly, the boy did not expect that when he set out south after the false leader of the Alliance, he would encounter the Grand Master himself. To understand what was happening, the information from the head of the Union was insufficient. It was necessary to find the Empress of the Heavenly Aroma, connected to them, and hear the truth from her own lips. As a result, he asked that the head of the guild stay here with him. The hero would order his people to ensure nothing happened to him. He himself was going to set out to the Union of the Demonic Path, which greatly frightened those present. Moreover, the hero had a difficult request for the head of the Union. He asked to prepare for the merger of the Union of the Demonic Path and Namdomeng. Soon the hero found himself at a lake, where he was ferrying across by boat, pondering the upcoming merger. The assistant was also concerned about this. Therefore, the hero decided to let him speak, as he knew Namdomeng well and had spent a lot of time in the Union of the Demonic Path. After thinking a little, the assistant could say for sure, there is a fundamental difference between the path of justice and the path of the demon, but in spirit they had similar traits. And honestly, hearing such an opinion from the assistant, the hero was even more confident in his decision. After all, there is no one who knows both forces better than his loyal comrade. The disappearance of the Empress of Heavenly Aroma is not a trifle that can be ignored. It indicates that his power in the south has limits. Until now, he had personally focused on increasing strength, overlooking important details. Now it was time to unite the disparate forces into a single whole. And for this, he wanted to use the might of the Union of the Demonic Path as the foundation for Namdomen. Thus they would organize the southern lands of the Martial Arts Union. Soon they arrived at the hall of the Supreme Demon of the Union of the Demonic Path. Returning to the Union of the Demonic Path, Wen Yong received a report from his assistants. They reported on events in the Union, on the situation of the Central Martial Arts lands, as well as on the actions of the Martial Arts Union after the hero left his position. Another important event occurred in the Union of the Demonic Path. The head of the Black Tiger Doctors of the Union of the Demonic Path was mysteriously slain. Here the hero dismissed the rest from the Hall of the Supreme Demon. He left only the closest, after which he decided to find out how the investigation was progressing. Unfortunately, there were no clues yet, so before the Great Duke reigned helplessness. However, the assistant had something that was worth attention. This was the very letter he had recently received. The sender was not identified, therefore unfortunately the assistant could say nothing. However, the hero wanted to learn about the sender from Lady Jagal, believing that it was time for her to be more frank. As is known, before Cheng was killed, he told the hero a very interesting story. The great master was replaced by another person. Mr. Cheng said that by revealing this, he was doomed to death and this would be proof. Remarkably, everything happened just as he predicted. As a result, to find out the whole truth, a thorough investigation was conducted. Moreover, the murdered head of the Black Tiger Doctors was also someone to whom the hero secretly gave instructions. The last words of the Black Tiger Doctor were, "The secret cave of the demonic path." Lady Zegal must understand what this means. After all, the secret cave of the demonic path is the only cave in the very heart of the Union where the great demon master conducts secluded training. Obviously, Lady Zegal admitted that the hero might be accusing the great demon master of the murders. However, so far these were not accusations, only suspicions against him. Recently, there have been too many similar events in the central lands of martial arts. The girl herself, unfortunately, had not seen the great demon master for a long time, so there was nothing to say. The hero asked her not to answer his questions now, but if she wanted to tell something, she could come to him. Still, everyone around understood the anxiety that gripped the girl. The ruler still considered her involved in the murder, and the murderer was believed to be the great master demon. Moreover, it seemed the Vladika was trying to corner her but left her a way to retreat. Now he decided to temporarily leave the topic of murder. Now he asked the strategist to develop a plan for him. From this moment, they had to gather all the forces of the Dark Squad and the main core of the Union of the Demonic Path to capture the southern lands. Of course, the frightened girl tried to explain. If they strike now, it will lead to a large-scale war with the Union of Martial Arts. And it was strange that the strategist, experienced in the art of war, was worried about this. She, above all, must know. Although the Martial Arts Union was larger in scale, they did not have as advanced a base as the Demonic Path Union. Therefore, by launching an attack, they will, first, buy time, and second, make the Yangtze River a border, which will lead to a prolonged war between the Martial Arts Union and the Demonic Path Union. And finally, they will be able to capture Namdomen, merging the forces of the Demon Path and making them stronger. But the strategist pointed out, the basis of this plan is flawed. The plan itself sounded so absurd that she did not even know what to say. As a result, she decided to find out from the hero how he generally planned to carry out this capture, considering that Namdomeng was so important to them. Accepting these doubts, the hero decided to find out. If the capture succeeds after all, will the strategist follow him unconditionally? This will be a chance for him to prove his strength to her. The girl understood. Since he says such things to her, he probably already knows a lot about her, and yet he gives her one more chance. As a result, she promised, if he really carries out this plan, she will reassess him, solely by her own criteria. This hero was already enough. Therefore, he ordered that the entire Union of the Demonic Path gather here within 2 hours. He ordered the strategist to develop plans based on the capture of Namdomeng, to check the number and disposition of forces so that everything was thoroughly prepared. After that, the girl left, and the hero ordered the rest of the subordinates to assist with the capture in the upcoming war. However, the assistant was still worried. Would this confrontation lead to the mutual destruction of both sides? Honestly, this worried the hero himself. Moreover, he heard that his subordinates had already strengthened their position in the Union of the Demonic Path, and many were following them. Therefore, he explained that he intended to make the possible impossible. Therefore, he brought them from the main order. So they had to convince the warriors of the Demonic Path and avoid armed conflict. And the assistant, who fought side by side in the Union of the Demonic Path, was capable of this. As a result, inspired by the king's words, they immediately agreed to carry out the order. The only thing that worried the subordinates was the strange people who arrived with him in the persons of Dokumu and Yulgik. When they found out that it was the same heavenly demon and the great Dokumu, they immediately bowed, greeting them with great respect, and it was clear that he was clearly pleased with such a reception. At the same time, the madman awkwardly stood aside. He also wanted a little attention. As agreed, within 2 hours the hero gave direct orders to the masters of the Union of the Demonic Path. And those who knew him could not disobey his order, and even those who did not know him could not disobey, because they received morals and no more disputes arose. Lady Jagal, spreading the map of the northern lands on the table, began a detailed explanation of the plan, She pointed out significant regions and branches, explaining how to capture them. The strategy, developed by her in just 2 hours, was remarkably perfect and detailed. So, looking at her, the hero had no doubt that she was a descendant of Jigul Kunmin. After all, her mind was worthy of admiration by the heavens. Therefore, he wanted to make her entirely his person. As the saying goes, power does not last 10 years, nothing is eternal, everything is subject to time. And Namdomeng, one of the 4 pillars supporting the path of justice in the northern lands, will quietly disappear from the central lands. As a result, together with the help of the Lion King, they proclaim to their troops, from this moment, the union of the demonic path and Namdomeng will be reborn as a single entity. This is how it became possible, exclusively thanks to the persuasion of Wen Yun, which proved how great the trust in him was in both factions. The Lion King was not at all saddened, watching the disappearance of Namdomeng. After all, he understood. Now he, together with the ruler, would take a step into a new era. He very much hoped that the hero would help them. However, of course, because of this quiet event, the world of martial arts was turned upside down. Everyone discussed this topic, and for some, it became a reason to start acting. The elder in the robe perfectly understood. All previous events were only a way to test the abilities of Tianma Sosin, but he proved his strength too brightly. Of course, although the result exceeded all expectations, the problem was that it exceeded them too much. Conclusion: he interfered with the Guardian's plans to conquer the Middle Lands, and all obstacles must be removed. But his strength was not just empty words. Therefore, the elders had to decide how to deal with him. But fortunately, the last of the elders asked not to worry about anything. Believe me, the strongest always live the longest. They know this better than anyone else. The elderly understood. As a result, the elders only had to help. If this matter happens, they swore to keep the promise given to them. Therefore, they asked the last one to lure the Great Duke Demon. This task was addressed to Lady Jagel. Of course, she did not doubt the skill of the elders. However, she thought it would be very difficult to kill the Great Duke, one of the 5 heavens of martial arts. But the elder explained, the secret technique of the Bloody Sky had already been completed, so the Great Duke would definitely die. If Jagel wanted to take revenge on the Great Master, she had to follow their will. The girl calmly nodded, understanding her task, after which she decided to leave, and the old ones clearly doubted whether she would obey them exactly. But the elder was sure. She followed the Great Master only out of necessity. It was just a means to achieve the goal, and her loyalty was also temporary. Now, when such a convenient option as the Great Duke Demon appeared, she could also switch sides. But now they cared little about whom she would join, the Great Duke Demon or the Grand Master. Only one thing mattered, the sky stained with blood. The girl herself understood. If the 3 elders of the Bloody Sky recalled the secret technique, then the safety of the Great Duke Demon was in question. Therefore, she needed to make her choice. The choice was about what she wanted more, to follow the will of the Bloody Sky or the Great Duke. At that time, the hero was completing the unification, establishing new laws to govern this merger. Of course, for him it was a routine matter, and he finished everything easily. The witnesses could not help but admire the skill displayed by Wen Yun. After all, what he proposed was enough to reduce conflicts between factions to a minimum. Time passed, and soon the hero received another message from Lady Jagel. She wrote about Mount Yongzhong, where Jigul Kunmin once secluded himself, also known as the Mountain of the Open Dragon. For this reason, the hero, together with Doku Mu, set out there. At that moment, Doku Mu was controlling the body, while the heavenly demon remained inside. Therefore, he wondered why the hero chose this place and even took on the image of a warrior of the demon path. However, Wen Yun explained, the letter from the demonic path union was sent by the strategist herself, and the mountain they were heading to had long been considered an important place for the Jagel clan. It seems even Doku Mu had heard about it. They say this mountain is small, but the ascent is not easy. And it is not even a mountain, a true labyrinth, and the rumors that Master Kunmin secluded himself here were not empty fabrications. However, a meeting in such a significant place for the Jagel clan should indicate an important conversation, so Doku Mu doubted whether he could join. The hero explained, only with Doku Mu could he speak openly about the path of justice. After all, he was a great hero, the only one Wen Yun could trust. Therefore, he decided to ask, did Doku Mu know anything about the Jagel clan? Before the young man was imprisoned in the underground prison of the Northern Sword Union, the Jagel clan was wiped off the face of the earth. The Northern Sword Union was to blame. More precisely, someone who took the name and image of Dokumu's father, the great master of the Bloody Sky. This was his handiwork. They declared that the Chegal clan had allegedly conspired with the Path of the Demon. Dokumu did not know the details, but it was said that a secret group of assassins destroyed their clan immediately. Therefore, the hero did not consider it right to reveal who Dokumu really was. After all, the Chegal ladies hardly had warm feelings toward the Northern Sword Union. In any case, the main thing now was to come to the meeting, and no one could stop Wen Yun. In principle, Dokumu did not doubt this at all. No one had dared to stand in the hero's way all this time. While traveling with him, Dokumu underwent deep internal changes. Being from the Northern Sword Union clan, he felt unworthy, not even of his grandfather or father. Then his father was killed by a master, and he himself, along with his grandfather, was imprisoned as hostages. Helplessness, humiliation, anger, and self-disgust were destroying Dokumu himself, but the meeting with the hero became fateful for him. And traveling with him, he saw his unparalleled techniques, as well as remarkable political, military, and administrative talents. But the main thing is his charisma, which surpasses both the path of justice and the path of the demon, a commanding charm that attracts people. Therefore, Dokumu had feelings of inferiority and jealousy towards him. However, instead, it quietly changed into deep respect. Therefore, Dokumu forgot the words once told to him by his grandfather, the great emperor of the Hidden Dragon. He decided to find out if his grandson guessed why those who mastered great arts in youth often die early. The reason was reckless courage, and Wen Yong, who was reborn as a martial arts master, succeeded in everything but unknowingly immersed himself in that very reckless courage. And the treacherous shadows of the Bloody Sky closely watched this weakness. As a result, they ran to an artificially cleared glade. It seemed to be the work of the Jegal family. The hero shouted loudly, calling the strategist to him. And honestly, the one hiding in the shadows was very surprised that the hero really came here. He decided to find out if the hero remembered him. After all, they had met before. It was the great master from the Bloody Sky, the fake head of the martial arts union. Of course, Wen Yong immediately realized, if this scoundrel was here, then it was probably a trap. The next moment, he felt something strange happening to his body and his power. The second master smiled as he looked at the great Duke Demon. It seemed he noticed that he could not gather his inner energy. The young man's body began to go numb at that moment. So he decided to find out what was happening to him. What did the second master want from him? However, he calmly explained that he was very grateful to the hero for everything he had done. After all, he even set the masters on the path of the demon. However, he believed that it was already time for the hero to rest forever. After all, the foundations of the path of the demon that he laid, Bloody Sky uses worthily. Of course, Dokumu went mad from the words of this false bastard. Moreover, at that moment, Wen Yong noticed that the second master's disguise had fallen. Probably, the disguise imposed on the hero himself would also soon disappear. However, fortunately, it was still holding on. Perhaps this was related to the fact that his inner energy was blocked. The second master was surprised, not understanding what the scoundrel Dokumu was doing here. Probably, the old man who had been accompanying the great Duke Demon all this time was Dokumu in disguise. However, he decided not to pay special attention, considering that Dokumu was worthless as he had been and remained so. Therefore, he addressed the teacher, informing that all preparations were already completed. It seemed this address was directed to the elders of Bloody Sky. After that, 3 elderly people appeared, who greeted the great Duke Demon, mocking the fact that his body had stopped obeying him. They warned he was already poisoned and would not be able to gather a single shred of inner energy. Frankly, the hero did not even notice or understand who and when managed to poison him, but the numbness only grew stronger. The elders were very curious to find out what sensations he had. After all, they used a variant of the thick void poison, which was on a completely different level than the others. Even a body impervious to 1,000 poisons will not withstand the secret weapon of their order. Even the star of the demon path will fade very ingloriously. With these words, the old man attacked. He promised that in the next life they would meet again, and the hero should be a bit more modest then. At that moment, Dokumu remembered his childhood 16 years ago. Then he constantly cried, and grandfather did not understand the reason for his tears. And the point was that the boy could not even compare to his father and grandfather. He considered himself a disgrace to the Northern Sword Union. The old sleeping dragon did not understand why he called himself a disgrace. Because he was not a master of the sword? Or because he could not choose which grandfather and father he had? Unfortunately, the old man found it hard to understand the boy's thoughts, but he knew that the boy got up earlier than everyone else in the Northern Sword Union and went to bed later than all the others. He reminded that even the fish can turn into a dragon. Although the boy now considered himself worthless, he did everything to ensure his end was different. So the boy, then and now, will always be a pride for their clan. Therefore, at the moment when the elder attacked the hero, Dokumu stepped forward, protected his lord with his body, and even gave his hand to be cut off. Of course, the hero immediately rushed to help Dokumu. He did not understand why he had done such a foolish thing. However, when Dokumu was also poisoned and could not use martial arts, he could only help by remaining a living shield for the hero. As soon as they get out of here, Wenyang will definitely take Dokumu to a doctor to save his hand. The elder only displeasedly ordered to deal with these two quickly. That upstart, the Great Duke, was only spoiling his mood. Of course, the second master was furious that this old man dared to give him orders. As a result, he approached the two, very surprised that the son of the head of the Northern Union Sword had sacrificed himself for the Great Demon Duke. Surely his father would not have approved of this if he had learned about it in the afterlife. However, the boy only growled that this scoundrel dared to utter his father's name. The second master was also surprised that the hero had come here just because of one letter, and he realized that probably Lady Jaegal had won more of their trust than they thought. Moreover, considering that the hero already knew about their order, they had another reason to kill him. Therefore, the second master ordered his fighters to attack these two. The hero perfectly understood. Although his energy was still unstable, he could not give up. When so many swords were aimed at them, he immediately activated the last remnants of his inner strength, and such an energy outburst looked as if there was no poisoning on him at all, so everyone was very frightened. And the hero himself did not understand what was happening to him. The internal energy was still inaccessible, but there was some other force in his meridians. But it was still too weak, and with such a crumb of energy, he needed to find a way to salvation. At this time, the second master decided to ask the teacher how it happened that carefreeness, the secret technique of their order, did not work. After which he fearfully ordered that the Heavenly Sword Squad not be dragged out and simply attack, killing this boy with one strike. Considering that now the hero was protecting the wounded behind his back, he would not be able to dodge all attacks at once. Therefore, they had to attack simultaneously from all sides. The hero continued to fight, understanding. If he died here, then many people would die with him. Therefore, he had to hold out. In this confrontation, the boy noticed how the opponents targeted Dokumu, who did not even make a sound so as not to burden the hero. As a result, Wenyang rushed to save him. He managed to behead the audacious one. However, he received a wound on his back. His whole body was already trembling from blood loss, and the fact that he was losing vigilance only added to the wounds. At that moment, the elders realized that the suspicion that the hero was not poisoned was an empty boast. He barely coped with the killer's strikes. With such sword mastery, he could not be called one of the 5 heavenly martial arts. But although he was poisoned, his internal energy simply had not completely dissipated. Such a thing had never happened before, so incomplete dispersion was considered practically impossible. However, there was a chance that the hero had simply mastered some unusual technique of internal energy. Now the best solution was to use Dokumu to finish off the hero in one sitting. Therefore, the elders launched an attack using the technique of the double demon bloody strike. There was no choice left but to use the bodiless sword with the help of his inner energy, trying to catch the rushing enemies. They had to retreat, realizing how terrible a power that boy possessed. If he had not been poisoned, they would have had a very hard time. The hero barely stood on his feet. After the last intake, his remaining internal energy vanished. And at that moment behind him was already a second master who knocked Dokumu to the ground, threatening him with a sword. Of course, Wenyang demands that the man let him go. After all, he has already endured a lot for the false leader of the alliance. However, this hardly worried him. Just the sight of a freak from the Dokgo clan turned him inside out. He wanted to trample them, crush them so that they would never rise again, just as the Jaegal clan was once wiped off the earth. And at that moment, while they distracted the boy, the old man who had crept up from behind pierced his chest through with a sword. At that moment, she became curious about what his reaction would be if she simply refused. Her gaze was attentive, almost defiant, as if she deliberately tested his patience. eager to see if he could hide his true emotions behind a cold mask. And for him, in turn, it was no less interesting. Who would dare to save her at all? This thought settled in him, causing both surprise and skepticism at the same time, because there was no one left around who had such courage. Then she calmly explained that everything was quite the opposite. The problem was obvious. Mr. Muyon, in her opinion, simply did not show proper respect for the power of the great patriarch of the demonic path. When she spoke these words, everyone around fell silent. They decided to listen to her until the end because they wanted to hear directly from her lips whether she really believed that they had underestimated the power of the great patriarch of the demonic path. She confirmed her words, quietly saying that yes, they underestimated not a simple demon, but the patriarch himself, who is called not the bloody, but the great. In her voice was a cold calmness, like a judgment on their overconfidence. But she only advised to take these forces seriously. Her warning sounded without emotion, but it carried such weight that no one dared to object. And this was what shocked those present, the realization that Sister Chao Un also knew about the heavens of the bloody demon. Her knowledge went far beyond that of an ordinary student, and everyone felt anxiety. The moment came when he heard 3 words from her lips, heavens of the bloody demon. Then he understood. If she spoke about it, it meant that deep changes had already taken place in her heart, and there were no longer any former doubts. She decided to repeat the words of His Holiness, spoken long ago, the very ones that were deeply engraved in her memory. If this time I lead the Southern Union, advisor, you will finally truly follow me. This phrase sounded in her thoughts like an oath she could not forget. It was to her that he addressed then, and now she increasingly wondered whether it was really worth following His Holiness. She was troubled by why everyone now treated her with such hostility. One of the warriors sharply replied that her people, running back and forth, only irritated everyone. If she had decided to stand under the banners of their lord, she had to immediately prove her sincerity. After that, he asked her to tell at least a little about what she knew about the heavens of the bloody demon. His voice carried both suspicion and genuine interest. She perfectly understood that talking about the heavens of the bloody demon, bypassing the figure of their heavenly ruler, was simply impossible. That is why she began the story by noting that he had 3 outstanding disciples, each of whom left their mark on the world. One of them was the Supreme Elder, whose name was respected even by enemies. She asked to imagine this figure and admitted that she was an advisor to the Supreme Elder himself. Everyone around exchanged alarmed glances. If one were to define her personality, essentially she was a girl from the Destruction clan who adored reading treatises on military strategy and the art of victory. But suddenly something unexpectedly distracted everyone present. The atmosphere changed instantly. The host appeared in the hall. His presence silenced even the most audacious. He quickly cut off their conversation. Zhu's facial expression changed instantly. Indifference disappeared, giving way to tension. One of them wanted to hear from the host an explanation of what was happening, but he just waved it off, deciding to postpone the story for later. And then the host, without changing his calm tone, asked her permission to pose one question. It was a direct question, which path she had chosen. My path is achievement, she answered without a shadow of hesitation. He only smiled and admitted that these words were entirely in her spirit, firm, confident, and unbreakable. For her, victory on the battlefield was a true achievement. Receiving honor is also an achievement. Even revenge for the native clan is also a path to achievement. After his words, she was breathless. Inside, everything tightened with excitement, and she realized that these words became both a trial and inspiration for her at the same time. But he was not finished yet. His voice became firmer as he emphasized that sacrificing an entire life for revenge was too pitiful a fate for someone like her. In these words, there was both care and bitter irony, as if he foresaw her future downfall. However, she could not hear these words. In her consciousness, everything looked different, distorted by memories, pain, and the fire of the past that had not even died out now. Her aspiration for achievement turned out to be an illusion. In reality, she had always followed only power, the same merciless current that had engulfed her soul since childhood. For it was power that trampled everything she once believed in. It was a path where weakness had no right to exist. Even the tears she shed in childhood, watching the flames, were a reflection of that very power that killed, destroyed, and forced survival. She remembered the day when she was carried to a narrow crack in the stone wall, and her father whispered for her to hide there while the fire raged outside and screams tore the air. Though still very small, the girl looked her father straight in the eyes and asked why they were condemned by the sword of the path of justice. Why must the innocent suffer for the sins of others? Father did not know what to answer. He only said that the truth would be revealed in time, and asked his daughter not to cling to the past because all reasons and explanations are but vanity. But the little girl did not understand why to repeat these empty words. Do not think, do not act, do not fear. It seemed to her that the world deliberately wanted to make her silent. Father found no strength to answer. His gaze was full of pain and his hands trembled. He only tightly pressed his daughter to his chest, as if wanting to pass on to her the last warmth of his heart. He quietly whispered a truth she remembered all her life. What matters is not what is outside, but what is inside. Then he asked her to forget about the clan, to run and definitely survive no matter what happened. It was then that she rushed into that narrow crack which became her salvation, a door into the darkness where hope still flickered. It was salvation from death, but not from the pain that tore her heart apart. The little girl then screamed for a long time, calling for her father, until her voice disappeared in the roar of the flames. She looked back, staring at that narrow passage, unable to take her eyes off it, though tears blurred her vision. It was there she saw a terrible scene. Near the exit her father was already waiting for. Swords flashed, and everything ended in one strike. At that moment the girl saw with her own eyes the killer of her father. That scoundrel, calmly wiping his sword, brazenly shouted that the wisdom of the G clan is unmatched, and no spear can pierce his chest. She was noticed, but the killer only laughed, throwing, "No need to follow her. The one who was meant to die is already dead." And he left, leaving her among the ashes. Her path since then was a path of pain. She could not forget the Jiga clan, which burned along with her childhood. But even more painful was remembering her father, his last words, and the warmth of his embrace, which disappeared with him. 10 years passed. The warriors stood in a straight formation, and the question was asked, are there any survivors among the Jiga family? Then even the noble Jiga order turned to demons for help, a strange sight, before which the ruler on the throne clenched his hands. He addressed the girl in the cloak, asking what motive drives her to action. Her answer was short, but sharp as a blade. Revenge, and now she knew without a doubt that power is the true path. For the sake of revenge for her kin, she was ready to turn even to the devil. She confessed that the Supreme One from the worlds of the Bloody Demon lured her with the promise of retribution for the death of Yi Chongsa, and now she wondered if they would understand her feelings while she cooperated with the heavens of the Bloody Demon. The Supreme One coldly replied that it is impossible to understand her, and she did not doubt it. People like him, who possess excessive power, will never comprehend the feelings of those who live with pain, not glory. But he did not finish. After a short pause, he quietly said, "Maybe, but I ask you, listen." He quietly asked what would remain in her life when revenge is fulfilled. Without that fire burning in her heart, would she find even one reason to continue living? His voice was filled not with reproach, but with sincere pity. Admitting that he desired her just as much as she desired him, he said, "Why then resist the flow of fate, if they were both long doomed to meet in this whirlpool of passion and blood?" He approached her, looked into her eyes, and repeated the question that had once already been asked between them. Would she truly become his? He promised to fulfill her revenge if she gave him her loyalty. But even after this promise, pity flickered in his gaze. He saw how hatred was eating away at her soul, and he knew that after revenge there would be only emptiness left in her. Therefore he asked, "When the revenge is accomplished, and her heart becomes empty, let that emptiness be filled by the path of the heavenly destroyer, the power that transforms pain into insight." The girl recalled an old conversation with her father. Then she asked if there was a worthy way to choose a true master to whom one should dedicate oneself, since the Jiga clan always honored the bond between lord and servant. Her father replied that reason is powerless here. Only the heart makes the decision. "Time will open your eyes," he said, "and the blood of the Jiga clan flowing in your veins will surely give a sign." And only now did she truly understand these words, feeling their depth with her whole being. She bowed her head and said, "Your humble servant, Zhao Hong of the Jiga clan, from now on belongs to the great lord of demons." Then she added calmly but with dignity, "I give myself to the service of the heavenly destroyer." A day passed before the arrival of the heavenly destroyer at the camp of the demonic path. He was still lying gravely wounded, and those standing nearby begged him to wake up. The red-haired warrior had the gift of killing, but did not know how to save lives. This helplessness irritated him. He wondered if it was possible to save someone the same way they kill, with a strike to the right spot. And then he realized, life is also a flow of energy, and instead of destroying life points, one can direct their own power to fill them. Though doubts tore his mind apart, he decided to act without certainty of the outcome. He carefully placed his hand on the chest of the wounded, and a faint light pulsed around. In a moment, the heavenly demon felt that he no longer understood where he was, in the world of the living or the dead. It seemed to him that perhaps he was already dead, and consciousness was sinking into warm darkness. But suddenly he heard a voice and saw before him a majestic figure shining as if woven from flame and light. It was neither a man, nor a woman, nor a child. Its voice sounded strange, like several voices at once. He asked who she was. In response, he heard, "Don't you know who I am? It seems I haven't remembered everything yet, but that doesn't matter." "Not so bad after all," the being added, observing him. He then inquired what it all meant. "You have suffered too much," she said. "Therefore I must give you a gift." And at that very moment his body was filled with warmth that penetrated every cell. But that was not the only gift. She gave him another, more mysterious and deeper one. He felt hot, and at the same time he could not understand what this strange sensation was, between pain and grace. She said that the energy poison in his body had disappeared, and when he returned next time, he should please her even more with his growth. He did not understand what that meant, but after those words they simply said goodbye, and the world around plunged into silence again. The red-haired man froze. The shock was so strong that he did not immediately believe his eyes. Something incredible was happening before him, something beyond the usual even for the world of demons. He could not take his eyes off the master. What was happening to his body defied all laws. Energy was boiling like a volcano, preparing to break out. Inside him, power was boiling. Endless streams of spiritual energy spread in different directions, illuminating everything around like lightning cutting through the sky. The glow engulfed everything around, burning shadow, stone, and air. It seemed that the very space was trembling from this power. Then a loud explosion sounded. The mountains shook, the earth cracked, and the sky seemed to tear in half. In a moment he could not believe his own eyes. Where there had just been ruins, now stood the one everyone considered broken. The master stood before him, alive, calm, as if nothing had happened. His gaze was filled with unspeakable power. When the red-haired one asked if he was all right, he only slightly nodded, unable to find words to describe what he felt. Now in the camp of the demonic path, everything was preparing for the inevitable storm. The heavenly demon watched the heavenly destroyer. His silhouette had changed, as if he had passed through the flames of purification. At that moment, the commander of 1,000 warriors entered the tent and reported. News had been received about the appearance of the great patriarch of the demonic path. Hearing this, he understood. The arrival of the patriarch meant only one thing: battle. So he asked the master not to interfere, assuring that he would handle it himself. But the master slowly stood up, looked at the mad demon, and briefly said, "I will go out myself." There was no fear in his voice, only confidence and calm that chilled the heart. Meanwhile, the great patriarch was approaching. His presence was already felt even in the air, trembling with power. He ordered his people to deliver a message. "His Highness, let him proceed ahead to the master's temple and kneel before me." And then he added coldly, "If he refuses, death awaits him alone." In front of the master's temple, a crowd of the patriarch's followers gathered. Their dark cloaks swayed in the wind, creating the impression of a living shadow. They looked not like pious warriors, but rather like a well-organized pack of killers, or a gang of market thugs who had lost their human face. It seemed as if all of the chaotic power of the central Great Land had gathered in this place. This was the true face of demonic power. The heavenly demon approached the destroyer, noticing that he was struggling even to stand, and offered to go in his place. But the destroyer only smiled and calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He said that he felt more strength within himself than ever before, although his face showed fatigue. It was obvious that the heavenly destroyer had given all his strength, but his spirit remained unshakable. Then the girl approached the mad demon, wishing to hear what he would say, for there was always more truth in his words than it seemed. "People like you or Muyon with your caution will never understand the demonic path," he said. "Its essence is simple. The winner takes all," the mad demon added briefly, explaining everything with these words. At that moment, the Great Patriarch and the Heavenly Destroyer faced each other. The air between them seemed to tighten with tension. The Patriarch slowly turned his head to the left, his gaze cold and calm like steel. His attention was drawn to a stake driven into the ground. It was completely soaked with energy, like an ancient artifact that preserved the memory of past battles. He finally understood that this system of endless hatred had completed its cycle, and now it was time to put an end to the old patterns, for every movement within it was part of a great mechanism that had now finally yielded and demanded the beginning of a new stage. Then words sounded that seemed to want to unbalance. Someone threw a contemptuous remark saying, "What nonsense is this? How can you talk like that?" And this stirred the crowd, because laughter showed how easily one could put on a mask of distrust. The light casualness in the Patriarch's manner caused laughter in many, as his carefreeness seemed strange amid tension, and people accustomed to the triumph of force did not know how to react to that calm confidence that broke the molds. The Patriarch continued the conversation calmly and coldly, stating that he himself had raised the Destroyer to this position, and now he only had to eliminate one enemy. The words were simple, but beneath them hid a threat that this was not her war, so it was not worth touching her. Then an even more offensive remark sounded. "Even this worthless guy," they said, "could become a servant. Even that scum from the Giga clan could be accepted into service." And these humiliations only intensified the laughter and mockery of the crowd. With such words, they only fueled the merriment in the crowd, for whom humiliating the enemy became a pastime. Laughter spread in waves, and every ironic exclamation seemed to destroy a crumb of humanity in that gathered mob. She threw in a pleading note, begging His Holiness not to succumb to the manipulations of the Supreme Elder and to keep as far away from him as possible, because she felt deceit in his words and knew that these games could cost too much. From her words, the Destroyer understood that the anxiety she was experiencing was not in vain. Her voice trembled with worries, and he felt that he had made her worry, although he himself tried to remain cold-blooded. Without stopping at the Patriarch's words, the Destroyer quietly exhaled, as if freeing space for determination. And in the silence of this exhale, there was a hidden power and intent that could change the course of events at the most unexpected moment. Such his reaction was incomprehensible to the Patriarch, like a riddle that did not fit expectations. He saw how the calm face of the Destroyer hid unspeakable resilience behind it, and this caused unrest in him. The Destroyer, without unnecessary declarations and theatrics, made a simple statement that succinctly dispelled the prepared laughter. He announced that today he would take everything that belonged to the Patriarch, and these words sounded like a verdict that had no way back. At that very moment, the crowd froze, because before their eyes appeared a picture that was hard to predict. The Patriarch froze, as if trapped in his own system, because he lacked understanding of how exactly this system of hatred could be perfect and at the same time fragile. The hero, without hesitation, applied the order of heavenly ruination, with the palm called the palm of Shura. This movement was not just an attack, it was a manifestation of power that destroys structures, and it immediately became clear that everything would be decided instantly. From the blow, only the sound remained of the one whom everyone knew as the prideful Patriarch, epically coughing up blood, as if realizing that his throne and hypocritical grandeur were shattered in an instant by a severed manner. The heavenly demon, who observed this, saw the perfection of that order of ruin, and knew that this was exactly how purification should occur. It was a true, practically flawless mechanism demonstrating the absolute superiority of power. In fact, few had seen the power of the great Lord of Demons in action. Even more rarely did one come into direct confrontation with him, for his restrained nature and refined modesty concealed a strength that could not be underestimated. The very title, granted to him by the great Patriarch, made people, including the venerable Pachkon, avoid open disapproval. This bred both fear and doubt simultaneously, for behind the hypocrite could hide a colossal craving for ruthless power. But in reality, few dared to doubt his might, although everyone pretended to respect the old titles. The atmosphere was tense, and the silence before the great explosion was quiet, preparing for the climax. In this place, it became too quiet, and in such silence she felt her heart calm down, as if something inside had made a truce with the future that was about to come. The mad demon turned to her with a request to listen carefully, for the next words could shed light on the essence of the events and reveal to her the truth about those they considered unshakable. And again the voice sounded, repeating the name Pachkon, as if this call was meant to evoke in hearts a complex feeling of admiration and fear simultaneously. And it was this resonance that raised a wave of emotions in the camp. For the girl, it was the first time she heard such a deafening excitement after her entry into the camp of the demonic path, and this new wave of emotions seemed to open before her another side of service, filled with worship and horror at the same time. After this, the camp, which partly belonged to her master, began to fill with people who felt the changes, and every movement in it gained special significance, for now everyone looked in one direction, at the center of events. He only felt how the people around him seemed to go mad, subconsciously surrendering to the emotions that raged. This mass euphoria was both frightening and inspiring, for it reflected the unpredictable power of the cult. Raising his hand up, he got a chance to speak a word. Every movement was important, for he wanted to address every demon so that they would hear what was to become both a verdict and a blessing simultaneously. He had something to say to each of the demons, and these words were to become both the definition of their roles and the final warning, for he understood that after this nothing would be the same. He approached the lying patriarch, and this approach was slow, like a ritual, for every movement of his body seemed carefully thought out before revealing the truth to all present. With his hand, he grabbed the patriarch's face and decisively tore off the mask, for the moment had come to show the truth hidden for years and force people to see what they were afraid to admit. The mask made of human skin fell off, and it became obvious to everyone that it was black magic. In an instant, the last illusions vanished, for beneath it was not the real patriarch, but a fake created for deception and manipulation. It turned out that beneath the mask stood not the patriarch but a forged image, a servant of the heavens of the bloody demon. And this revelation sowed fierce distrust and fear among the crowd, for the truth shifted the game to a completely different field. It seems that the great patriarch himself fell into their hidden trap, a true tragedy worthy of ancient chronicles. His fall became a symbol of how even the mightiest can become victims of their own pride. After this, the destroyer rose and announced to those present words that forever changed the course of the history of the demonic path. From now on, our camp steps beyond the struggle between the righteous and demonic worlds of the central Great Land. We must prepare for the emergence of a new enemy. His voice sounded firm, without a trace of doubt. But among those present was one man who found this suspicious. His eyes shone with distrust and his tone was full of mockery. He stated that he had long doubted. How could the destroyer so easily defeat the great patriarch? Maybe this whole performance was just a cunning plan of his holiness. The mad demon, flaring up with indignation, threw, "And who is this shaggy blabbermouth anyway?" His words cut through the crowd like thunder in silence. Tension in the camp began to rise. The atmosphere resembled a cauldron ready to explode at any moment. But that scoundrel did not stop. He shouted that if the destroyer defeated only a fake patriarch, then the entire duel was a farce, and the fight to the death was invalid. These words were enough to sow doubts in the hearts of those present. Gazes turned into blades, sharp, wary, full of distrust. The mad demon was most irritated by the fact that they had seen the master's technique with their own eyes, felt its power, yet still carried this senseless nonsense. She tried to calm him, but he, inflamed with rage, thundered in his voice, "Whoever disagrees, step forward. I will kill everyone and make them crawl on their knees." Only the destroyer calmly raised his hand and asked him to restrain himself, sensing that the rage could ignite a fratricidal quarrel. And then another address sounded. Someone's commanding voice asked for permission to say a few words on behalf of all the brothers of the demonic path. It was Kondang, the senior disciple, whose presence immediately silenced everyone. At first, he sharply ordered everyone to be silent, then asked, "Is the head of the demonic path not yet determined? And even if the defeated patriarch turned out to be a fake, so what? What if the real one died long ago in a treacherous trap? Does that really change the essence?" His voice rang out like a cry of reason. Does that erase the conquests of the south of the central land, accomplished by His Holiness? Does the power before which no one dares to raise a sword become a lie just because of the words of cowards? For those present, this question sounded like a challenge and at the same time a blow to the heart, for no one could deny the obvious. Then Khan slightly raised his voice and almost shouted, "What the hell is legality? What roots? Since when do we suddenly care about formalities? We are the demonic path, so listen to me carefully. Is it really worth bringing this to this point?" His words cut through the tense silence. "Not long ago, I stood before the former chief elder of the demonic path camp, Van. He admitted that he sincerely cared about the mental state of the respected elder. Concern was evident in every word, because behind the stern tone lay respect and gratitude for the man who bore the burden of past decisions. Elder Van did not hide the truth. No matter how you twist it, denying the power of his brightness is pointless. Seeing how he conquered the south of the central Great Land, Van thought only one thing. Glory to the gods that now he himself has become the chief. His heart then beat faster, for he imagined how the demonic path breaks through space and conquers the entire central Great Land, turning chaos into order and fear into power. But did we ever lack that thirst, that fire and ambition? We forgot that back then the highest values were suspicion, cunning, intrigues that devoured us from within. Betrayal and deceit became our guides. We ourselves opened the gates to darkness, convincing ourselves that this was the path to true perfection. And for a long time we believed that it was precisely these shadowy methods that led the demonic path on the right road, although in reality they only distanced us from the goal. We walked this path, deceiving even ourselves, thinking we were winning, while long ago we had already lost to our own fears. And when we realized that this path was mistaken, it was already too late. We had grown old, exhausted, losing strength and faith in change. It was then that Van turned to Kandang, young, full of determination, capable of correcting their mistakes. He entrusted him with an ancient document and said, "Take this, let it help you. Walk alongside the heavenly demon and open a new path for the demonic path." And now, at this moment, Dong unfolded that document. It was a true decision, signed by all the former elders of the demonic path camp. It stated, "We fully support the actions of the heavenly demon Pachon." After this, he added only one thing, simple but decisive. "We put the title of Demon Lord at stake, a duel to the death, the winner takes all." The gazes of those present ignited, the air filled with anticipation. It was interesting who would dare to step forward and play this deadly game. But suddenly, the same mustached scoundrel raised his hands up and shouted, "Glory to the Demon Lord Pachon! May he live forever!" trying to be the first to take the opportunity to please the winner. And, as if on signal, all the others also raised their hands, acknowledging the new lord. A wave of approval swept through the camp, mixing fear and excitement. The heavenly demon turned to Dang, thanked him, and asked him to convey words of gratitude to the Council of Elders for their trust. But he knew these were not all the words the elders wanted to convey. Somewhere between the lines of their message there was a feeling of pain for the past and hope for renewal. Then the destroyer addressed Dang. "In my demonic path, I need those like you. Join me." In his voice was not a proposal, an order that was at the same time an honor. "If I hadn't been invited, it would have even been insulting to leave," replied Dang with a smile. Thus began the lightning reorganization of the demonic path camp under Pachon's leadership, which became a new era of their domination.